Yo, chat, welcome back. Yeah, last night ran way long, but we're back. And I think we might just keep keep on going on down this rabbit hole of bricks and minifigs. I didn't really sleep. I just watched more bricks and minifig stuff until like noon. While like, but hey, what are you gonna do? Certainly not sleep. Eat your food, Ray. Stinky. Oh, Miss Ray, Miss Ray. Sweet baby girl. Let's see if it's got the right tab saved. Still. Yes. Why? Didn't expect it to still be up. All right, though. I've been kind of interested to hear this Leonard Frenchman's take on it. I assume he's probably a lawyer, at least fairly well versed in legal stuff. So let's see what he's got to say, just out of curiosity. And it'll be good to find out if he's another good lawyer channel to follow. Always good to follow lawyer channels.
$1,000 building the world's largest sealed. Imagine spending 15 years and around $30,000 building the world's largest sealed Star Wars Lego collection with your 83-year-old father. Imagine that you finally decide to sell it to fund your grandkids' college, and you take it to what should be the safest place in America to consign rare Lego sets, a national franchise dedicated specifically to buying, selling, and consigning Lego. Imagine that franchise sells some of your collection, pays you for it, things are going well. Then, one day, the corporate parent walks in, takes over the store, and announces that your collection now belongs to them. The new owners refuse to give it back. The police won't help because they say it's a civil matter. The corporate office tells you to sue them, knowing that you can't afford it, and the entire collection slowly disappears, set by set, sold off to other customers while you watch. That's the story we're going to walk through today. It involves the Uniform Commercial Code, the law of bailment, the tort of conversion, the limits of franchise self-help, fraud in the execution, criminal libel, the First Amendment, civil rights litigation, and one of the most legally fascinating YouTube creators of the last several years. It also involves a sign on a closed storefront in Keizer, Oregon. The sign reads, "We stole a family's life savings. They sued. We lost. By closing the store, we got out of having to pay the family what we owe them."
I'm Perk60 Wolf.
I want you to hold that sign in your mind
follow.
throughout the video. That sign is the ending. The question I want to answer today is how the law let it get there. Quick housekeeping note before we go in, there are a lot of visuals in this story, photographs, signed contracts, security camera footage, a deep-faked apology video, 10 separate court filings, viral YouTube videos with hundreds of thousands of views. All those visuals are in Ben Schneider's videos on his YouTube channel, Reckless Ben. What I'm going to give you today is the law. Feel free to listen in your favorite way. Now, without further ado, let's get into it. The consignor is a Salem area collector named Brian.
I guess he's not going to explain what the consignor is, and he's going to pronounce it weird, and that's weird. Consignor. The consignor is the legal owner of the stuff. Think like a pawn shop or an auction company. You own, whatever, for the sake of example, you own a 59 Corvette. Super high value. You could sit on it forever and hope to sell it for what it's worth, or you could take it through somewhere like the Barrett-Jackson auto auctions. Barrett-Jackson has a massive reach and countless customers with insanely deep pockets, so it would be the best place for your 59 Cadillac to roll across the block to maximize its value potential. Well, Barrett-Jackson isn't a charity, you know what I mean? They don't just run auctions out of the kindness of their heart and to see items just you be transferred around. They charge you a percentage. That's what consignment is. You consign the item to them to legally sell it, and they get a percentage of the total sale.
And Mansell. His 83-year-old father built the collection. The plan was always to sell it at the right time and use the proceeds to fund the grandkids' college. The collection is around 780 sealed Star Wars sets, plus over 1,000 minifigures. The store's own pre-seizure inventory spreadsheet priced the sets alone at roughly $60,000 on the low end to just under $100,000 on the high end. The Facebook post the store put up to advertise the consignment in November of 2023 called the full collection, quote, estimated to be worth well over $200,000. The franchisee is Bricks and Minifigs Salem Kaiser LLC. It was owned and operated by Crystal Law Gorman and her husband Benjamin Gorman. They signed the consignment agreement, they ran the store, and they paid Mansell his 65% every month for nearly a year without incident. The franchisor is BAM Franchising Incorporated, an Oregon corporation, principal office in Orem, Utah. The CEO is Ammon McNeff. His brother Matt is the
It's an Oregon corporation. Nice. Yeah, bro. It's an Oregon corporation because it's a Democrat cesspool that has the most easily abusable legal system to abuse against the average person. All under the guise of, oh, everything's so fair and good. Yeah, except the company can just run you through the ringer perpetually until you've burned up every penny you have, and then you still lose the case because you don't have money to keep pursuing it. All while they kick the can down the road and lose the court cases and still just refuse to give you your stuff back. Like, yeah, it's Democrat policies. That's leftism. They feel entitled to his stuff. That's their stuff now, because why not? Well, you know what I mean? Well, why should they not be entitled to that man's items and value and effort? What do you mean? They're Bricks and Minifigs. Like, the whole thing's just, it's just the hierarchy, bro. The hierarchy of rot. You find it at the lowest levels in things like, in people like Joshua Johnson and whatever the other idiot's name is. And it just makes its way up. You can find it at every step of the way. Oh, like, what about the police? Oh, that's right. All of the police are actively breaking the law because they and Joshua Johnson are part of the same religion. Oh, so now it's discriminatory on top of it. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Checks out. Well, you know, what about the next step up the chain? Like, there's got to be accountability somewhere. Oh, but that's right. Oregon has Democrat attorney generals and district attorneys. So they don't pursue cases like this, because I'm sure Bricks and Minifigs probably donates to political PACs. And you're like, oh, well, there's got, like, you see what I mean? So people could be like, oh, yeah, you just want to hate. You just like to slander leftists. Like, no, you just look at it. Where do you see it in the greatest amounts? In Democrat states. I'm sure other people do it. Utah's, as I understand, mostly Republican, but that doesn't, like, mandatorily make them good people. And I would argue anyone that's a Scientologist or a Mormon or a Jehovah's Witness, these are all deranged cult members. So, like, these are mentally unwell people. And then on top of it, just wildly shitty people. But, you know, they're free to believe whatever religion they want. That's fine, but you're not allowed to, like, discriminate against other people for being outside of your religion, not uphold the rule of law of the state and country because you'd be upholding it against a fellow member of the, like, that shit cannot fly. Absolutely not, bro. We need to make all this more public, talk about it more. They need more screen time. And we just bury these kinds of people in screen time. You can't hide from the fucking truth you create, and the fucking camera shows it. So let's just keep talking about it, keep pushing it, keep it floating, bro. Just like the Roblox situation. They fought tooth and nail for years to just sweep all the groomers, just sweep all the grooming under the rug. Nothing going on over here at Roblox. Don't mind that numerous children have been groomed and abused through our platform. Oh, and we're actively trying to stop the only person working with the police to like catch group. You know what I mean? So yeah, keep talking about it. We need to keep this stuff talking and not let them just sweep narratives away like they do. Which is why it comes down to people like me, you, this guy, Penguins, Asman, fucking Reckless Ben, Nick Shirley. Like that's where we are in the world, people. If you don't keep the story floating, they'll just let it die and nothing will happen. And that's why nothing happened, because that's how the left works. Outrage when it's useful, and outside of that, backroom deals and helping each other out, and benevolent judges who just let people out with no bail, and not even getting into the like Somali daycare fraud or California's fucking hospice fraud. Which again, I'm not like saying that fraud only occurs in these places. No, fraud occurs everywhere. Yeah, that's how that is. But the inordinate mass of it seems to always be in Democrat cesspits. They can call you a racist, they can call you a bigot. Funny enough, they aren't ever gonna call you wrong. So just keep saying it. Just keep the stories floating, We need to let these people, we need to bring an end to this bullshit of people just getting away with dumb shit. We need to bring back public shaming. We need to bring back ostracization. That's a word I can't pronounce. I'm sorry. Words are hard and I'm not the best with them. Ostracization. Ostracism? Whatever. We need to bring back running people out of town. That's just what it is. Like, and I don't mean like violently, no, just like, nah, ain't nobody gonna have your bullshit here. Get out. Like, I need gas for my car. Too bad you can't shop here. Get out. You're a piece of shit. You work at Bricks and Minifigs. Get the fuck out. That's how you run a person out of town. Peacefully, by simply refusing to interact with them. When everyone in town refuses to interact with you, well, there just ain't shit you can get done in that town anymore. You go to the Walmart, fill your grocery cart. I'm getting food for my family. No, you're not. You're not allowed to shop here. You're trespassing. We're calling the police. Literally, just use their own methods against them. Anywhere you see them, sir, you're harassing our employees. You need to leave or we're calling the police. And you do the same shit they're doing to innocent people, and you just strong arm them out of town without ever stealing anything, because we're better than they are. We always will be. No, we're not going to deal with you. Leave. You can't buy gas here. If you come back, we'll have the police fucking arrest you for trespass. Just use the same thing against them. Like, that's what you gotta do. You just gotta get enough of the people around town like on board with it. Buddy up with the gas stations. Tell people the story. Hang fucking posters that fucking show it. And yeah, people will be like, sorry, sir, you just can't buy gas here. You gotta leave. And sooner or later, you just ain't. There ain't enough to keep moving. You gotta leave. Time to go. But no, we need to get back to publicly shaming these people for the world to see, and then peacefully eschewing them out of civilized society. You don't want to act like a civilized person, you don't get to live in civilized society. Go play your games with the fucking wolves.
COO, they took over the franchisor in 2018. The system has grown from 35 stores to over 300 under their leadership, with reported system-wide revenue exceeding $95 million in 2025. The new operators, the ones who took over the store after corporate seized it, are Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson, principals of Baker Bricks LLC.
You see, as he said, after corporate seized it, that's what I've been saying this whole time. I am of the opinion 100% all of my money, if this was a Kalshi bet, all of my money goes down on Bricks and Minifigs CEO, the owners of that local franchise, the ones that bought it, and the manager of that store. They're all in on it. 100% guarantee it. They all know what's going on, and they all know the game plan to run interference and hopefully best a dying old man to rob him of him and his son's lifetime achievement. Kind of wild. But like, that's how it works in Democrat places, because like they just play these dumb games. Oh, well, in order to sue them, you have to make a good faith attempt to contact them, and that person blocks all your numbers and calls the police anytime you come near them. So you can't ever make the good faith conversation. And they're like, oh, okay, well, you gotta serve them with the paperwork, which again requires in-person interaction to actually sue them. Like, yeah, you could hire a process server, but again, like as this case has shown, at one point the police attempted to serve said paperwork, and the guy just went, no, I don't want those taken back, which isn't how any of this works. But again, this is all just indicative of multi-level systemic rot. Corrupt owner, corrupt CEO, corrupt police involved in the local areas. Can almost guarantee you're going to find corrupt district attorney, a corrupt AG. It's Oregon. You'll find a corrupt governor. You'll find corruption at every step along the way. But the most sickening of it is the like police basically like being someone's little private military under like bullshit guys and violating not only constitutional rights, but also just directly the law in order to help their Mormon brethren. I'm sorry, but anybody like caught doing some shit like that, it should be an automatic fucking excommunication from the country. I don't care if you don't have anywhere else to go. You should be stripped of your rights to live in America. You should not be allowed to live with civilized society. Okay, fine. You can't strip their rights. I understand. So very simply, you want to corrupt the justice system and use it in perverse ways? Life in prison, no parole. I would prefer just execution, because like, why should we have to pay for these people? But at the same time, utilizing life in prison, you could fire up South Korean style labor camps and, you know, squeeze some value out of these scum people before they expire. But, you know, people be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. But long and short, anyone caught perverting the fucking justice system to help other people should be, it should be a modifier. You know what I mean? It should just be another one of the many modifiers. Like, oh, if you rob a liquor store, that's however many years. If you pull out a gun when you're robbing a liquor store, that's automatically 10 more years. If you fire the gun, that's another 10 years. You know what I mean? Like the bullshit modifiers, to where like if you did some shit and these modifiers check out, extra. You get extra dick in your salad. Because like realistically, that's all you can do. Because yeah, we can't just strip American citizens of their citizenship. But you could totally just build the law up that like, yeah, you're a cop caught doing favors for somebody, fucking 25 years. Just life ruining amount of time, because you're perverting the legal system that the entire nation is supposed to have faith in as being at least to some extent properly functioning. Because when all trust in the legal system is lost, you don't really leave people many options. And then yeah, that's when you're getting real close to like, you know, civil unrest and all that fun stuff. So, like, realistically, you got to do something to restore faith in the justice system, or people will have no faith in the justice system, and you'll just see more vigilantism rising. You know, your what was that fucking healthcare CEO? Whatever, that bullshit. You have more stuff like that going on. Like, this man works at a company and he hurt my fees. Like, yeah, no, you can't do shit like that. But, you know, just using it as the example of what you'll end up getting. But no, when the system becomes so grossly corrupt that, like, the police are just obviously violating the law and the Constitution and just doing whatever they want, full blown operating like a organized crime syndicate. Yeah, bring the whole thing down as an organized crime syndicate. RICO the fuck out of it. That'd be my thought. You just modify the stuff for the RICO statutes to also include shit cops, because I would argue that corrupt police departments should fall under organized crime. They're doing crime, they're organized. In some cases, they're organized at multiple levels, including like the DAs and shit that are supposed to be prosecuting them. So, like, that's organized crime, in my opinion. RICO that shit. RICO the whole American Police Department. And then, yeah, tack on a modifier. Be like, you were a cop. You were supposed to be upholding the law, yet you were violating it. You get double time. Nah, treat it like working a holiday, since they love to complain about that. You get triple time. Normal punishment for the charge, 20 years. Well, you were a cop doing it. You're getting 60. You know, all the fucking blue wiener suckers, but you can't do that. They're just doing their job. No. See, I'm not saying like strip cops of the protections to do their job. No. I'm saying when you can prove they're maliciously violating the law in a manner such as this, like just rife corruption, multiple cops, violation of rights. Yeah, there should be a modifier. There 100% should. And it should be fucking nasty. You know, you don't want to uphold the law, don't become a cop. Like, it's real simple. Like, or if you want to become a cop and pervert the law, then yeah, no, absolutely. I think there should be a modifier where you decide to pervert the law as a police officer, you basically forfeit the entirety of the rest of your life, in my opinion. So yeah, you know, minor infraction, 2 years. Well, you're getting fucking 8. And you're going Gen Pop, where everyone knows you're a cop. Half of them you probably put there. Will you make it out? I don't know. Best of luck. But you're a felon for life now too, so you're not going to be a cop when you get out. You know what I mean? Like, it's not impossible to fucking structure the shit. Like, we have a legal system. If we just used it, a lot of these problems would go away. But the systemic rot permeates through the justice system, I would argue, almost as heavily as it does the political system. So the hopes of that getting achieved aren't super great unless we like dramatically just rebuild the political seats, not the system. The system's fine. We just got to replace the shitty people that are in it with people that'll actually like write good laws and pass good laws. But no, you know, what do we got instead? We got to stop investigative journalists from doing journalism. California's Stop Nick Shirley Act. Like, it's just wild, bro. To watch the death throes of a batch of crazy people is mind-blowing to me. I don't know. It's just mind-blowing.
LC, they first appear in the story as inventory contractors hired by BAM after the seizure. Within about a month, they had become the new owners. And finally, Ben Schneider. Schneider runs the YouTube channel Reckless Ben. He has a background in stunt and provocation journalism. He's the guy who in May of 2024 walked a tightrope between 2 abandoned buildings in downtown Los Angeles, 40 stories up. He showed up to this Lego dispute because the Mansell family reached out to him. He drove 16 hours from Los Angeles to Kaiser with a small crew, and he proceeded to generate more.
The way this guy talks is very abrasive to my TISM.
More public pressure on Bricks and Minifigs in 72 hours than 18 months of institutional legal process had produced.
18 months of Democrat Oregon legal process, which is a really wordy way to say nothing. That's what it is. You chose a really, really wordy way to say 18 months of corrupt people knowing that they're going to actively do nothing because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because in Democrat states, the only crimes that matter to Democrat DAs are ones that fit the narratives. If it doesn't fit the narrative, cases get dismissed, people get paymentless bail, anything they can do to manipulate the narrative to support, I don't know, fucking, because they ain't doing a good job. They could shift narrative all they want, but like, people have eyes. People aren't completely retarded. So like, yeah, dog, I don't know what to tell you. Like, did you know we can see you? As Cat Williams would say. Like, bro, we can see you. Like, I love it though. The left was like, we gotta have body cams to show how corrupt all the police are. And the majority of body cams have proven that people are insane and most cops are minding their business. But gotta love it when it actually catches corrupt people.
Let me start with consignment.
And the funniest part is Utah like redacted a bunch of the fucking body cam stuff. And they're like, oh yeah, no, we only did it per the law in Utah, and we didn't do anything abnormal or weird. And like, they fucked up, and overlaying multiple videos, you can literally hear what was redacted from one in another one. Like, no, we didn't do it because our officers made themselves look like idiots. No, that had nothing to do with it. That's literally all that is redacted from the video.
Nice
is
to
like
meet you. I'm
their
Perk
officers
60 Wolf. Don't
making
forget
themselves
to
look like
follow.
complete idiots, and then actively like, well, how can we violate this man's rights even though he has committed no crime? And
Consignment law, because I suspect most of you, if I asked, would tell me that consignment is when you let a store sell your stuff and you keep ownership until it sells. The store is just a babysitter. If the store goes under, your stuff comes home. That intuition is only partly right. It's also partly a trap. Under Article 9 of the Uniform Commercial Code, specifically Section 9102A20, a consignment of goods worth over $1,000 to a merchant is functionally treated as a secured transaction, which means if you don't file a UCC-1 financing statement with the Secretary of State, a $20 piece of paper, your goods can be treated as the merchant's inventory and reached by the merchant's creditors. I'll say that again because it sounds wrong. You can consign property to a store. You can have a signed contract saying you still own it. The store can fail and get sold, and without that $20 filing, your property can legally end up belonging to the store's creditors and not to you. Did Mansell file a UCC-1? Almost certainly not. Is he doomed? Not quite. Here's where it gets interesting. Article 9 has an exception called the merchant exception at Section 9102A 20A3. It says the consignor escapes Article 9 if the merchant is, quote, generally known by its creditors to be substantially engaged in selling the goods of others. Bricks and Minifigs publicly operates a buy, sell, trade, resale model. The Kaiser store specifically advertised Mansell's consigned collection on its public Facebook page. Customers came in knowing the store sold other people's Lego. The store's own creditors had to have known. That's the merchant exception. But Here's the practitioner's lesson for anyone watching who might consign anything valuable to anyone ever. File the damned UCC1. It costs $20. It takes 10 minutes. It puts you on the record and it removes the risk. The merchant exception is a defense you can win, but the burden's on you, and the courts have called that burden difficult to satisfy. Don't rely on a defense when $20 and 10 minutes gives you a clean win. Article 9 is one half of the doctrinal picture. The other half is bailment and conversion. A bailment is what happens when you give your property to someone for a specific purpose. Title stays with you. The consignee never owns the property, they just hold it. And the bailment relationship runs with the property regardless of who possesses it later. If someone else takes possession from the consignee, that somebody else is also a bailee with duties to the bailor. Which means BAM Franchising, when it walked into the Kaiser store and took the inventory, stepped into the consignee's shoes. BAM became a bailee of Mansell's property. It doesn't matter that BAM didn't sign the consignment agreement. Possession of bailed property carries duties that run with the property itself. This connects to the oldest principle in property law, nemo dat quod non habet. No one gives what he does not have. The Romans figured this out, and we have not improved on it. The franchisee never owned Mansell's collection, so the franchisee could not, by any contract with BAM, convey title to it. BAM's whole defense that the franchise agreement allowed it to take, quote, all the assets of the franchisee on termination runs aground on this principle. The franchise agreement could not transfer what the franchisee never possessed. When BAM took the inventory anyway, and when Baker Bricks continued to sell identifiable Mansell sets after Mansell sent a termination letter putting them on actual notice, that became conversion. Conversion is the intentional exercise of dominion over the personal property of another in the way that interferes with the owner's right of control. What matters about conversion is that it's strict liability. Good faith or intent is not a defense. Reliance on a contract you signed with someone else is not a defense. Mistake of fact is not a defense. If you took it and it wasn't yours, you are liable for the value of it. Where was BAM's outside counsel in November of 2024? Because the doctrinal error at the heart of this case, the franchisor's belief that a termination clause could convey title to third-party property in the franchisee's possession, is the kind of error a competent franchise lawyer would have flagged in about 90 seconds. Either BAM didn't have one in the loop, or it did, and it didn't.
I doubt they even consulted a lawyer because, again, I'm fully convinced at this point that the CEO, Ammon whatever, and the new franchise owners and the manager that's working at that location were all in on it from the gate. Because the moment the lady that originally took all of that collection in mentioned she was considering selling it, they stripped her of her franchise rights, rushed in a buyer they had found, the people who are now in possession of it. And those people basically strong-armed her out of the store, and they were hit her with the, you can't be here, you're trespassing, we'll call the police, you have to leave. I think they're all in on it. I think basic common sense to anybody who's ever told a lie in their life can see those three people at a bare minimum are all, or well, four, because two people bought the franchise. God, what's the other guy's name? You got Josh something and whatever. Fucking dumbasses. Tweedledip and Tweedle dumbass. The franchise owners, the CEO, and the lady they have working there. I'd put all my money on bets that it's all conspiracy. It's been conspiracy from the gate. The moment she mentioned considering selling the franchise, it was conspiracy. From everything they did from that point forward, I would put money on can be proven as conspiracy. Which is just my opinion, but it's a fairly educated opinion.
Didn't listen. Either possibility tells you.
And I don't mean like educated in a school. Like, I mean educated by living, doing, and breathing shady stuff for a long time before getting my life on the right path. you could only sell a bamboozlery like this to just the dimmest of person. Anybody who can't see through this is just wildly dim. And yeah, if you, I don't know, if you feel that you're struggling to not understand how this could have been, we just didn't know. We didn't know. I got a bridge to sell you. It's like 300 miles west of LA, but I'll give it to you for a really good price. And like, bro, if you don't understand what I'm getting at with that, you really need some education. But there's nothing 300 miles west of LA. There's just water. It's the Ocean. But I got a bridge out there. If you want to buy it, I'll do you a really good price. Gavin Newsom's actually building it. It's good shit. Never seen it. You'll never see it, but you can buy it. You see what I'm getting at here? Anyone with half a brain would have known that this was like conspired theft from the gate. Like just looking at the gist of it. So the police just actively doing nothing. Well, it's Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. That's blue as it gets. That's summer of love, peaceful protest territory. That's what I was saying from the very beginning, bro. You take that critical mindset and just fucking zoom out, bro. Macro lens that shit. You'll see. It's just a stack of bullshit. And we wonder why the country's struggling and dying. Bro, because those of us who just play by the rules and shit, bro, all we're doing is getting fleeced by the scummiest stacks of just scum people. This is a great example. And on top of it, in the stuff I watched about bricks and minifigs last night, bro, they are legitimately the GameStop of fucking Legos and shit. Like, I watched one where a guy just did a honesty audit on 4 of their locations. He took in first location was like $860 worth of like super rare minifigs mixed in with just some general bullshit minifigs. They offered him, I think it was 16% of total value, despite their website saying that regardless of what brick it is, they will pay $50 or 50% of that brick's value, up to, I think the thing said up to 75 in the case of like things. The first place wildly lowballed him. The second place wildly lowballed him even worse. I think they offered 8% and like buckled down trying to explain to him why his rare ones weren't in fact the rare ones. And on that one, I believe he also included a very rare chrome-plated C-3PO that runs somewhere around $1,000. I think it was the second one. It was the second or the third location. They actually tried to like sleight of hand pocket the bright chrome reflective C-3PO, and they like came back. Oh no, it was the fourth one. And they came back in and were like, was there a C-3PO in there? And the guy's like, oh, yeah, right here on like a fucking flat top desk. So like, bro had it like right here, like where I keep my light, right next to his keyboard, essentially. It was yeah, all fat and lame. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Like, no, you're fucking not. And then on top of it, he's like, it's fake. Which actually it wasn't fake. It was one of the like rarest of them. And then you guys like, yeah, it's a fake. Just so you know, that one's fake. And he's like, oh, it's fake. Yeah, that's fake, definitely. The legs don't come off, which apparently some of the first batch, that's just a thing because the chroming bonded the legs and the body and stuff together. But that was Lego's production, so like it wasn't. It's not, that doesn't make it disgenuous. It just makes it actually even rarer of the examples, which I found to be really funny. But yeah, guys, no, it's fake. It's fake. And he's like, oh, well, okay, that's cool. Like, I'm pretty sure it's real. No, it's fake. Like, all right, that's fine. Like, I'm gonna take it home with me anyways, because like, I'm pretty sure it's real. And like, the dude just leaves. Like, bro, this place is the shadiest skis bag shit I've ever seen in my life. If you have a Bricks and Minifigs anywhere near you, bro, people need to know what they're doing. Because like, I guarantee you, now that this is getting massive traction and spreading through the zeitgeist, you're gonna see all the other people that Bricks and Minifigs has fucked over the years start coming out of the fucking woodwork. Because, you know, like I said, I bet you the average normal person, like the guy who was, you know, bringing in around $1,500 worth of minifigs to get evaluated for consignment. Yeah, bro, they were trying to give that man like, oh, we'll give you $120. We'll give you $150. I think one location was like, yeah, if this Chrome C3PO like checks out as real, then like that's like $800 right there. So one of them was fairly solid, but again, when they started the interaction, they were totally trying to lowball him like they were all the junk versions, and then he like started calling them on it, like, oh, can I see the picture of what the rare one looks like? And they'd like show him, and he'd look at his minifig and be like, yeah, that's this one. And the guy be like, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. Look, let me see. Hold up. And then, you know, they got to play it off. They hit you with the, oh, you know, there's like hundreds of thousands of these minifigs. It's super hard to remember all of them. And like, you know, sometimes you get them mixed up. And, oh, yeah, I guess this one is the rare one. Oh, jeepers, gee willikers there, Jim Bob. I just made a human normal mistake. Bro, you're using a fucking database that has pictures of the rare one, the not rare one. You don't get to claim, I'm a dumb and I did a duty.
Refreshing. Thanks, Mad Prestonian.
Like, that doesn't sell, bro. You don't get to play dumb, I did a duty when you're using a fucking database. Take the extra 2 minutes and like confirm some shit. That's why I don't think it's anything but like malicious. Skeezery of the highest order.
Something significant about the corporate culture that produced this dispute, and it explains why the chain of bad decisions kept compounding after the original error. The original sin in this case was not the seizure. The original sin was deciding to do the seizure without competent franchise counsel running the play. The seizure.
See, he's giving the benefit of the doubt because he probably is a lawyer. I give no benefits. I give no doubts. I think they did what they did intentionally in order to strong arm these people out of their set. This isn't just some corporate whoopsie foopsie, we did a fucky wucky. That's the shit that I can't fucking stand, bro. Is this bullshit where companies can just whoop doodles, and then like judges are like, well, he said whoopsie doodles. Like, fucking so? Give me my shit back. Nah, he said whoopsie doodles, bro. That's fucking case closed. Like, you know what I mean, bro? I don't give a fuck what he said. Like, the shit is either legal or it's not fucking legal. Like, there's not fucking extra there. There's not interpretation. Legal wording is not really open to much interpretation. In fact, generally so much so that anytime a word can be interpreted with multiple interpretations, there's then like a subsection that's like whatever that word was is defined as this within this fucking statute. So then they tell you that word is interpreted this way. Not whatever way you want to interpret it, but specifically this way, which is its penned intention, which is its limitation. It does not just overflow beyond the confines of its penned intention because you want to play word games. It's not how it works. That's why the legal system uses very precise definitions, and everybody makes fun of lawyers for speaking legalese, because it basically might as well be its own language, because it is what it says and it's not anything else. So it's all got to be very particular, which, you know, the average person, like, this is really nitpicky. Like, yeah, but you're gambling with like people's fucking freedom and shit. So yeah, no, precise definitions need to be on the book. These retarded, like, broad scale just swath laws that Democrats love to pass are retarded, because they're retarded. Look at Gavin Newsom. I will impose a 100% tax on anybody getting money from the fucking fund designed to help people who are the victims of political persecution. Like, for one, you can't do that. But it's not an income. It's not subject to tax. Like, it's not how that works. But, you know, they don't care. They'll just do whatever the fuck they want, because like nobody will stop them, and if they try to, they'll just bully them, because that's what they do. And then when you stand up for yourself, they're gonna cry. Because again, that's what they do. They're just the cry bully fucking modus operandi. But yeah, seeing as the money being given to those people, I pretty sure falls under the legal definition of donations. Donations are not taxable. Now, depending on how you move the money, there may be the opportunity to apply some fees and basic taxes, you know, at the various stages of movement, depending how you move it. But if you move it right, it can't be taxed, because it's not income. It's not a taxable pool of liquid per legal statutes. But, you know, that doesn't stop them from trying, because they'll just do whatever the fuck they want and hope that they can word game their way around. Oh, well, you know, I just didn't know. Oh, gee willikers, Jim Bob. I guess I shouldn't apply the simple hick to Gavin Newsom. That would be more like, well, fuck, he does better on his own. What do you mean? I'm just like you guys. I don't even know how to read. I just be coming up here and like winging it, because I couldn't write a script. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, kind of, but that's basically his exact words. So I don't know what he was trying to say with that. But big self-report, I guess.
November 14th, 2024, the Gormans approach BAM about selling the store. They have an overseas job offer. They want to recoup their investment before they leave. The same day, corporate dispatches a representative to the Kaiser store. By BAM's account, the Gormans owed approximately $200,000 in unpaid royalties. The transition negotiations broke down, and BAM terminated the franchise agreement under what McNeff described as a clause permitting offset of store assets similar to an asset seizure in a bankruptcy proceeding. By the Gormans' own account, they had approached corporate about selling, not closing. And BAM's response was a same-day forced removal? No notice, no inventory, and a single box of personal belongings? That same evening, Law Gorman says she informed the BAM representative on site, who was on speakerphone with the corporate director of operations, Key McAllister, that there was an active consignment in the store, that Mansell had not been fully paid, and that the property remaining in the store was not the store's to sell. According to Law Gorman, McAllister responded that the new operator would be, quote, taking over the consignment as well. This is a critical factual claim. McNeff has refused to address it on the record, citing pending litigation. McAllister has not responded to media requests at all. The Gormans say the store's security camera footage captured this exchange and that it has been provided to Kaiser Police. Now, here is another interesting question worth pausing on. BAM Corporate has, since this dispute went public, taken the position that it had no knowledge of any consignment whatsoever, that consignment is expressly prohibited by its franchise agreements, and that the entire arrangement was unauthorized. But the November 2023 Facebook post advertising the consignment collection was on the store's public-facing social media for a full year before the seizure. The collection was displayed prominently. It drew local news coverage. Brian Mansell came to the store in person every single month to collect his percentage payments. Can corporate plausibly claim it didn't know? In a franchise system, the franchisor has visit rights, audit rights, advertising approval rights. The Bricks and Minifigs franchise disclosure document expressly lists consignment services as an optional service a franchisee may offer, quote, subject to our standards, specifications, and approval if we so require. That's not a prohibition. That's an approval regime. And if corporate's approval regime didn't catch a year-long publicly advertised in-store displayed $200,000 consignment, then either corporate's oversight is so broken that the franchisee independence defense doesn't work, or corporate knew and is now claiming it didn't. Take your pick. Both answers hurt them. 8 days after the seizure, November 22nd, 2024, exactly 1 year to the day after the original consignment agreement, Mansell sent a formal termination letter to the new operators. He cited 2 breaches: failure to remit the November installment and refusal to allow him to inspect the remaining inventory. He demanded return of all unsold property within 10 days. This letter is the doctrinal pivot of the entire case, including a criminal case if that ever happens. Because from November 22nd forward, anyone at the store selling identifiable Mansell sets did so with actual knowledge that those sets belonged to Mansell. Pre-letter, you can argue mistake, good faith, confusion. Post-letter, you cannot. Post-letter, you are knowingly selling property that does not belong to you, and in Oregon, that's aggravated theft in the first degree under Oregon Statute 164.057. It's a Class B felony, up to 10 years in prison. Mansell then sent a buyer to the store. The buyer successfully purchased one of his identifiable consigned sets. That single transaction, if a Marion County prosecutor wants to charge it, is the cleanest theft case I have seen in a property dispute of this size. The seller knew. The buyer is a witness. The set is documented. The notice is in writing. This is a fact pattern prosecutors dream about, sitting on a county district attorney's desk in a small town, small enough that the press...
Sitting on a Democrat-appointed district attorney's desk. Macro lens. Zoom all the way out. It's offered nobody the assumption of fucking being uninvolved. Anybody not doing their job exactly as it should be done should be put under a lens because sus. You know what I mean? It's one thing when you're just bad at your job. I'm not saying everybody bad at their job should be fucking harassed and chastised and shit. No, but when You have multiple levels of systemic failure to uphold the fucking law. Yeah, I think probably is macro zoom all the way out. And in my opinion, it being Oregon, you're going to find corruption at every fucking step. Bet money on it. Corruption at the base level, the store and the buyer. Corruption at the corporate level. Corruption in the local police doing nothing. Corruption with the DA doing nothing. Bet you you'll find corruption higher up the chain as you go. I know the governor is a shady skis. So corrupt as fuck. But see, you only see rampant dumbness like this in the Democrat areas because, like, it's actually systemic and they're all, like, aware. It's like Tim Walz knew about the fucking leering centers and, bro, like, they know. Bro, it's all by design. And anyone who can't see that, Jesus, please, like, open a book, read. Oh God, read. I don't mean like storybooks, bro. Don't go out and read fucking Twilight and then think like you done did something. No, like read history. You'll probably get the most out of history. Read history. From all sides, you can attain it. Read history.
Has been writing about it for months. Whether the DA charges is a different question, but the case is still sitting there. Enter Reckless Ben. For about 15 months, this dispute went nowhere publicly. Mansell consulted lawyers and was quoted about $60,000 to $70,000 just to get an injunction before trial. He couldn't afford it. A small group of YouTubers tried to help and backed out under legal threats from Bricks and Minifigs. The store kept selling the collection. And then Ben Schneider showed up. And I want to be careful because this next part of the video is going to spend a lot of time on Schneider's tactics. I don't want anyone to think that I'm endorsing his tactics. I don't condone them, but I understand. I'm going to leave it at that. Schneider is a content creator, not a lawyer. Some of what he did is doctrinally interesting and worked. Some of what he did is doctrinally unsound, but produced evidence anyway. But some of it's going to get him sued, and some of it has already gotten him arrested. The point today is not whether his methods were right. The point is his methods produced an outcome that institutional legal process was not going to produce in this case, in this time frame for this plaintiff. That asymmetry is worth understanding on its own terms, whether you approve of him or not. Schneider drove 16 hours from Los Angeles with a small crew and a pair of spy camera glasses. He confronted the store manager. He drove to BAM corporate headquarters in Utah and confronted the CEO in person. He recorded everything, and then he ran 5 legal maneuvers in sequence, 4 of which I want to walk you through because they're doctrinally rich enough to teach you something on their own. Schneider's first maneuver, the lottery scheme. His theory was that he could convert this civil dispute into a criminal matter by raffling off one of Mansell's still consigned sets and forcing Bricks and Minifig to either release the prize or commit the criminal offense of theft from a lottery. He registered an entity called Scientology Sucks as a religious organization in California. He set up an Oregon presence with a $35 post office box. He invoked the religious organization exemption to Oregon's gambling licensing requirements. And he raffled the set at $1 per ticket, refunding each ticket holder $1 as a filming appearance release fee, so the net cost was $0. But the lottery scheme rests on a misunderstanding of the civil versus criminal distinction. Schneider treats civil and criminal as mutually exclusive categories, as if relabeling the dispute could move it from one box to the other. But the same conduct can be both civil and criminal simultaneously. Famously, O.J. Simpson was acquitted of murder criminally, but later found liable for the same killing civilly. Same conduct, different forums, different standards of proof, both valid outcomes. Brick's and Minifig's refusal to release Mansell's property was already, on the right facts and right intent, potentially criminal theft. It was also civil conversion. The two coexist. Schneider didn't need to manufacture lottery jurisdiction. He just needed the police to take the underlying conduct seriously. They didn't. The responding officer was apparently about to open an investigation when a senior officer whispered something to him, and the entire group just changed posture and went away. Schneider was instead trespassed for life from the property. The lottery scheme failed as a legal reframing, but it worked as documentary evidence that the police were not going to help. Maneuver 2, the duty to read a contract. Schneider walked into the store dressed as a...
Yeah. People, duty to read a contract is law in the United States. You are obligated to read contracts, and failure to read them does not nullify said contract. Read your contracts, y'all, because the current position in the country is, if you sign something, whether you read it or not, you have acknowledged what it says. And short of it directly violating your constitutional rights, so like you can't trick someone into signing up for slavery, and like I'm pretty sure having a contract that says you can kill a person again won't hold water. Like I don't think you can contractually bind crimes
Incoming ad break.
or violations of rights. But you can apparently contractually bind all sorts of dumb shit. So read your contracts. For the love of God. Like, if you take nothing else away from the tirade about this and the content related to it, read your contracts thoroughly.
The delivery driver carrying a clipboard. He asked the manager, Amanda, to sign for the delivery. But the document she signed was not a delivery receipt. It was a 10-year contract, barring her from trespassing him from the property, with $5,000 in liquidated damages for every police call she made about him. I want you to ask yourself, is that contract enforceable?
No.
Some people might say yes. Maybe you're bound by what you sign even if you don't read it. You have a duty to read things you sign. Every contract's casebook has the doctrine. Every click-through agreement relies on it.
Although I do think the part that prevents her from trespassing, I think that holds. Because, like, that's signed consent related to the trespassing stuff. I don't think he's going to actually be able to, like, ding her money and stupid shit like that.
But the duty to read doctrine has an edge here that no one's talking about. This case is sitting right on that edge. The doctrine assumes you know you're signing a contract. Even if you don't read the terms, you still have to know the nature of the document. When you are deceived not about the contents, but about the nature of the document itself, you're told it's delivery receipt, and instead it's a substantive contract, the duty to read doctrine does not apply. The technical name is fraud in the execution. It's codified at the Restatement Second of Contracts, Section 163, and there is a critical distinction here. Fraud in the inducement is when you knew you were signing a contract but were lied to about the underlying facts. That contract is voidable. The defrauded party can elect to rescind the contract. Fraud in the execution is when you were lied to about what the document is. The contract is void, not voidable, void. Legally, it never existed. Schneider's contract with Amanda is fraud in the execution. Amanda thought she was signing a delivery receipt. That contract has no legal existence. The $40,000 in alleged liquidated damages is unenforceable. If Schneider tried to collect it in court, a judge would set the contract aside on motion. There is also a public policy problem stacked on top of the formation problem. A contract that purports to prevent a private business from calling the police is void as against public policy, regardless of how it was procured. The right to summon law enforcement is not waivable by contract. The duty to read doctrine would not save this contract, even if Amanda had read every word and signed in triplicate. So, what was the maneuver good for? Footage. Schneider got film of Amanda discovering what she signed. He used the contract to remain on the premises long enough to record additional material. It's a successful stunt and a failed legal instrument. Those are things. The third maneuver is the one that actually produced legal results. It's the most procedurally sophisticated thing Schneider did, the 10 plaintiff small claims strategy. He was trying to solve this problem. Mansell's full claim is in the six figures, but Oregon Small Claims Court tops out at $10,000 per claim. Hiring a lawyer to take the full claim through civil court will cost more than Mansell could afford or recover. So Schneider got around the jurisdictional limit by using 10 plaintiffs. Claim splitting doctrine prohibits a single plaintiff from dividing one cause of action into multiple suits to evade jurisdictional caps, but 10 different plaintiffs, each with their own independent claim, can each sue separately. So Schneider and 9 friends each took out approximately $10,000 in credit card cash advances. Each used the cash to buy $10,000 worth of Mansell's still consigned sets directly from Mansell, with notarized purchases. Each sent a demand letter to Bricks and Minifigs. Each filed a separate small claims action when the demand was refused, and each obtained a default judgment when Bricks and Minifigs failed to appear. Mansell then loaned each plaintiff approximately $10,000 from the sale proceeds to repay the credit cards before the interest accrued. Oregon has no sales tax, so the entire round trip generated no tax leakage. 10 judgments, $100,000 in face value, filed and served lawfully, defendant didn't appear, defaults entered. And the day after the default judgments were filed, Bricks and Minifigs permanently closed the Kaiser store. That sequence is the most damning fact in this entire dispute. A defendant who is given a low-stakes forum specifically designed for commercial disputes of this size, who declines to appear in 10 separate actions, and who closes the business the day after the default judgment enters, is a defendant who chose the procedural posture they ended up in. They were not victims of legal sophistry. They had the opportunity to litigate the conversion claim on the merits in front of a judge in a forum with limited discovery and modest stakes. And they chose not to, and then they closed the store. Why? My best guess is that the appearance would have produced sworn testimony and limited discovery, and that sworn testimony from the new operators about what they knew, when they knew it, and what corporate told them was riskier than just letting $10,000 judgments enter. A default is a paper loss. Sworn testimony is leverage in every subsequent proceeding for the rest of your business life. They made a calculation, they took the paper loss. Now, are these small claims judgments bulletproof? No. Bricks and Minifigs has up to a year under Oregon Rule of Civil Procedure 71B to move to set aside the defaults on excusable neglect grounds. They have arguments. The transaction structure looks like a coordinated attempt to circumvent claim splitting. The title transfers from Mansell to the 10 plaintiffs may not have been legally effective because the buyers didn't take possession, didn't pay the consignee, and didn't deal in good faith with a merchant in possession. A motion to set aside the default is winnable, but it hasn't been filed. And every day it isn't filed, those judgments harden into liens that survive the store closure and form the basis for future successor liability and alter ego claims against BAM Franchising and Baker Bricks LLC. The fourth maneuver, then. Schneider registered an Oregon corporation called We Steal from Old People. He created multiple franchisees mirroring BAM's franchise structure. He printed signage that swapped the Bricks and Minifigs name for We Steal from Old People, and physically placed his signage over the actual storefront signage. He then sold merchandise, t-shirts and mugs at the website westealfromoldpeople.com. The doctrinal stew is messy. The First Amendment protects parody and protest speech, but the Lanham Act prohibits commercial use of marks that cause consumer confusion. Schneider's commercial use of the brand weakens his non-commercial defense. There are tortious interference exposures from physically intercepting customers entering the store. There are trespass exposures from putting the signage up. The Supreme Court tightened parity protection in 2023 in Jack Daniels VIP versus VIP products, narrowing the safe harbor when a mark is used as a source identifier rather than as commentary. Schneider has real exposure here. But the rhetorical move is the move I want to highlight. Schneider's franchise mirror argument is that he can't be held responsible for what his franchisees do because they're independent, exactly the argument BAM is making about the Kaiser store. Schneider is making BAM's own defense in costume to show how absurd it sounds. The legal force of the argument is zero. Courts pierce sham structures routinely. But the satirical force is devastating.
The satirical
I'm going to close
force
the
is
Schneider section then
devastating.
on his GoFundMe arrest. Schneider sets up a GoFundMe to recover Mansell's collection or funds. The original page named Joshua Johnson as the thief. The American Fork, Utah Police Department then arrested Schneider for the GoFundMe content. The officers' stated theory in Schneider's recording, and I quote, "If you say who the thief is, then that is illegal." That sentence is wrong in 3 ways simultaneously. One, naming someone publicly as the thief is at most civil defamation per se. Accusations of crime are one of the 4 traditional categories of per se defamation, but per se or automatic defamation is a civil tort, not a criminal offense. Utah does have a criminal defamation statute, but it requires the speaker to knowingly communicate false information. The Utah Supreme Court struck down a predecessor version of the statute in IML versus State on overbreadth grounds, and the current version was rewritten to incorporate the actual malice standard from the Supreme Court's 1964 decision in Garrison v. Louisiana. Schneider has documentary evidence of the consignment dispute, the seizure, the termination letter, and continued sales, and a stack of default judgments. His statements about Johnson are not knowing falsehoods. They are contested factual assertions in an active dispute. The actual malice requirement is constitutionally insurmountable on these facts. And then there's a First Amendment problem. Schneider's GoFundMe was not just speech, it was litigation funding. The right to petition for redress of grievances under the First Amendment, the Noor-Pennington Doctrine extending that right to private litigation, and the line of cases starting with NAACP versus Button protecting solicitation of legal defense funds all converge to make fundraising for litigation a particularly protected category of expression. Arresting someone for publicly identifying a civil defendant in a fundraising solicitation is the kind of conduct that triggers federal Section 1983 attention from civil rights litigators, and the American Fork Police Department handed Schneider that claim by making the arrest. But here's a detail worth noting. If you
Check
go to
out the
his
Panda
GoFundMe
Pet
page
Cafe
right
to
now,
feed or play
the
with
language
me.
has been edited. The page no longer names Johnson individually. It attributes claims to Mansell with, according to Brian, hedging. It refers to Bricks and Minifigs Corporate as an institutional actor. The financial ask is now framed as legal cost funding. That language is defamation defensible in a way the original was not. Whether Schneider edited it or whether GoFundMe required it as a platform policy matter, or whether eventual counsel insisted on it, somebody who understood the defamation analysis sanitized that page. The current version is fine. The original was sloppy, and in between sat an arrest that the American Fork PD will not be able to defend if Schneider chooses to litigate it. Let me close with my autopsy. Bricks and Minifigs faced a defendable conversion claim in November of 2024, settling for the wholesale value of the consigned property somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000 would have ended this dispute with no public-facing damage to the brand. That's what competent franchise counsel would have advised. What they did instead, in roughly chronological order, they terminated the franchise with no advanced notice. They took an inventory that included third-party property. They placed an inventory contractor in the store who then bought the store. They denied the existence of a consignment that was publicly documented for a year. They refused to return the property after written notice. They continued selling identifiable third-party property. They threatened the consignor with litigation costs to discourage suit. They responded to public pressure with franchisor independence boilerplate. They declined to appear in 10 separate small claims actions, defaulting in all 10, and the day after the defaults entered, they closed the store. 18 months later, where are we? The franchisor is a defendant in a civil suit by the former franchisee. The former location is closed under a $100,000 default judgment. The Reckless Ben video has over 250,000 views and counting. The Bricks and Minifigs
Over
brand is
2
publicly
million now.
associated in collector communities with the phrase, "We stole a family's life savings." The Marion County District Attorney is actively evaluating felony theft charges, and unrelated
Marion County's a
franchisees around the
shithole.
country are absorbing reputational damage from a dispute they did not create and could not have prevented. Every single step of escalation was avoidable. The doctrinal error at the root of all this was the franchisor's belief that a termination clause could convey title to third-party property. That belief is wrong. It has been wrong since the Roman Empire, and the entire cascading sequence of bad decisions that followed traces back to that single foundational mistake. That is what bad legal advice, or no legal advice, looks like from the franchisor's side. The conversion case that BAM should have settled in November 2024 now has become a multi-front catastrophe. And on the other side of it, you have an 83-year-old man whose life savings have been sold off set by set, while courts and police told his son there was nothing they could do. Institutional legal process failed Brian Mansell. Schneider's playbook is constitutionally questionable.
Democrat fabricated institutional law enforcement failed to do his job. That is a distinction that needs to be made.
In places and doctrinally unsound in others, but it is the only thing that actually got Bricks and Minifigs' attention. That asymmetry is not a glitch. It is now a structural feature of how high-profile civil disputes resolve in this country, and it is going to keep producing cases like this one until either institutional process gets faster and cheaper, or corporate defendants get smarter about settling earlier. I'll be watching this one. The criminal investigation is pending. The civil suits are pending. The set-aside motions are pending. Schneider is hiding in Mexico. None of this is over. I'll come back to it when something material happens. Thanks for watching. I'm Leonard French, your favorite copyright attorney, and I want to hear what you think. Please share your
Solid
thoughts in the
information,
comments.
Leonard. I'll give you a follow. I don't like your outro, though. I need it to stop. Hey, Reckless Ben in his comments. That's cool.
It was wild shit. Absolutely wild. What's up,
Yeah.
buddy?
No, nothing. Just was hoping there was a skip button, but I forgot there's not on the website version. So like,
I had some person who doesn't speak English show up on my fucking property, and I had to like tell them to get off my property, and they told me no twice, and I was like, the fuck, get the fuck off my fucking property. You know what I mean? I went inside, got my fucking vest, my phone and shit, just in case like I had to call cops or something, you know what I mean? And like I'm like, get the fuck off my goddamn property. You know? What the fuck, dude? Like weird as shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing walking on my property, asking where I live, where am I from? Like, what the fuck? That's weird as shit. Get the fuck out of here. You weren't welcomed on my property. So I got to get a no trespassing sign.
yeah, I got a bunch of those I got to put up, but like, fuck. Such
Yeah.
a bitch. I think they have to be like 20
We're gonna
feet
do that
apart or
tomorrow.
something dumb.
I just got to put one in my front yard.
In my state, bro, they got to be like every like 20 feet. Shit's dumb.
Well, yeah, you also got like a farm.
That don't fuck, bro. Most places, their farm law is like, yeah, just like paint the trees at the edge of your property purple. Like that it? Like that's it. Like common understanding. Painted trees are property line, no trespassing. But no, Oregon, you gotta spend like $9,000 on fucking signs and shit. Like, and then people will just tear the sign off and then be like, "Oh, there wasn't a sign," and then the law's like, "Oh, there wasn't a sign." Like, what do you mean? He just tore the sign off. It's just thrown on the ground like 5 feet behind where it was. Like, what do you mean? Oh no, there's not a sign. Sign wasn't prominently. Yeah, bro, shit's dumb. Shit pisses me off.
Oh, so I'm gonna have to get.
You need 600 signs. Like, what? My yard's tiny. Like, yeah, if I can see grass, doesn't count. Got to cover all everything touchable. Like, that's undoable.
I need 6 signs.
Yeah, but the problem is, like I said, they'll just take the sign and throw it somewhere and then be like, there wasn't a sign. And it's not legal to booby trap your signs. So, like, bro, that's what I mean,
No,
bro. These problems are like
inside.
systemic. It's
I
like,
could
oh,
put it
you
inside
can't
and then-
protect your property unless it's like prominently displayed with no trespassing signs. Like, okay, like, yeah, and that was a whole bunch of them. Like, fucking what? Like, yeah, okay, I did it. Like, yeah, but they just throw the signs on the ground. And, well, you have to be prominently displayed or they don't count. Like, yeah, but you don't, like, they just grab the sign and throw it on the ground, and now it's not. And, oh, but they have to be prominently displayed. Like, okay, can I like booby trap my signs? And no, it's not legal to set traps. Like, bro, everything is geared for fucking shit scum people to fucking have the easiest life.
Yeah.
Just that Democrat mindset, bro. Like, we
That's
need the
why when
shittiest, neediest, because you can always get your fucking leech to vote the way you want it to. I just need to bring up shame parties and running people out of town. I actually thought about it, bro. You know, you could actually like very easily run a person out of town in modern day, like without any kind of violence or violation of any kind of laws. And like, it's very simple. If every business in a location exercises their right to refuse you service, there's no way you can survive in a location. You know what I mean? Like, you go down to the grocery store and you get to the register and they're like, oh, it's you. You're not allowed to shop here. So you can't buy food. Go down to the gas station, put gas in your car, and the guy behind the register looks at you and goes, wait a minute. You're that guy. We're sorry, you're not allowed to shop here. Can't put gas in your car. Can't put food in your mouth. I mean, yeah, you know, you'd have things like Walmart that just don't care because like the dollar is king, which would make it harder to do, but you could at least strong arm some of it through with small businesses. See, this is why small businesses are way better and corporations are dog shit. Like, well, not corporations, but like big mega corporations are dog shit. Because like some small businesses are corporations. A corporation just like dictates what type of business entity it is. So like that's bad terminology to use. It conveys an unclear position.
Imagine spending 15 years. It's a Thursday night in Kaiser, Oregon, and a man named Brandon Best is standing in the doorway of a Lego store asking for the keys. The store belongs or belonged until about a minute ago, to a woman named Crystal Gorman and her husband Benjamin. They bought the franchise in early 2023. Now they're planning to move overseas, and they had gone to corporate to talk about selling. Corporate seemed open to it, friendly even. Now there's a man at the door asking for the keys. The word police is in the air, and there's a promise being made that an inventory will be taken, that everyone will be made whole, that all of this is perfectly routine. Behind them, on the shelves, filling every surface they had, is a Lego collection that does not belong to the Gormans. It does not belong to corporate. It belongs to an 83-year-old man in failing health. It's been left with this store to be sold a piece at a time on his family's behalf.
Shit.
Roughly $200,000 of vintage Star Wars by the family's count. 780 sets, more than 1,200 minifigures, a decade of one man's life stacked floor to ceiling. That is the night as the Gormans tell it, and, for the better part of 2 years, as the Gormans tell it, was all anyone had. One side's word about a quiet Thursday. Except the Gormans were on the phone that night, and the phone was recording. This week, they played it. The voice on the recording belongs to a man they name as Corporate's Director of Operations. The Gormans tell him in their words that what is happening to them feels like a threat, and the voice does not deny it. In a way, it agrees. It is. I have spent most of my career in a quieter corner of law, copyright and licensing, the unglamorous machinery of who owns what. A recording like that, dropping into a dispute like this one, sounds a lot like a coffee cup being set down very, very slowly. One thing once, so I don't keep repeating it. Nothing here has been decided by a court. A complaint is one side talking. A recording is evidence only once somebody proves it's real. I'll say alleged where it matters and trust you to remember it everywhere else. What happened this week is that the story moved indoors into courtrooms. There are now 2 lawsuits pointing in opposite directions, and a court order I'll get to that I read twice to be sure I had it right. Nearly every chapter that follows is the same shape. Somebody convinced they were winning made a choice that made things worse. Part 1. The recording and the people who made it. The reason that recording carries a weight is the reason it almost didn't exist. Until this week, the claim that corporate, not a local franchisee, but Bricks and Minifigs corporate, the entity called BAM Franchising, had its hands on that store reached us through one channel, Reckless Ben, the YouTuber. And Ben, whatever you make of him, is a narrator telling a story he is paid in attention to tell. An interested source. The Gormans are a different kind of source. They are the counterparties. They were standing in the room, and the man they name on that call is no bit player, Kai McAllister, who they say is corporate's Director of Operations, speaking the night of the transaction about the very obligation now in dispute. What he said has a name in a courtroom, an admission by a party opponent. The ordinary rule is that you can't repeat what someone said outside of court to prove it's true. That's hearsay, and we keep hearsay out. But there's a big and old exception. When the other side says something, you can use it against them, and it comes in cleanly. The logic is almost folksy. If it hurts...
How is that folksy? That's like basic legal shit. Anything you can and say will be used against you.
ZZZZ.
Anything you say can and will be used against you. Because the system sucks.
hurts your own case, you probably weren't lying when you said it. A recorded statement by a company's director of operations the night of the transaction about whether the company was taking this on, if it's authentic, is not gossip. It gets marked as an exhibit and read back to a witness very slowly. Set 2 things corporate has said next to one another. Its public line is that it never knew about this consignment. And the collection had been publicly promoted in the press, on the store's own social media, a year before any of this. We never knew about it. We advertised it. There's a rule further down in this story that turns those
We
two
never knew
sentences
about
from
it.
an
We
awkwardness
advertised
into
it.
something that may decide who owns the collection. For now, just keep those two views in view. The Gormans did one more thing this week. They sued. They filed against corporate in Utah for wrongful termination, seizure of the store, having their reputations trashed. They're now plaintiffs on the attack. Their names will turn up again later in a different courtroom on the other side of the V. Part 2, the repossession and the two things in the building. The other side has an argument now made in writing, and it is better than the internet is giving it credit for. So here it is at its strongest. Corporate's account of that Thursday night is not, we showed up and grabbed a healthy store. It's this. The Gormans were in default, behind on the payments to buy the location, behind on royalties for months, owing tens of thousands more. The complaint puts the total north of $175,000. On that account, what happened wasn't a heist, it was a repossession, a franchisor enforcing its contract against an operator who stopped paying. And if that's true, the repossession may be perfectly lawful. Franchise agreements let a franchisor terminate and take back a defaulting store. Taking your store back because you didn't pay for it is not theft. On the store itself, they may be standing on solid ground. But there were two different things in that building on Thursday night, and the law treats them completely differently. The first is the store, the fixtures, the franchise, the business. Corporate may be entitled to take that back. The second is the old man's Lego collection, and that was never the Gormans to lose. Start with the oldest analogy there is. You hand your coat to the coat check at a restaurant. You still own the coat. The restaurant
You
is just
still
holding it.
own the
There's a word for
coat.
that. Bailment. And the holder has duties. Keep it safe. Give it back. What it cannot do is treat your coat as its own and sell it. If it does, that's a tort with an
Incoming
old
ad
name,
break.
conversion. Exercising ownership over a thing that isn't yours. And consignment is a bailment in commercial clothes. The family's Legos were the coat, the store was the coat check. That's the family's side of it. Corporate has now added a layer. In its lawsuit, it doesn't just say we repossessed a store, it says it held a signed security agreement that when the Gormans bought the franchise, they pledged the store's entire inventory to corporate as collateral, the way you pledge a house to the bank when you take a mortgage. And it says that when it repossessed, it took those assets as what the law calls a bona fide purchaser, a good faith buyer for value, without notice of anybody else's claim. There's one more piece of machinery, and it's the piece almost nobody outside the profession knows about. When you hand goods to a store on consignment, the law does not simply protect you on trust. Under the commercial code, in a lot of cases, you are expected to file a notice, a one-page public document called a financing statement, a UCC-1, announcing to the world these goods in that store are mine. It costs about $20. It exists for exactly this situation. If you file it, the store's other creditors are on notice, and they can't sweep up your goods when the store goes under. If you don't file it, then in many circumstances, a creditor or good faith buyer who didn't know about your consignment can take your goods free and clear, and your only recourse is to chase the person who put them there. So the whole case may turn on a $20 piece of paper that, as far as anyone has shown, no one filed. That is corporate's real argument, stripped of the press release language. We were the secured creditor, we took the inventory in good faith, without notice of any consignment. An unfiled, undisclosed consignment doesn't beat us. As a matter of doctrine, that's not frivolous. It's the kind of argument that could win a case. But it runs into two problems. Here's the first, and it's where those two sentences from a few minutes ago come back. Corporate's secured creditor argument depends on the phrase, without notice. They didn't know. But their rule has an exception. A buyer or creditor who actually knew about the consignment doesn't get the protection. And corporate, a year before any of this, promoted the collection, put it in the press, posted it. A plaintiff's lawyer stands up, plays that marketing back, and asks how a company can have notice and not have notice at the same time. The two sentences that merely looked awkward, "we never knew" and "we advertised it," are the crack in the bona fide purchaser defense. The second problem cuts the other way. Corporate also offers a much simpler story about where the Legos went, and it's an uncomfortable one for the family's side. It says its own review of the store's old sales records show that the original franchisee, Crystal, sold most of the collection herself before any repossession, somewhere around $50-some thousand of similar inventory, and may simply have not paid the family for it. On that theory, the wrong here, if there is one, isn't a corporate theft at all. It's a private failure between the family and the Gormans, and corporate is a bystander who took back a nearly empty store. They say they found less than $5,000 of Star Wars on site when they walked in. The Gormans tell that part differently, and their version is more careful than you'd expect. In their lawsuit, they don't deny the collection had been getting sold down. That's the point of a consignment. You sell it piece by piece over time. By their account, roughly half the collection had been sold before the takeover, and the proceeds for those sales had been paid to the family. What was left in the store on the night of the seizure, they say, was still on the order of $100,000 to $125,000 in sets, and they say they documented it that night, photograph by photograph, more than 200 of them. So the two sides aren't fighting about whether sales happened, they're fighting about whether the family got paid for all of them and how much was still on the shelves when the locks changed. A narrow, sharp dispute. Narrow disputes are the ones that get decided on documents and by juries. Which is what's strange about this case. There are documents. The tidy headline, "A corporation stole an old man's $200,000 collection," is now a contested question with several candidate answers. Corporate converted what is left. A buyer without notice lawfully swept it up. The accounting between the family and the Gormans never fully closed. And sitting underneath all three are recordings, photographs, spreadsheets, ring camera timestamps. Both sides building evidence, building a record since the first night. Most of these questions get answered on paper, not by a podcast. But then there's the live stream. Then the CEO went on a live stream for hours.
Oof.
His name is Emin McNeff. He opened by apologizing to the family. He offered mediation. He asked everyone to put
You
their
never
documents on the
apologize.
table. Read coldly, the first half is a man lowering the temperature. Then there are three moments. The first is the consignment. There's that recording of a corporate figure appearing to take it on. McNeff's move is to reclassify that person as a low-level employee whose offhand comment can't bind the company. On the principle, he's right. A stock clerk's stray remark usually can't rewrite a company's contract, but the Gormans say that person isn't a clerk. He's the director of operations. The defense now rests on a fact. This man was junior, that the other side says it can break with an org chart. A defense resting on a fact the other side can disprove is not a place you want to be. The second is the photographs. The hosts pressed him on timestamp images that appear to show the collection in the store at the relevant time. His answer was roughly, "These are old promotional photos, and anyway, images can be doctored." And in the same breath that he wasn't sure he'd even seen the specific images. That evidence is unreliable, and I haven't looked at the evidence. Cannot share a sentence. You can attack a piece of evidence, or you can admit you haven't examined it. Both at once reads as a guess. The third, they asked him a simple question. Knowing what you know now, would you settle?
The insanity that, like, any of this would transpire without, like, the active consultation of legal. Like, you're talking a, like, multi-million-dollar corporation with huge franchises that, like, the fact that the CEO is coming out and saying anything with his mouth just tells you that these people are fucking stupid as the day is long, bro. Like, because especially like coming out to like try and run defense for themselves or something. No, you're stupid. That's the stupidest thing you could ever possibly done. You should have just had a legal consultation with your Yeah, I mean, a company that big, you should
like a
have
notary or an
you
like
should have
a
like
financial
you
advisor or
should have
something.
attorneys on retainer. I don't mean the company
Yeah,
attorneys on retainer. They're awesome though, and anybody who carries firearms out there, I recommend attorneys on retainer more than USCCA by far. USCCA can drop you because legally they cannot insure the commission of a crime. Attorneys on retainer are just simply that. They are attorneys on retainer. So there's no weird anything you can't be dropped, nothing. You can have actually committed a crime and contractually they are still allowed to defend you. So USCCA, they'll say, "Oh, well, you've been charged of a crime, and our coverage ends at the commission of a crime, so you're not covered." We've all seen the fucking shit show of the
yeah,
various people they just like sent up the river. Oh, well, it says you were charged with committing a crime. Well, yeah, of course they have to charge me to take it to court. Oh, yeah, well, we can't put money into your defense because you did a crime. Like, there's no proof I did a crime. That's what the defense is supposed to do. Yeah, no, well, we can't. Nope, sorry, you're dropped. Yeah, don't waste your time with that. Attorneys on retainer. They're just simply that. They're attorneys, and you're keeping them on retainer. They offer their service for very low amounts of money because they use a payment scheme the same as USCCA. You have a whole bunch of people who are all subscribing, and almost none of them are ever going to actually need your service. So the many who don't end up ever needing it are paying for the proceedings for the few who do use it. It's smart. Attorneys it's smart, bro. Like, that's a smart attorney move right there. Like, skis up a subscription. But like again, it's smart. Like you've got bigwig attorneys out there. Yeah, they may take like one person on, and like they charge an absolute fuck ton, and they earn generational wealth. But like, bro, I think you're making way more when you've got like 10 million people who are all paying you $20 a month. Like, smaller gains from bigger pool almost always yields better return, so long as the difference in pool sizes are exponential, as is generally the difference between like the top 1% and the rest of everybody. There's just more money to make from making a little bit of money from everybody than there is trying to make a couple big tickets off of the like mega rich. Granted, with the way like all of that works in reality, you can make like one transaction with the mega rich and then just retire. So like there's differences, but I'm talking in the sense of like a smart business structure. Way better off being a readily accessible service to the masses than a highly limited service to only the elite.
Toker looking into this bricks and minifigs scumbag
You're
shit.
looking at butts.
Make it go away for the sake of the
Maybe.
I mean,
Maybe.
it's accurate. These people are butts.
Yeah, they are. You know, they're terrible.
I would argue probably unwiped.
Oh, no, there's no probable about it. It's definitely unwiped. Probably never been wiped. Don't even know what water is.
Right? Team thick crust.
Right, exactly.
the
Right,
franchisees
ultra
getting
crusty.
hammered. He wouldn't answer.
Well, we're
You had
watching in real
1340?
time as their shit armor gets washed off.
He gave a speech about integrity. When there's litigation in the air, the reason a lawyer keeps a client off of live, unscripted interviews isn't a belief that the client...
Yeah, but that's what I was getting at, bro. You're a huge company. You should have just a lawyer. The fucking CEO
Yeah,
shouldn't
yeah.
be out there saying fucking
Yeah.
anything. It should just be his lawyer,
Right.
like, my client refuses to comment.
Right,
Like-
right. Well, we won't comment on that right now.
Right? Like, what do you have to say about
Yeah.
these accusations? They are just that,
comment.
accusations, and beyond that, my client refuses to comment.
My client is not guilty and refuses to comment. Like, that's it. Like, we'll see it in court.
Right? Yeah, like, we'll see this out in court. Everyone have a wonderful day. Like,
All right, thank you for coming in. Like,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like that's usually what they do. Yeah, that's and like what the fuck, man? Like you would think you would think that this Ben guy, this reckless Ben, because he's
client is
done this
guilty,
shit in the
it's that
past and
everything
dealt with
said
all this
becomes
stuff
evidence,
with
and
multiple
evidence
other
runs in
like
one
companies and
direction
stuff.
against
You think
the
he would
speaker.
have
You
some
don't win a
retain or
lawsuit on
like
a
some
podcast,
attorney
but you
friends
can
by
lose
now
one.
that would be like,
A
well, we
few
know
days
what he
later,
does,
corporate put out a
The fuck
so
you
might
mean?
as
Why
well
would he
make
have
money.
attorneys? The man clearly just wings it.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, like they see what he does. Like
No,
people
see,
can
this
see what
is
he
his
does.
lesson
Like how
that
he,
he needs to have some attorneys on retainer, which he'll
yeah, he definitely
probably
needs to
do
get.
when he gets back from
Yeah,
Mexico.
yeah, that's probably what he's doing in Mexico, waiting for him to have attorneys on hand here in America so he can go right to his
Well, I mean,
attorney's
you can have
office
an
and be
attorney on
protected.
hand in 5 minutes. It doesn't take shit. You call an attorney and be like, money, and they're like, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that's true. But I mean a good attorney.
Yeah, that just means you need to be able to make that phone call, and then they'd be like, hello, and you'd be like, big money, and they'd be like, yes, sir.
Big money.
Because, like, bro, that's what lawyers do. That's their job. It's where they make their money. Like, fuck. They don't give a fuck if you're right or wrong. But, like, you know, that takes big money. And I'm gonna assume that you know, he's out here like taking loans for $10,000. I don't think he has a lot of like liquid. I don't think he has great liquidity at the current moment. Granted, after the blow up of this and several, you know, multi-million view videos,
he
you know, I
probably gonna
figure
have
give it a
some
month
lawyers
or
hitting him up.
two until, you know, that YouTube check cashes, and then like
Well, this is the other thing that we got to remember, dude. Everything that we're seeing has already happened.
yeah, that's a real. Well, no, the Mexico thing, that's like recent, I believe.
I
At
don't
least
know,
as
dude.
far
I
as
don't,
like the whatever the
as we
understanding.
know.
Well, no, because
Yeah,
it
like,
all scales like 18 months. I think that's recent.
well,
Because like you can look up the GoFundMe. That'll date it. Like there's numerous ways you can date it. It's not even worth like talking about.
yeah, no. But like I was just saying, like the videos are like months of like stuff that he
No,
goes
it's
through before he
been
ever puts it out.
18
So.
months. Well, I mean, I don't know when they all came out because like I don't have his. I'm not on his Patreon, so like you don't know when they came out.
Well, no, dude. The one video, he's like, "Oh, we had already done this 4 months ago, and now we're back here at this phone call." Like they had already, you know what I mean?
But my point
Like
remains.
that's what I'm
You
saying.
don't know
So
what
like some
his
of
Patreon
we don't
is.
know
It
when.
could be every daily video dumped on the
Yeah, true.
Patreon.
True.
That's what I'm saying.
True.
So
Yeah,
you're just like wasting time
yeah.
speculating on shit that's irrelevant.
Good
Like I
point.
don't know why you
Good
love to
point.
wander out into the weeds and just like thrash around.
Well, I meant like we as like because we don't have the Patreon, we just have this information of that. We
Yeah,
don't know
and
what's
none
on
of
his
it matters
Patreon.
anyway. Like
It's true. Yeah, what matters is what
like
the fuck
the time frame really doesn't matter. What I'm getting at is his video didn't blow up until like the last couple days. Because hold on, where am I at in this? I'm 14 minutes in. Sorry, I just don't want to lose my place. I got to go back a video.
14.
Here's everything you need to know about 007
Shut
first.
up. Don't add
Still
it
staying
me.
up late gaming solo with
No.
It's gonna add inside you.
It fucking
Still-
it tried to.
2 days ago.
That's the Rico. No, I want the video in between. I hate you, YouTube.
Here's everything you need to know about 007 first.
I gotta
Light
go
and
fucking hit. Shut up. When did this guy make his other video? This one, 7 days ago. In this first video, he mentions that Reckless Ben video was only at like a couple 100,000 views, which is good. I'm not like bashing that. Like,
Yeah, but now it's at a
now
million.
it's like 2.6.
Yeah,
Last night it was at 2.6 million. So
Yeah.
it basically tenfolded in a week. and it's only picking up steam because you have
Yeah,
huge
because
people
I mean, look at
talking
the
about it.
crazy shit. Yeah,
Fucking, you have Charlie, you have
yeah,
Asman, you
fucking
have
Asman. Yeah,
yeah, you have people with
yeah.
millions and millions of fucking viewers seeing
Subscribers.
this
Yeah,
and now going and subbing the channel, watching the video. Smaller people
and being like,
talking
"Yo, what
about
the
it. This
fuck
guy,
is
that
happening?"
guy,
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
whoever, fucking.
I'm watching it. You're
That's what
watching
I
it.
mean.
Like
Yeah,
I'm
it's
live right
just
now watching you watch it while I'm watching it.
Well, like, yeah, so now those videos, they're just stacking on
Yeah, dude, it's
dollars,
getting fucking, dude.
essentially.
It's
So like, yeah,
honestly,
I would say give it a, give it a month or two, and when those YouTube checks come through for a bunch of multi-million view videos,
yeah, he's gonna have some serious GoFundMe.
fuck, bro, he'll have
He's gonna.
attorneys on
I wouldn't.
retainer,
I
I
wouldn't.
assume.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't put it past.
Put out
I
a
wouldn't put
written
it past
statement that
Charlie
made
or
the same
Asman to
settlement
hit him
point.
up personally and be like, "Need a lawyer? I know some." Because, like, dude, they've got their fucking business lawyers and shit. So, like, they probably could connect him to one of them, and then those motherfuckers probably know other motherfuckers.
No,
You know
I'm
what
gonna
I
be
mean?
real. Those dudes probably have like good, normal
Good
business
attorneys.
lawyers.
Mhm.
If you really want to win something like that, you want
The best.
no, you want like an Indian or an Armenian or something similar. Maybe a Jewish lawyer. And people are gonna probably, oh my god, racist. Nah, shut up. I don't even care what you people think, bro. Some people are just really good at some shit, and those people are just better than like everybody else at that particular shit, bro. Jewish lawyers, Armenian lawyers, and Indian lawyers, like India, Asia, India.
Yeah.
Those dudes will just absolutely just peel apart the stitching of any kind of legal statute at a level that is like indescribable, to the point that like they'll do a crime, you can prove they did the crime, and they'll be like, yeah, but see, when you deconstruct the statute as it's laid out, bamboozlery and witchcraft, ooga booga, not guilty. And somehow they fucking win it. Like, I'm not even kidding, bro. The dudes are just savagely business savvy to a level that the average
Like,
person
all right,
just
this part
can't
not
comprehend.
illegal. This part not illegal.
Yeah,
This part not
yeah,
illegal. None of this was
exactly.
illegal. Now you're telling me I put all this together, it's illegal?
No,
What?
no, yeah, like exactly. They'll do some shit like that, and then at the same time, and they'll be like, and while all this is going on, I'm filing a counter lawsuit to countersue you for all expenses. And yeah, no, they play wild hardball when it comes to legal stuff. You want to absolutely just ruin a fucking big business's day? Come at them with one of them lawyers.
Dude, this shit's fucking crazy, though, what's going on, though. Like, I can't believe what's happening to fucking Ben. I can't believe what's happening to that fucking poor man and, like, his family. Like, that
And
shit's
like,
fucking
if
wild.
this was 15 years ago, I'd have a lawyer to recommend. But he's dead now, so that doesn't help. But that man make an absolute mockery of a courtroom.
Probably walk in there with a Hawaiian shirt stained in fucking
you
nacho cheese.
You walk in smelling like Dracar Noir.
Family,
Okay.
a lawyer.
Like the Dracar
That
Noir
would've been
wave
great,
hits
though.
you when he
Could-
pulls in the parking lot. Like, you know, he
Oh,
arrived.
damn.
He
just drives a bottle of Dracar Noir.
He constantly flew to fucking Egypt carrying the maximum amount of cash legally carryable, and yeah, no, he was
Set
He
aside
was
for a
one of
moment who's
them
right.
kind of
Look
lawyers,
at the
like
decisions
skirt
as
the
decisions.
absolute
By a
razor's
family's
edge of
account, this was a
legality
consignment.
and
Corporate
like
never
no
paid for the
shame.
collection.
It's
Returning
like,
it
yeah,
would
but it's
cost
not
essentially
illegal.
nothing. Against that near zero
Like,
downside.
but it looked really bad and could quite possibly be fraudulent. Well, you'll have to prove it's fraudulent, and other than that, it's not illegal. Like, yeah, that's the kind of lawyer you want. You want someone who can play hardball with companies like that. You want somebody who knows how those people operate. You want one of those
somebody
people.
that's as
He'll know
grimy as
like
they are.
they'll start saying something and it'll be like he'll start laughing like I already know this, and then just like dismantle it right there and like yeah no they're the shadiest scummiest people that walk the fucking earth, but you know sometimes they're doing
what you
shady
need.
for good.
Yeah, you need the good shady, not the bad
Right.
shady.
They're not the shady, or they're not the lawyer we deserve. Or wait, no.
No, they're
Yes,
not the
but they're the
lawyer
lawyer we
want.
need.
Yeah,
They're not the lawyer we deserve,
but they're the
lawyer we need.
Exactly. And then like the lawyer cuts it, justice.
Right, justice for my client. And then he countersues for like $500 million, and the client's now the owner of Bricks and Minifigs.
Oh, dude, that'd be terrible. Also,
Bro, that's
awesome.
the kind of shit they'll do. They do like very malicious.
Like I bet like
shit.
terrible for like like what a terrible situation to be in,
A
but like
brand
dude,
that-
awesome for the winner.
Yeah, no, you
Like,
don't want to
now
find
you own a
yourself on the
corporation.
other side,
But
from
like that would
an
suck because like if
agitated,
you don't know
feisty
if you don't know
lawyer.
shit about a corporation, dog, like owning a corporation out of nowhere is just like, now I got a lot of responsibility.
Not really. And like the long and short, at the end of the day, you can pretty much just like dissolve the corporation, and beyond that, everything else washes away. I mean, other than like this situation where they're like desperately trying to hold on to someone's physical assets, like, yeah, no, you can't just dissolve your way out of that. But like debts and all kinds of stuff like that, yeah, you can just like close up the company like they tried to do at the end there. Oh, we just shut it down. Yeah, see, you can actually do that
you know what?
to skirt
You know
all
what's even
kinds of
funnier?
business-related weight if you're a
You
corporation.
know what's even funnier? The fact
but
that like
doesn't get you out of physical holding of someone's asset.
but like, dude, if Bricks and Minifigs, like if these people did get a lawyer and they ended up losing Bricks and Minifigs to these people and these people gained it, dude, these people would be able to like rebuild Bricks and Minifigs into something good. Because like everybody would be like, oh, so like good people want it. Let's just like help them rebuild it all.
To achieve that would be quite a feat because they're like a $400 million company, and
I know.
It would be hard to manifest $400
but
million
I mean, this is a really
worth
high
of damages. Although after 2 years of
like the
battling
corruption
and
nonsense,
bullshit,
and like
you'd
all the
probably
problems they're
you'd have
dealing
to
with,
do
the
it with, like,
harassment by police,
multiple-
like
you'd have to attack
Nice to
something like
meet
that
you.
from multiple
I'm
avenues.
Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
yeah, like because well, there's multiple avenues to attack it from. I mean, like they're being attacked on many different fronts. You know what I mean? Their fucking
still,
livelihoods at stake.
I don't know
The
if you
fucking
could
health is at
blow
stake.
100 grand up to 400 million.
I mean,
that's wild. That's a hefty. Not even Legos inflate that much in value.
I mean, some people don't deserve $1 million companies. All right, and like,
I mean,
they
I
need to lose
agree.
it.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, if this is the guy who's the main guy doing all this,
there's other ways you could achieve that. You achieve that by,
because like he
you
tried
have
to
to
destroy that
have
one
to
kid's
create a
life with
convincing
heroin.
enough argument for like the IRS to step in for fraud investigation. And then,
bro, is this not a fraud situation? Is he not being fraudulent with this fucking?
Bro, it takes a lot to get the government to fucking step in, and even then, like generally little like happens. A good example: when I was growing up, my childhood best friend's dad and stepmom ran a clinic for illegal immigrants, and basically, no matter what it was a like pregnancy clinic, shocking, an anchor baby clinic, one might call it.
Mm.
And fucking bro, these people would come in, and like no matter what it was, his dad would file the fucking billing to the state for every possible procedure that could have been done. Every single time people came in Southern California, where there's millions of illegal immigrants.
That's weird. Why was that not picked up sooner?
Because they don't pick shit up fast at all. When they finally did figure it out, they got audited. Shocking. And they came in and went, this is all Medicaid fraud. All of this, like everything you've done here is like fraud. And they were basically like, so here's what we'll do. My buddy's dad, you're not allowed to work here anymore because you did all of this. All right. You're not allowed to work here anymore. The mom was an actual like trained doctor, and the other people that worked there were doctors. So like they had nothing to do with billing. It was just him. They're like, this is all on you. You can't work here anymore. He was like, okay. And they're like, all right, have a good day.
What? That's it? I thought there would be more to the story here. Have a great day. What?
Showed up, they were like, okay, this is all fraud. And he was like, oh. They're like, yeah. So you did all the billing? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, all right, you can't work here anymore. Got it. I quit.
Right.
Okay. Have a great day. Have a great day, ladies and gentlemen. Democrat justice system at work. Like, you've been robbing us for a decade.
I'm continuing this.
For mountains of money. Like, you can't work here anymore. Yeah, now he lives in the Virgin Islands.
Oh, I mean, obviously he had a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't take it, did they? They just said you're fired. I mean, you have to quit now.
Hey, you can't work here anymore, or we won't allow the clinic to operate. And he was like, okay,
my wife can still work here though, right? Like, yeah, like, okay, well then I'm gonna go live in the Virgin Islands. And
no, she lives in the Virgin Islands with him now. It was just, it wasn't even a slap on a wrist. They basically came in and they were like, you have to retire. And he was already like in his like 50s or 60s. So like he was retirement age. So basically, yeah, they just stepped in and were like, okay, you've committed millions of dollars in fucking Medicare fraud. You need to retire. All right, have a great day, sir.
Right, retire now. Good night, goodbye. Wow, that's wild. All right, I'm continuing.
By its own press releases, did over $95 million in revenue, now buried under videos with millions of views, review bombing, franchisees reportedly threatened, a leaked internal memo. For weeks.
That's funny. The gears move.
Fucking live. You can't write a live. Yes, you can. He's wrong. You can totally write a live. You can write a script for a live stream, but it's not always going to happen that the live stream is going to go to the script. But you know what I mean? Like,
no, you could totally like script a live, but I mean, it's live. So anything that gets ad-libbed is definitely ad-libbed.
Exactly.
I would argue that whether it's scripted or not doesn't change it being a live. Live would be the like delivery mechanism. It's being delivered to you live. There's no editing going on, or if there is editing, it's like filters that are just overlaid on live feed.
Yeah, like, oh, it's a little dark here. Let's fucking brighten the contrast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I'm going back in.
One for no reason a lawyer could see.
Returning it would cost essentially nothing.
Corporate didn't just defend, it has now sued. The case is BAM Franchising and Others versus Benjamin Schneider and others, filed in Utah's 4th District Court in Provo and by Dentons, one of the largest law firms on the planet. You don't put Dentons on a Lego dispute unless you intend to spend. The party list tells its own story. On the plaintiff's side, the corporate entity, both McNeff brothers personally, the CEO and the COO, and the local operators, Josh Johnson and Brandon Best, and their company. On the defendant's side, Ben Schneider, the man, and Reckless Ben, LLC, the company. the business and the human being, which is how you get to somebody's actual money. Then Brian Mansell, the collector's son, then Victor Nguyen, who sits beside Ben in the videos. And then a category the law calls does, John Does 1 through 15. A John Doe defendant is a placeholder, a blank seat at the table for someone the plaintiff means to name later, once discovery reveals who they are. You sue the Does to hold the door open. The complaint is specific about who it expects to walk through it. It defines a collective it calls the Schneider Group, which is Ben's crew, his contractors, the people in the costumes and behind the cameras, some of the Does. And it names as potential Does 1 through 15, Crystal and Benjamin Gorman. The Gormans sued Corporate this week. Corporate this week named the Gormans as future defendants in its own suit. The same two people are plaintiffs in one courtroom and targets in the one next door. Everyone in this has now sued or been sued by nearly everyone. Then there's the claim itself, and it corrects something, including what I said in the last installment and maybe what you've been assuming. For weeks, the word in the air was racketeering, RICO. Against a YouTuber, it sounded absurd, a cannon at a slap fight. And when the actual criminal charges came out, there was no racketeering in them, so racketeering looked dead. But now it's the lead count in Corporate's new lawsuit. The first cause of action is civil RICO. RICO comes in two flavors. Criminal RICO is the prosecutor charging you with prison on the table, the mob statute everyone pictures.
The
Civil
mob
RICO
statute
is a private party suing you for money over the same kind of conduct. Same family of law, but different posture entirely. The prosecutor here brought small misdemeanors. The company brought the big civil RICO suit. Civil RICO is a fearsome thing to have pointed at you because if it lands, the damages are automatically tripled and the loser pays the winner's attorney's fees. It's built into it on purpose. To win, you show an enterprise, a group associated together running a pattern of underlying crimes. Corporate's complaint is maximalist. It lists predicate act after predicate act. Extortion, fraud, forgery, criminal simulation, deceptive business practices, obstruction of justice. 10 causes of action in all. The RICO claim, then defamation, false light, civil conspiracy, tortious interference, civil stalking, nuisance, and trespass, each asking $250,000 or more before the tripling. The ammunition is Ben's own videos. They're attached to the complaint as exhibits. The thing Ben made to win the court of public opinion is now Exhibit C in a court of law. It's the live stream lesson again, aimed this time at the hero. Ben on camera says he and Mansell have to do something illegal. In the complaint, Ben on camera
there was
tells
the fucking
corporate
millions
they
of
can do
dollars.
this the easy way or the hard way, and the complaint sets that line beside an image from his own video of an explosion at corporate headquarters and calls it a threat. Ben on camera narrates a switcheroo, a friend dressed identically so the police arrest the wrong man, and the complaint files it under obstruction of justice. The disguises, the fake delivery uniform used to get a signature, the deep faked apology video, the fake raffle, the we steal from old people company. Every stunt that made the original video delightful is re-indexed here as a predicate act. The spine of the extortion theory is a single alleged sentence. Corporate says that in a recorded settlement call, the Gormans told them that unless Corporate paid a $300,000 demand, they would, quote, not be able to control the documentarian from releasing damaging and doctored videos. If that sentence was said and recorded, it is the most dangerous sentence in the saga for Ben's side. It is what lets a court recast a journalist's pressure campaign as the muscle of an extortion conspiracy. It is also the thread back to the Gormans. It's why they're potential does. Now the other side of it, because civil RICO is the largest hammer in the box, and judges know it. There's a long, tired tradition of plaintiffs dressing ordinary defamation and harassment cases in RICO's clothes for triple damages, and a fair share of those claims get thrown out early because a business dispute is not a crime syndicate. This one may get trimmed the same way, but it is not a joke filing. It is a serious, well-funded 10-count complaint that has turned Ben's greatest asset, his footage, into the other side's evidence binder. And then there's the order. Remember the leaked memo where corporate talked about getting the videos pulled down? The same day it filed, corporate asked Judge Tony Graff for an emergency restraining order, and the next day, the 28th, he signed it. Granted before Ben's side ever entered the room, which is what ex parte means. One side in an emergency before the other side is heard. Much of what the order does is ordinary. Stop making death and bomb threats, stop publishing home addresses, stop doxing. Stay 1,000 yards back from the stores and the homes. Quit impersonating delivery drivers and police officers. If that were the whole order, it would be unremarkable. Courts restrain conduct like that all the time, and threats and trespass aren't speech the First Amendment loses sleep over. But the order doesn't stop at that conduct. Down in the lettered paragraphs near the end, the court does two further things. It restrains the defendants from creating or posting, going forward, content about the company that the order calls false, misleading, harassing, or defamatory, and it orders them to take down the videos that are already up, to pull the existing publications off of every platform. When a court orders speech taken down, it forbids it before publication. The law has a name for it, a prior restraint, and it is about the most disfavored thing an American court can do to expression. The presumption against it is enormous. The usual rule, going back for the better part of a century, is that the remedy for speech you say is false is not to stop the presses, it's to let the words out and sue for defamation afterwards, where the speaker gets to defend them. Ordering material down in advance before any trial has found a single word of it false is close to the thing the First Amendment was written to prevent. Courts have refused to enjoin the publication of stolen Pentagon documents on facts no weaker than a business says these videos defame it. The timing sharpens it. The takedown was granted ex parte, before Ben's side said a word, on a finding that corporate is substantially likely to prevail, a likelihood measured after hearing from exactly one of two sides. And at the end of the order, the judge waived the bond. Normally, an order this powerful, this fast, requires security, money set aside in case it turns out you were wrong and gagged someone you shouldn't have. The order recites that no bond is needed because defendants face no legitimate harm from being restrained. The harm of a channel ordered dark before trial by an order the other side never got to contest, recorded as no legitimate harm at all. So, the read. The conduct pieces, threats, doxing, the 1,000-yard line, are likely to survive. The two speech paragraphs, the forward gag and the takedown, sit on shaky constitutional grounds, and it would be a surprise to see it survive in that form once Ben's side briefs it at the injunction hearing. There is, right now, a signed order commanding a journalist to take his reporting down. The parts of Ben that are hard to defend are coming. That order is not one of them. Part 5, the other lawsuit, the one the Gormans wrote. For weeks, the Gormans were the quiet ones, names mentioned, voices on a recording, never the authors of anything. That changed. They filed their own lawsuit against corporate in a specialized Utah court for business disputes. It is not a thin grievance. It is a careful, heavily documented 12-count complaint, built to answer the story corporate is telling. The spine of it inverts corporate's "they just stopped paying." The Gormans say the defaults weren't theirs. They say the defaults were manufactured. When they bought the store, corporate was supposed to hand over two unglamorous essential things, the store's bank account and the lease. They allege corporate never properly did either. The bank account froze because the transfer paperwork was never returned, so the automatic royalty payments couldn't come out. The lease stayed in corporate's name, so when rent bounced, the notices went to corporate, and corporate didn't tell them. You can't pay from an account you don't control on a lease that isn't yours for problems nobody tells you about. And those non-payments became the grounds for termination. The complaint puts it this way: create the breach, conceal the breach, then terminate for the breach. The Gormans say the director of operations admitted the key piece on tape. On a recorded call, they allege, he said of the lease is technically in our name still. If the recording is real, that is corporate's own operations chief confirming the exact failure the Gormans say manufactured their default. The live stream lesson once more: this time pointed back at corporate by the people it repossessed. There's more on that recording by their account. When the husband asked whether corporate's approach sounded like grace, the operations man said it sounded like a threat. In a way it is. He warned that if they fought back, he'd make their lives shit. When they raised the consignment, the old man's Legos, he waved it off as the new operator's problem. The new owner takes on all that liability. When they later worried aloud about going public, he reminded them there'd be legal consequences if they defamed the company. Each of those, if the tape is real, is a line a litigator dreams of catching the other side saying. Then the piece that goes at corporate's favorite defense. Corporate's secured creditor argument leans on being a legitimate operator who took the inventory in good faith. The Gormans go further upstream. They say the whole franchise was sold to them on a false representation that Bricks and Minifigs stores were authorized Lego resellers. And they attach the receipt, a written reply from Lego customer service dated February of last year, stating that Bricks and Minifigs isn't affiliated with the Lego group in any way, that Lego has no control over what they do. Corporate's own franchise disclosure document, the Gormans note, admits Lego does not sponsor, authorize, or endorse the chain, while the marketing out front sold the opposite. That's the foundation of their fraud claim that they spent their savings on a Lego franchise Lego never blessed. It's also why the careful habit for you and me has been to write Lego dispute lowercase and to keep the actual Lego group outside of the frame. They've now said in writing that they belong outside of it. On the collection, their complaint is the most precise account we have. They say it started around $250,000, that about half had been sold and paid out before the takeover, that what remained the night the locks were changed was roughly $100,000 to $125,000 in sets. The consignor, they say, had tagged every consigned item with his own identifying stickers, and after the takeover, the new operators peeled those stickers off. They pled that as intent, you don't remove the ownership tags unless you'd rather no one could tell whose goods they were, and they make corporate's accusation in reverse, that corporate told the consignor the Gormans had stolen the sets, and that a recording catches a new operator saying he'd just called corporate in Utah and been told to make exactly that accusation. The slander they allege was scripted from headquarters. Now this is the Gormans' own telling, not a finding, and some of it strains. Their fraud theory has to thread a real needle because the law is wary of fraud claims that are breach of contract claims in costume. There's a doctrine called the economic loss rule built to stop exactly that, and they spend pages getting around it, which tells you they see it coming. And a procedural cloud sits over the whole case. The franchise agreement has an arbitration clause, a promise to resolve disputes privately before an arbitrator instead of open court. The Gormans filed in court anyway and offer 6 separate arguments for why that clause shouldn't bind them. So the first fight in their case may not be about Legos at all. It may be about where the fight happens, in a public courtroom or behind the closed doors of private arbitration. Almost everything anyone has been able to see in this saga, they've been able to see because it was made public, like in court. So set the two complaints side by side. Corporate says the Gormans defaulted, abandoned the store, and conspired with a YouTuber to extort them. The Gormans say corporate sabotaged them, manufactured the default, seized a collection it knew wasn't the Gormans, and scripted the lie that they stole it. Same nights, same recordings, opposite stories. And the same two people are the plaintiffs here and the named and waiting defendants down the hall, suing and being sued over one identical set of Thursday night facts. That's not a normal posture, that's a head-on collision. Now turning the camera on Ben. The skeptical eye has been on corporate for a while because corporate filed the loudest documents this week. Now it belongs on the hero of the original story too. First, the 2 RICOs, because the headlines blurred them. Corporate's civil suit leads with racketeering, the big money lawsuit. But the criminal charges, the ones that could put Ben in a cell, are something much smaller. 4 misdemeanors: stalking, targeted residential picketing, disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, no criminal racketeering at all. One is a company chasing money, the other is a prosecutor who can take your freedom, and the prosecutor did not bring RICO. Look at what the criminal charges are about. Not the Legos, not the theft, but the manner of the pursuit. conduct aimed at one man's house over several days. There's a statute built for that, targeted residential picketing, repeatedly focusing activity directed at a particular residence. Set it against what Ben did by his own footage, the disguise, the staged delivery to get a signature, the sign across from the house, the friend sent to the door posing as a fellow churchgoer. The charges they brought are a tight fit to the documented conduct.
Hold on. I don't think the person who went to the door as a churchgoer was someone Ben knew. That was actually a member.
It wasn't. No, that was it was a member of that guy's
that
church.
he goes to, and he was showing
Yeah,
that.
and he happened to meet. He
was
happened to meet him at a store when he was getting groceries,
Yeah,
and was like, "Oh, dude, you're in this guy's church."
He showed him
the recording of what he
him
said.
like, "Oh,
And
I
he was
swear
like,
to
"What the
God,
fuck?"
I swear on everything." And he's like, "Okay, that's a big thing in
Mormon
devout religious cultures. Like you don't just swear on God and the entirety of everything on some like willy-nilly shit." And yeah, no, the guy was just I believe he was just a member of the Mormon church, and he wasn't like going there to harass him. Yeah, and he was just going there to ask, what did he call him? Brother Joshua. I just coming to ask Brother Joshua if he intends to like keep his promise to God. Like he was just a member of the church there to like, dude,
right, and had nothing to do with any of it, and just was like, well, that's a lot to put on God over some Legos. Like, are you really gonna follow through on this, dude?
Well, no. What do you mean? He's like, she's just straight lying, because he said, I want to give you all the stuff back. I swear to God, I'm going to. I swear on everything. So like, he already said he was going to. Well, why aren't you giving it back then? Is God a joke to you?
Right,
and like, they're the Mormons. That's not like a laughing matter. Like, you don't just make mockery of like the religion. That's their whole thing. That's the reason they're all tightsy is because they're all the same religion and whatever, blah blah. So like, yeah, that's I can see why that guy kind of wanted some answers. Like, whoa, what is this hypocrisy? I thought we're supposed to be the like, you know, the good intentioned, benevolent, like religious people. The Mormons, they go out, they do works, they like help people and shit. Like, they take it very seriously. So like, it wasn't a random person coming to like pretend to be a Mormon. It was him putting him on blast with the actual Mormon community, or at least one member of it.
I mean, he probably definitely fucking showed that to a bunch of the fucking community.
Well, I mean, this shit's everywhere now. People are gonna like hear about it. Oh, Decoy Voice is doing a video about it right now. That's cool.
That's good.
Decoy.
Or reach closer to the opposite. And then there's the one.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. You're gonna have a bajillion people talking about it because, like, it's wild.
In Utah.
Yeah, dude, this is an insane fucking like thing to see actually unfolding right now. Like, how is this happening? Like,
across time, a warrant that
there's got to be at least like fucking
leaving nothing.
I mean, dude, there's got to be at least like 3 or 4 people in the goddamn higher ups of government seeing this already and being like,
well, that's the thing. The government, they don't really have jurisdiction over it. It doesn't become federal until it's like crimes that cross state lines. Until then, it's fucking
dormant.
Step in and dissolve the police station. Like, no.
Well, no, but they're being in a state, it falls to the state. It doesn't become federal
default judgment was never
jurisdiction until it crosses state lines.
You would think somebody from the state would be like in the higher up area.
I mean, to be fair, the easiest way you make it fucking go to the federal level, all you'd have to do is prove that they took any one of the stolen sets across state lines to Utah. Now it's a crime that crosses state lines. It's an interstate crime, and that goes to the FBI.
The body camera footage released with the
but that's just how that works. But you'd have to be able to like prove solid enough that they actually
the department says the cuts were
did a crime that crosses state lines. Not they live in Utah and they did a crime in Oregon. That's just a crime done in Oregon. You have to be able to prove that the commission of the crime has crossed over a border. So if stolen assets you took over the border,
the Mormon mafia,
you could maybe make that
there's a simpler account A small
Maybe.
Well,
department reflexively
where
siding with
are
a
the
local resident
Star
over an
Wars sets?
out-of-state,
Are they in
loudmouth
Oregon
Well, that's the
still?
thing.
who keeps
They
turning
were
up
in
at a
Oregon
private
and they
home
were
with a
sold in
camera
Oregon. So any of
doesn't
the
need a
sold ones,
conspiracy
those
to
are all
explain it.
crimes in Oregon. You would
Familiarity and
have to
repeat
prove
complaints do
they
the work.
have one
The
of
Yeah, but
his
they
double-edged
said
sets
that there was
sword.
100.
and that set is
Both
in
Dude, but they
Utah.
true
said
now,
they
and
said when
refusing
they
to hold
seized the
both
store, there
is
was
how
over
everyone else in this story ended
$125,000
up
of
in a
sets
courtroom.
still in the
The case
store.
Yeah,
against
yeah.
Where
Planned
did
Again,
they
that's in
go?
Oregon.
the recordings, the
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter
but
where
where
they
did
went.
they go?
What do you mean?
the
They stayed in
Windows
Oregon
defense,
and they just
the
kept selling it.
manufactured default story the
Uh,
Gormans can apparently
No, dude.
replicate.
After the store
And
closed
the
and they
claim
were
Oh, bro, the
already
shit's all
full,
just
Crusader
in there.
picture of Ben is
What do you
harder
mean?
to
It's just
Several of the
sitting there?
videos,
A
they like
civil
looked in
Rico
through the
suit built from his
fucking
own
front door
footage,
that was locked, and there
misdemeanor
were just like
charges that fit
bins
his
of
conduct,
Legos and
a
shit just in
courtroom
the store.
win
It
corporate
was like,
says
you
was
know,
what is the
think
Star Wars shit
a
then?
man can have a
think
real
you
grievance
pull up
and
to
handle it in a way
GameStop
that
at
builds
2
a case
a.m.,
against
bro.
him.
That's what the store
A
looks like.
company can
Yeah,
have a defensible
there's stuff in
repossession
there.
and an
There's just not
indefensible
people in
takedown
there.
order.
So I assume the
Well,
stuff is
Part
still in
7.
the store
Two
somewhere,
lawsuits,
Well,
probably
then
in the back.
again, like I
and an
said
empty
last
shelf.
night, why the fuck
There
didn't
are
Ben
now
just
2
go and
lawsuits
be
running
like,
in
Because
yo,
opposite
our
that's
stuff
directions.
like
is
breaking
abandoned
and
One
footage?
set
entering,
of
and
facts. In
because
one,
that's
the
the company's
Gormans sue
property. You
corporate
can't just
fraud,
like enter
wrongful
it.
What do you mean? No,
termination,
it's not. The company
conversion,
doesn't own it
defamation,
anymore. There's no
12
company
counts.
there.
And the
There's no
threshold
store
fight
there.
may be whether any
That's
of
an
the
Well,
abandoned
just because the
property now.
store's not
because
open doesn't
corporate
mean
is
they don't
likely to
hold the
push it into
lease.
private arbitration, and the Gormans are fighting to keep it in open court. In the
Like, you don't
other,
have to have a
corporate
business
and
open
its
to
people
like
sue
be the
Ben, his
legal
company, Mansell, Victor, and
like
15
holder of
unnamed John
the
Does,
thing.
with
Like,
the Gormans named as Does in waiting. The same handful of people are
yeah, they
plaintiffs in one
closed the
courtroom
store.
and
They're probably
defendants
still
in
paying the
one
lease
down
on the
hall.
property,
Over the top
which
of it,
means
a
they hold
signed
the
ex parte
property
order that
until
doesn't
lease
just
expires.
keep people back from the stories, but commands
Because I
a
doubt they
journalist's
just
videos
defaulted
taken down.
on the
A
lease to
criminal
their
docket with 4
property.
misdemeanors, and by corporate's
Like,
account, death and bomb threats handed to
you know what I mean? Like, they didn't build the building that it's in. They rent that space from a property management company who probably owns all the stalls in that strip mall, and it probably have something to do with the company that built the whole strip mall from the gate. You sign a
Well,
lease with them.
yeah, well, wouldn't the property owner, like the person who owns every stall, wouldn't they be able to go to them and be like, look, dude,
Well,
here's
no,
the,
because the assets inside are still the company's assets as far as that person
but there's no,
knows. And
but there's no, if there's no company there, it's like, dude, they closed the store.
that doesn't
There's no
matter.
store here.
That doesn't matter. If they pay the lease,
Okay.
that's their property. You can do whatever
Okay.
you want. You could take the lease for a Walmart and then not do anything with it and just like go inside and stand in the big empty space and jerk off for 12 months. The property manager doesn't give a fuck what you do. You signed a lease so for all intents and purposes, that's your property till the lease expires or you default or something. That's what it is. So as long as they upkeep their lease, then the property owner can't just like oust them without like a whole bunch of hurdles and expenses, and like they don't give a fuck. Why would they give a fuck? It ain't their business. They're paid. Their business is getting the motherfucking rent. And as long as they pay the rent, they don't give a fuck what you're doing in there. You could be standing it, you could be hosting a local chapter of the goddamn it. What did they call that weird circle jerk group up in Washington?
Oh, I don't know.
It was like the Windy City Jacks or something, the Rainy City Jacks. I don't know. It was some weird all dude fucking circle jerk group. But like you could be doing that. They don't give a fuck. You pay your lease, host your jerk sessions. I don't give a fuck. As long as your rent payment cashes at the end of the month, do whatever you want. If I have to come in and clean jizz off the walls, you don't get your security deposit back. That's all. That's what it is.
There's not even gonna be walls on that building anymore. This is gonna be jizz.
Yeah, like if I come in and I have to chip through the jizz to plug in a light, like you're not getting your security deposit back. You're not. I'm sorry. In fact, I'm probably going to charge you extra because this is a biohazard.
Goes the chip through the jizz. It just goes right through to the other side. There is no wall anymore.
Right? Yeah, the whole location is nothing but crust.
to the FBI, which, whatever their source,
It's just the
are
shell.
kind of thing
Like
that
the whole
moves a judge
building
to
was
grant an
absolutely
injunction,
obliterated
because
by the
you can't
jizz
unring a
fest.
threat with money.
Nasty.
The
All
same
right, I'm
order
continuing
then
this.
reaches past the threats and into the reporting, and those are not the same thing. In the middle of all of it, the collection, the thing this was supposedly all about, still hasn't moved. An 83-year-old man's shelves are still empty. Run the choices in a line. Corporate could have returned a collection it never paid for at essentially no cost, and it didn't. The CEO could have stayed off the live stream. He didn't. Ben, with a genuine grievance and a real person to fight for, chose disguises and deepfakes and an explosion graphic and a company called We Steal From Old People, and handed a billion-dollar law firm a 10-count complaint and the word extortion. Each of them took a problem and by their own decisions grew it. Not bad luck, but a sequence of decisions. Decisions are what the law exists to examine. Folded inside one absurd dispute about plastic bricks is most of a first year of law school. Contract, what the franchise agreement said, and whether corporate manufactured the default it then enforced. Property, the bailment, the coat check, conversion. Secured transactions, the security interest, the bona fide purchaser, the $20 piece of paper that may decide who owns a man's life's work. Fraud in the inducement over a franchise sold on a Lego blessing Lego says it never gave. The civil versus criminal puzzle, and its sequel, The Two Faces of Rico. Criminal procedure in the stops and the warrant and the redactions. A live signed prior restraint, ordering speech off the internet before any trial. Even arbitration and the quiet, enormous question of whether the whole thing gets decided in daylight or behind a closed door. And litigation strategy in every panel. The recorded threat, the live stream, the countersuit that finally made the company's silence make sense. A mess, in a word. And messes are where the law actually shows its work because the tidy version assumes everyone behaves rationally, and then a case like this arrives and proves they don't. None of it is decided. The two lawsuits point in opposite directions. The takedown order is signed but heading to a hearing where, for the first time, the other side gets to speak. The criminal docket is open. The collection still hasn't gone home. And the one party everyone keeps waiting on, the actual Lego group, has stayed out of it. The only thing it has said, as far as the record shows, a short note confirming that it has nothing to do with any of these people. That's the beginning of the story, not the end, and I'll keep following it, mostly because I can't help myself. Thanks for
Me
watching.
too, buddy.
I'm Leonard
Me
French, your favorite
too.
copyright attorney, and before I go, I want to take a
It was funny. Like, I'm gonna keep following it, mostly because I can't help myself.
I didn't get that.
It's funny.
Incoming ad break.
Oh, did you see the police department? The fucking Anus Fork
Yeah,
Police Department released
yeah, yeah,
official
yeah,
whatever
yeah,
with
yeah.
fucking Whispers McGee.
Dude, what's even funnier is the fact that, like, I think it was like 10 minutes after that video, bro, fucking Ben showed up on YouTube with a response, bro. With
That's
a
funny.
response, with a podium that just said "We steal from old people" underneath it. Fucking fantastic.com. That shit was fucking phenomenal. That shit was so fucking funny. I was just like, damn, dude. And Ben like rips them apart. And like, dude, the guy is like, oh, they
Oh
clearly
yeah, bro,
didn't
the
stop
cop
at the
just
stop
like
sign,
straight
but like,
Did
lies
you
and
know
then
you
they
can
just
pet
show
me?
like
yeah,
video
Check
from
out the
their
Pet
own
Cafe.
shit. Like, really? Really?
like you're gonna just outright lie to us. Okay.
Here's everything you need to know about 007 First Light, and it's out now on loaded.com.
Nobody gives a fuck about 007 First Light. Shut up. Looks like wet poop. Bro, the list of videos just gets bigger and bigger every
Yeah.
time I look.
It's because this is the most popular thing right now, dude. It's what's popping up. It's exactly what's
It
up.
is popping.
Yeah, everybody's
Especially
looking
what this
into it.
lawyer has to say about it. I like seeing
that
what the
was sued
lawyers
for
have to say.
unauthorized
Yeah,
practice. of
lawyers
law.
are the ones that you want to
Hey
look
guys,
at
so this
because,
Reddit
like, they
appeared.
got
This Reddit
lawyer.
thread appeared. Bricks and Minifigs CEO
They're able to be
is
like
tied
law,
to another
and
business
it's like
last year that was
nah.
sued for unauthorized practice of law.
Really? Apparently, the Bricks and Minifigs CEO allegedly is tied to another business that was sued for unauthorized practice of law.
What? Who is that?
Ammon McNeff, the guy, the CEO of the whole like company.
No, I mean, who are you watching?
LUS
Okay, which video? Bricks and Minifigs charge Berkeley
CEO charging reckless. Yeah.
Now he says he's 9 out of 10 sure that it is the Bricks and Figs CEO. Having done a background check on Amon McNeff, he was able to find that one of the emails he used, or that you could contact him at, was this company called Legally Mine. Now, I'm 10 out of 10 sure that, yes, he was the president. Not only was he working at Legal Mine, he was the president of Legal Mine, and I'm going to actually tell you what Legal Mine does, which is very interesting. So this is the Amon McNeff at legallymineusa.com. So this was the initial connection. I'm going to just show you a easier way to do this. LinkedIn. His profile is public. It is certainly him based on who he's connected to. And there is no question at all that Amon Neff is the Bricks and Minifigs. In fact, he has done the LinkedIn checkmark thing where you have to show like your passport or your driver's license. So he is the chief executive officer at Bricks and Minifigs. He also went to BYU. Now, interesting, and we'll get to his education a little later. Interesting, the accusations is that he's acting as a lawyer, but he's not a lawyer. So this is his.
See, bro, I told you from the very gate, bro. CEO dude, almost certainly part of the whole scheme. I think it's a whole scheme. I think they're just trying to use incompetence as a fucking mask.
Yeah.
His experience. We'll do a live stream about it. We'll start putting the pieces together, if you will, the Lego pieces. And you can see that he is a chief executive officer of Bricks and Minifigs North America. That makes sense. Previous to being the chief executive officer or the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, he ran this company as president from July 2010 to January 2021. Again, this is all on his LinkedIn, called Legally Mined LLC. And this company is blowing up right now, and for good reason. Now, what is this company? Where is it? It's in Utah. He was a customer service director and then very, very quickly became the president. Now, beyond that, he has Blackhound Productions. He was a computer support technician and an executive director of the National Foundation for Asset Protection. That may sound a little bit familiar, this idea of asset protection. how you can protect your assets from a lawsuit. And digging a little bit more, you can see that his BS is in psychology. He does not hold a business MBA. And most importantly for this, he does not hold a legal degree. He doesn't hold a JD. So he's not a lawyer. And this is going to be very important when we talk about the next step. So he's just a bachelor's in psychology. He's not a lawyer. This is his endorsement by Legally Mine, free colleagues at Legally Mine LLC, to show you that there is a connection here. And the reason we have to make sure that there is the connection, just like the Reddit thing, there were 9 out of 10, I'm 10 out of 10. And this is the evidence I'm going to show you, is because once you dig into Legally Mine, you're going to find some really bizarre things about this company. Proper use of legal entities for lawsuit protection and tax reduction. He has 416 followers, which is not a lot. It is located in Utah and has 51 to 200 employees, according to.
The fuck you gonna have fucking half as many employees as you have followers?
Followers? Yeah,
I mean, I
know.
would assume followers would probably be like customers, assumedly.
Yeah, but like 200 fucking employees. What?
Or you're just not good at your job, and like you only managed to get like 400 people to follow out of however many you help. Either way, these numbers are those are not like those are poo poo. Those poo poo numbers, bro. You were there for 12 years, and that's what you mustered? Like 400 followers and an estimated number of employees? I have a feeling that's probably just like a generalization, and like when a business crosses from 50 to 51, it enters a different bracket type of thing. But yeah, like bro, those are rookie numbers.
Basically, them.
They're clearly terrible.
Like,
at their
for
job
fuck's sake,
because-
bro, I just come on the
Just let
internet
it go.
and like
Let me
talk
speak.
shit
No, just wait.
across,
No,
across
just
my
wait. Just
platforms.
wait.
I
Let
have
it
more
go.
than that. No, I have more followers than that across all 4 platforms. Like, I'm just an idiot on the internet babbling about whatever or playing games. Like, that's 12 years. 12 years, 460. Like, that's bad. Those are
Yeah.
bad numbers.
Yeah, I got bad numbers too. I know what that's like. But, you know, I know what bad numbers are. You know what
Yeah,
I
like,
mean?
I
don't know what
know,
it's
I
like to
know
be like
it's
a
a thing or
criminal.
two about bad numbers, but I ain't
Right.
robbing people.
Right? Like I ain't robbing people, but I know some bad numbers when I see bad numbers, and then it's bad numbers.
Hey, bad numbers happen. It is what it is. But like, you don't just like bad numbers and then go rob people. And like, bro, how do you put up bad numbers with a company like that? Look at it. Proper use of legal entities for lawsuit protection and tax reduction. How the fuck do you have unhappy customers that you have protected from lawsuits and gotten their tax obligations chewed down?
I mean, dude, they claim that they helped hundreds of thousands.
Well, I don't care what they claim. I'm just saying, looking at their description of what they do, if they were doing that, you'd think more than 400 people would be like, yeah, these people, yeah. Because like that's really all the
Right?
follow is that's like a person giving like their endorsement. Like, yeah, they're fair. Yeah. So like 12 years of helping people dodge the IRS, bro, that's like everybody's favorite lawyer. That's like the best lawyer. He's just like, oh yeah, no, see,
Right.
if you claim this, knock another 5K off, bring your fucking bring your return up another fucking little bit. Like, oh yeah, you made this
Right.
much, make a big purchase December 24th, burn up all of that so that you can then claim it as a tax deductible use of profits to grow the company. Like, bro. Yeah, no. If you were doing your job as a tax reduction service, like you shouldn't
You'd
need to
have
do anything
hundreds
else.
of thousands. Yeah.
Like, well, no, you
You know,
shouldn't need to do anything else. Like that's again, that's like everybody's favorite lawyer to pay. Because that's the lawyer you pay to get you more of your money back from the government. That's like peak lawyerism. One could argue that is the most morally sided lawyer of all of the lawyers to ever lawyer. Because like all he's doing is reading tax law and being like, nah, you don't actually have to give them that much, bro. You just like. So yeah, how do you fuck that up? That's my point, and I'm talking about it as it's I'm seeing it as an indicator of the dude himself, because he was the president of that company for 12 years. And they're not like banging popular. Bro, my little nobody CPA back in the day, but banging fucking popular. Because like, yeah, bro, everybody likes to find out that the government actually owes them an extra 10 grand or 100 grand or whatever
Right.
it is with what tax bracket your company falls into. Like, there is like no smart business person out there who's like, oh, God damn it, I got to go talk to the CPA again about tax reduction.
Getting
Like,
my
no.
money back.
Yeah, like, no, you're like, oh, we're coming into tax time. Like, bro, you're coming into the end of the year. Like, you're already making contact with your CPA and like already getting him all the fucking documents and shit he needs. Like, you want to be primed and ready for like fucking end of January to just be like, bang, shit's filed. Fucking get me my money back. Like, yeah, no, that. Big red flag, big business red flag to be a tax avoidance fucking consultant, and nobody likes you.
Yeah, it's not very trustable as a fucking company.
I'm just saying, it's not a good indicator, bro. When your job is saving people money and nobody's happy, I don't think you're doing a good job.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Themselves, right? They fill this out themselves. Now, what does this company actually do? Well, let's read it. It provides specialized legal entity documents and entity structuring strategies to help business, medical, and dental professionals protect themselves from the dangers of lawsuits. Through the use of our services, we've helped thousands of individuals and businesses properly protect themselves against the threat of lawsuits. The mission statement, cultivate an environment wherein they can thrive financially. Legally mindsets, highly trained staff has helped educate hundreds of thousands of individuals from all walks of life on asset protection. So the reason this is relevant is if you want to know why somebody is constantly saying, sue me, sue me, sue me, sue me, sue me, it's going to cost you more money to sue me than your legal collection is worth. Take me to court. It's probably because he has experience with asset protection. He has experience making it very difficult for people to sue him and win. So he's not a lawyer. What he and this company is doing is so dangerous to practicing the law, because it sounds like almost it's like a law firm of some type, right? That they were guilty of engaged in unauthorized practice of law in Ohio. That means they were practicing the law, even though that they are not authorized to practice the law. And yes, this is illegal for if you represent yourself as an attorney and you're not the attorney. In most states, you're going to face some type of punishment, perhaps even jail time. So this is a court case. Daniel McNeff is kind of a weird name. I think Daniel is Amon's like English name. So Amon is,
Daniel.
again, it's his professional name, Daniel.
Daniel.
That he gives to his clients. It's just a little bit easier to use. So this individual has a history of evading lawsuits, protecting assets, and he now is in the Lego business, which is the asset business.
I
And he
mean, I
can't
hope
keep
everyone calls him
inventory.
Danielle.
He does not know about a point of sale system that works. He can use third-party auditors. So an individual who is in this type of business, and we can look at the business reviews in our live stream,
Damn, that's crazy.
they are abusing
That's
the
some
law.
wild ass shit.
In fact, don't take my word for it. You can take the state of Ohio's word for it. It's a very bizarre
That's some
situation
wild ass shit.
because when he presented himself, I thought he was a lawyer.
Calling it, y'all.
Right? He's very cocky, very arrogant, seems to know all about the law.
So it sounds like dude wanted to be a
find out
lawyer,
that he
couldn't
was
be a
not
lawyer, and now he's
but
just a
instead he was
scumbag.
president of a company
Yeah.
called Legally Mine
Yeah,
LLC.
he probably
Whose
couldn't
entire
pass the
company
bar. 'cause
slogan
he
That's
too
what I was
stupid.
gonna say. Imagine
avoid
having
paying
like the
taxes,
morally bankrupt-ness
proper
of
use
the
of
worst
legal
lawyer, but
entities
being
for
too
lawsuit
stupid to
protection
pass the bar
and
exam.
tax reduction.
You're just like, I'm
One,
perfectly cut out for this
to
industry.
avoid lawsuit,
Nothing phases me.
and
I'll rob a
two,
dying
to
old
reduce
man
your
of his
tax
life
payments.
fucking savings.
Is
Like,
highly,
yeah, but you're
highly
too stupid to be a
interesting
lawyer,
given,
bro.
how
Sorry.
he acts and behaves.
Right.
So we're gonna look into some of the reviews. I think
And
this
he's
is
just
what
like,
people want to go
oh,
into. It seems like, and again, don't take my word for it. You can take
please
What do
leave
you-
the
what
state
do
of
you-
Ohio.
right, what do you
fucking
do?
school now.
It's a bunch of
I
non
mean,
lawyers
a normal person would just like keep
that
studying
sounds
and
familiar,
taking the
that is
bar
the
until
Police
they passed.
Department
Yeah, but like,
of Utah
you know,
County.
lazy, shitty,
a
entitled
nutshell.
people, like that he's just gonna cry and be shitty.
Right? And like, it doesn't even seem like that dude's from like here. What was his name? Ahmad? Amon?
Amon,
What's that?
Ammon. I don't know how to pronounce
Uh,
it, so like, I don't know. Get mad at me
a
about it, I
man?
guess. But
I mean, why is
it's
it
Ammon.
Amon?
Amon,
Amin?
Ammon.
Amon. Whatever, dude.
Ammon.
He's so not a man. His name had to be a man.
But yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. I probably butchered
I
it.
mean,
For all I know, it's Mike.
I definitely butchered it. I mean, it's Daniel.
I mean, he calls himself Daniel because, like, I
Yeah,
don't know if
it's
he knows
Daniel.
how to pronounce it either.
I don't even think it. No, I mean, where is he from?
It's from
Doesn't.
Utah.
Is he?
Mormon. Yes.
Is he?
Yes. And that like makes perfect sense, bro, because the Mormons are, you know, at least go back in the day, they were very much similar to like the Amish. So, you know, you'll find a lot, or at least back in the day, you'd find a lot of like Jebediah, Hezekiah, Obadiah.
How the fuck you gonna have
fucking
no, dude? What's
slurp a
really
guy
crazy?
up.
No,
Like,
no, dude, that's fucked up. How you gonna be named Amon, but your brother's name is Matt? Like, nah, nah,
obviously Matt was the fucking child they cared about.
right?
You
Like,
know,
Amon
bro,
was obviously
that's
supposed
just
to
a
be
Rick
like,
and Morty, Michael
oh,
and Pikel situation.
right, you know, I figured it out. No, dude, I figured it out. You're
Bro,
right.
he's
because
Pikel.
they are supposed to, dude, because they're like the Amish and shit. Like, he was supposed to be on the farm milking cows, but he was like, I could be a lawyer.
Maybe, who knows? They probably took
And then
one
he
look
did-
at him and they're like, this one's dumb. Name him Ammon. Like, we'll keep him out in the barn. It'll be okay. It'll be
Dude, the
okay.
best
God
part
will forgive
is-
us for this failure.
Dude, it'd be so fucking funny if it turns out his parents just called him Adam, but he's like, my name's Amon. He doesn't know how to pronounce Adam.
Yeah, I have a feeling like the way it's spelled just like rubs me like Amish names.
It makes me think almond. I
Well,
don't
that's
know why.
because you're retarded. I'm thinking of like its etymological roots, and you're thinking like food because
Well,
like
yeah,
that's where your brain be.
Yeah.
Almonds. Oh, I'm
Right?
hungry now.
Almonds.
Oh, I need to get
Chocolate
some
covered-
food. Yeah,
Chocolate covered
fucking-
almonds.
But no, Ammon, the way it's spelled, it just, I don't know, something about it rubs me as very much like the way weird
Jebediah.
Amish or Mennonite names are. Like, yeah, they have weird names like Ammon too. Like, they have weird names.
Amos,
Has
you
a-
go
has a
get
cat with a
Amy
muff.
right
Like,
now, and
yeah,
we're
you
gonna
know
go
what I mean?
out to
Like-
the creek, and we're gonna go grab Jebediah, Josiah, and Isaiah, and then we're gonna go. Then we're gonna go beat up what was it, Abraham? They're gonna beat up Abraham for stealing the chickens. It's like what?
Something like that.
Yeah, some shit like that. And they drowned fucking Abraham at the creek. And they were like, Butcher's Creek.
Maybe. I don't know if that's the Amish. I think that's just the South.
Oh. Wow. Isn't the South just like, the Amish?
No. No. The Amish are like where you are.
I know. The Amish
Yeah, they were not
amazing.
in the South.
The Amish are amazing.
Were like in the North. I mean, I'm sure there are Amish in the South, but like, no, the majority of like Amishry, as I understand it, is like Pennsylvania, Ohio,
Yep.
New York, all like northern states for the most part. Again, I'm sure the Amish have like spread wide and profligated, and like there's probably Amish communities all over the country now, but obviously in like the discussion of North or South, you're talking like Civil War era, because that's the only time you're really generalizing the South into like a bulk thing. Yeah, because like nowadays, like you still call it the South, but like you're basically talking about what were the Confederate states.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I don't know. I think back then the Amish were probably mostly northern, because like the Amish community isn't huge, so it's not like they were just like booming, growing, expanding wildly. Like,
Oh no, they got a whole city out here.
yeah, I'm
Like,
sure
it's a
they
big
do.
ass
Like
city.
a whole city, that's totally different than expanding across 50 states and being like in all 50 states 170 years ago.
Sure. Actually, you know what?
That's my
Oh,
point. The
look at
Amish
that.
community was so small that with 150 years to grow, they've got like a city and have kind of sort of started spreading out.
Hope everyone
Okay.
enjoys it here. Please follow the stream.
The biggest, the number one baby, Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
That's the
Hershey.
biggest. Then, well, actually, Lancaster.
Well, that's
Pennsylvania.
like right next to Hershey.
Yeah, Lancaster and then Hershey. But Hershey is like, that's the Hershey family. That's literally like the chocolate. Like,
I know, I know, but it's there's a lot of Amish in Hershey.
Yeah. But Ohio, Indiana.
Yeah,
Those
that's
are
what I
next
was
to it.
saying.
And then Wisconsin, New York, Michigan, and Missouri.
Yeah, it's like all in the north in terms of like large,
Missouri,
well-established.
Missouri's not.
north. Missouri's
not.
north.
Is it? I thought that
Are
was
you
more
kidding
like,
me? It doesn't get any more north.
No,
Like
you're
you go
thinking Maine.
north of Missouri and oh no, Illinois is above it, but like basically damn near in Canada. Oh, it's under Iowa.
No, it's right there by Tennessee.
Still, though, it's north
Tennessee, dude.
That's north of Tennessee.
I mean, oh my goodness. Up north of Tennessee, it's north of Texas, it's north of Arkansas, but like it's south of Iowa, south of fucking yeah, kind of I guess but central. Central Eastern. Because Kansas is like middle. Colorado's middle.
Yeah, Missouri didn't really have an official side. Missouri was one of those weird states that was basically the line, and it had people that were both Confederate and Union. So that was one of the places where, like, you know, they make a big example of like neighbors killing neighbors, brothers killing brothers, family killing family, and shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
like
so it
Kansas City.
doesn't have a solid affiliation one way or the other. So no, it's not a southern state.
Indeed, all right.
It's a toss up.
It's Switzerland. It's
Well,
Missouri.
no, because like they were killing each other. So like
Oh,
Switzerland
yeah.
stays neutral. They didn't stay neutral. It
Okay.
just the state was not in an
Oh,
agreement
they was
one way or
split.
the other.
Oh, okay.
So
They was
basically,
split.
they were just like mini civil war during big civil war.
That's
Like big
crazy. They
civil
were
war happened,
statewide
and then
civil war.
inside of Missouri, you had like distinct, like separate and like fighting.
Yeah.
So like, yeah,
That's crazy.
Civil War light with
That
less sugar.
mobile civil war, dude, on the phones.
Right? Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
that's wild.
I want to see more lawyers. A Mormon reacts to it. Nice. I want to
Nice.
see
Hello, que mi
that.
gente. My name is
Yeah,
Benjamin,
I kind of
aka
want to see
Amujan.
that
His
too.
name is Benjamin, aka Amugin. Amugin?
Oh, dude, he's gonna be hated by that company because like his name's Ben.
Hello, que mi gente. My name is Benjamin, aka Amujan.
Mormon
Welcome
Ben.
to a new video. And typically, I don't make these kinds of videos. I am a vlogger.
Well,
I
I'm
like to
gonna
make
get up out of here
Spanglish
because I got
vlogs.
dentist
I
appointment,
am
but I'm gonna
someone that
sit
makes
here and
videos
watch
with
this.
influencers. I
Indeed.
help and like I record and edit videos for
Indeed.
influencers and
Talk
stuff
to
like
you
that.
later.
Like that is my thing. But I
Good
also
chat.
like to make vlogs of just my week and I'm just a vlogger, right? I like to
Incoming
I
ad
like to make
break.
vlogs. I like to record influencers, and I'm also like going to school and everything. So this is not my typical video. I have made a video like this before, but this is something really important to me because it is just
I'm interested to see what the what a fellow Mormon take on it. Oh, hold on. May have some sort of predator in the yard. Hold on, I gotta go talk to a neighbor about some chickens. Excuse me. We'll throw up. I'll be right back. My apologies.
How is everyone doing today? I'm hungry, please sub so he will feed me. Incoming ad break. ZZZZ.
All right, sorry about that. It took a moment to go through stuff with the neighbor about chickens. I really want to see what this Mormon thinks about his fellow parishioners. I think that's the right word, parishioners. The fellow members of his faith, and the way they live their life, the virtuosity of their religious adherence.
Not okay. And again, I'm a vlogger, so please bear with me. I don't have my laptop or my computer right now because my computer got corrupted. Otherwise, I would be reacting to this stuff on my computer. But because of that, I'm gonna just be outside talking about this stuff because it is currently Sunday, so I look like crap. I've been sleeping like all day because I got home from a YSA party, a young single adult party, and I didn't get home from everything for all these after parties till like 5 in the morning. True story. But that's not why I'm making this video. I'm making this video because recently, I'm gonna try and explain this as best as I can because I need to give you guys a little bit of context behind why I'm making this video, right? So, as you guys all know, I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, right? I love being a member of the church. I love being LDS. I love being it's brought so much joy in my life. But recently, Moist Critical Charlie is one of my favorite YouTubers, okay? And I love watching all of his videos. And recently, there's been a lot of stuff going on here in Utah with data centers.
Charlie's a good channel. Charlie's a good channel. I disagree with some of his takes, but you know that's whatever. That's normal. If you agree with someone about everything, I would say that's worrisome.
Centers, which honestly I hate politics, but like, bruh, this is kind of getting out of hand. And then now there's a bigger problem with this YouTuber named Reckless Ben. Right? And I'm not just supporting him because he has my name, although I do prefer being called Benjamin, but that is not why I'm supporting him. I'm supporting him because he's completely in the right for everything that's going on. And I genuinely, so to give you guys an idea, I live in Sandy, Utah, and I've lived here my whole life. Like darn near born here, but I was raised in Utah. Like I've been raised in the same house my whole life, right? Everything that is happening with Ben right now is currently happening in American Fork, which is where my sister-in-law was born and raised. And so basically like American Fork is like maybe like a 20-minute drive for me. And so this is just a lot of crap going on with Ben right now. And I want to throw out my apologies to him because honestly, like everything, and I'm just going to quickly show you the clip.
From Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the Bricks and MINIFIGS is part of that and worth millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO, are all super Mormon. Like the CEO even went to the Mormon University. And when I looked up all the police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They are like a huge clan that takes care of each other.
And And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals. But eventually, I got released from jail.
So that's where the potential connection comes into play. So all the officers are apparently pretty hardcore Mormons, as well as our main assholes here from Bricks and Minifigs. So that would explain why these officers are so cooperative with Josh in particular, even though they keep getting routine calls out there for nothing. And even though they definitely got a false report and acted on fraudulent information and still keep doing it for Josh, it seems. So I think that's probably correct. I think Brian's right. I think it is because they are all part of this Mormon community that is just looking to protect each other. So instead of holding someone accountable like Josh, who is engaging very clearly in some extremely immoral shit and potentially criminal shit, potentially he's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I think there is overwhelming evidence to suggest there is definitely something very fishy afoot at the very least, and still refusing to give back those Legos to Brian, which, again, by his own company's admission, they shouldn't even have in the first place if they don't do consignment. Thus, they have no legal right to that inventory, and they are selling what is, by textbook definition, stolen property. All of this is something not even being considered by the law enforcement, despite Brian proving in court, winning his case, that he is the one being truthful, that his account of things is accurate, that the evidence is on Brian's side, not Bricks and Minifig's side. No matter what, though, it doesn't matter to the police department here, it seems, because they'd rather just protect Josh because they're Mormons.
Right there. So basically, also, if you guys are wondering, I did DM Ben, and I told him, I'll just read to you what he said to me. Ben, if you're watching this video too, dude, I really appreciate you for watching this, and I really hope everything gets figured out, because it is just, dude, I'm sorry, man. But this is what I told Ben, right? I said, Ben, as someone who is LDS/Mormon myself, this really disappoints me, and this puts a horrible name on the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm sorry you have to go through this. I've lived in Sandy, Utah, and I've been keeping up with everything. I may make a video on it too. This is ridiculous. I'm so sorry, man. Truly. I hope you know I'm on your side. If you're ever down after you get this resolved, let's make a video together. So yeah, you guys. So as you know, this has been kind of insane, because there's a whole thing with, and if I get sued for this video, whatever, like I don't know, dude. If they come to my house, throw me in jail, I think I have my right to talk about this stuff, because it's just so sad. Like, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and to me, to see how they're treating Ben and how the legal system is making illegal things look legal, like literally CoffeeZilla has basically made a shirt on that. Like, to me, it is ridiculous how everything, like, Ben has been getting arrested and all this stuff, and he did mention in the video, as you guys all saw, that that they all went to BYU.
I wonder if Mugen here is like coming to terms with the fact that people abuse his religion's connections for nefarious things fairly often, and in a lot of random places and fucked up ways. I wonder if I'd be really interested to hear like what his thoughts on all of that are. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure it's much like most Christian people is, lots of people use lots of things for bad reasons, and that's not that thing's fault that it was used for bad reasons. I just wonder if it like is causing him any questioning of what's the word I'm looking for, the tribalism of like, oh, we gotta protect this business, even though what they're doing is bad and they're screwing people over and it's ungodly and immoral, but like they're Mormon, so like that takes precedent. Like that tribalism of like, we're gonna violate the actual laws to help protect this person who's also violating the laws because like we're all in the same club, like that shit.
BYU. Now, I go to UVU, so I go to school probably 12 minutes from BYU. I'm in Orem and Provo all the time because I'm always recording for influencers and stuff like that, right? So, and I'm also like, I have my page on Instagram where I interview people. Like, you guys already all know this stuff, that you guys have been subscribed to me for a long time. But I guess this account is not that old. But anyways, my point is, it's really upsetting, and this is not okay for members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to be doing this to someone like Ben. Ben is seems like an amazing guy. Again, I literally got to know. I haven't met him personally. I might probably end up meeting him here soon. I don't know. Again, anything is really possible now, I feel like. But I've been seeing this stuff with Moist Critical, and and it genuinely, like, it was so hard for me as someone that is a member of the church to watch this video that Moist Critical put out, because there's so many people that don't know about the Mormon Church or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and this kind of stuff really puts a bad name on us, and this is not okay, because I love being a member, and to be seeing this happening to someone like Ben when he's doing everything right with the legal system and everything that he needs to be, and like he's just getting thrown in jail, and all these cops and everything are all like members of the church and like super religious and everything. Like, dude, cops and stuff like Brian and John, I don't freaking remember the names of those special people, but it is not okay, guys. Like, you guys literally go to church on Sunday and take the sacrament and everything, renew our covenants with the Lord, and this is what you guys are doing. Like, this is not okay, and this is such a political controversial thing, and I hate doing this stuff on YouTube because I know the comments are gonna be like, oh, Mormon, oh, blah, blah, blah. I don't care, honestly. Like, this is just not okay. Like, this puts a horrible name on the church, and the fact that Ben has to deal with this crap, and with people like Brian and stuff being like super big member, like, I guess very religious, like members of the church and everything, and you guys treating basically disciples of Jesus Christ, treating him and like abusing the legal system badly and everything, that is just not okay, and it puts a horrible name on us. Like, for someone that's a member myself that served a mission, and I know I have tattoos and everything, but like, I served a mission, I love the gospel with all my heart. Like, this
Well, shepherd your brother. I don't know what else to tell you. You want people to not look at the church in a negative light, then maybe shepherd your brother from the darkness, head back into the light. But the longer he screams from the darkness, the longer the darkness will mar the gleam of your church.
genuinely upsets me. Like, this should not be happening, and we are disciples of Jesus Christ, and for you guys to be treating Ben like this and having to make him go through hell for this legal system stuff is not okay. I genuinely, Ben, I hope you get this stuff figured out soon, because honestly, this is ridiculous, and it really hurt me watching Moist Critical's video on this, because gosh, I love Moist Critical, but like, it hurts me because Ben and Charlie don't know much about the being like about Mormonism, if you want to say it like that, just to throw some continuity out.
Well, see, here's the thing, Emugen. Realistically, being Mormon has nothing to do with what's going on. And in fact, its relevance is only that there are people who claim to adhere to a religion of morality, yet live immoral lives. And then you couple that with other members of the church abusing powers afforded to them by the legal system of the country to then violate, well, the legal system of the state, I should say, to then violate the very laws they are sworn to uphold in order to manipulate an outcome for the benefit of their fellow tribe member, I guess we'll call it. So like, that's where the tribe portion of it becomes relevant. Nobody needs to know anything about what it is to be a Mormon. What we see is that several Mormons are committing crimes, and then the Mormons in the police department required to investigate and prosecute said crimes are doing nothing because the suspect is a fellow Mormon. See, it's a complete perversion of the legal system as it's supposed to function. So that's more what people are annoyed about on terms of the like Mormon factor is you don't get to just deem your fellow Muslim immune to anything. That's not impartial justice. The scales of justice are supposed to be blind. So why are the Mormons stilting one of the most hallowed institutions of the country? I think that's what people are seeing. And it's a really bad time to be doing it too, because you're seeing the large push and shift for like nationalism and like a return to a more conservative, which arguably when it was concocted, it was liberal at the time, but where people are looking for a pushback to harsher time because the leniency didn't work. That's the thing that nobody wants to really talk about. It's like, yeah, it took a gamble on some policies and they didn't work, and now it's time to fix that, and that's what people are. That seems to be around what people are orbiting most in the zeitgeist currently, I would say. And yeah, no, you picked a really bad time to be popping up on the like fraudulent system abuse radar. You know, in like bro, you've got the wake of the Leering centers, then right behind that, another big ass wake of the fucking hospice fraud out of California. And, you know, instead of like keeping your head down, like, nope, here comes a bunch of Mormon people to just like fucking hit that wave, bust a sick backflip, draw all the attention straight to them. And like, arguably, what they're doing is worse because you have actual video evidence of the police just actively not doing anything. Provable connection that they're all connected through Mormonism and basically nothing else. So yeah, no, you can't be biasly applying the legal system. So yeah, picked a bad time to come up on the radar, like the worst time, because you're coming up on the radar like it's basically systemic corruption, which is really what drove the Leering Center and the hospice fraud thing. People are just real fucking tired of systemic corruption. And you like in one nice move, basically threw all Mormons of any authority into question. So yeah, no, you that's kind of on y'all. Like, you got to carry those optics. It's what it is. Maybe if like y'all weren't like running defense for each other under the said guys, people wouldn't be like pushing that connection. But like, you did, and they is.
Out there like that, but they don't really know much about Mormonism. People don't really know much about the church for those of who are outside of
need
Utah and
to.
everything. And you know,
We
for
know
this to
about
be happening
tribalism.
is just so uncool. I watched the video, and how was it that Ben got the cops called him 4 times and everything? He got to jail and everything that happened. Like, that is just not good, okay? And it's not only good, and it makes you, Bricks and Minifigs, look really bad, which again, I had never even been to that store or anything before, and I'm glad I have.
But you mean how?
For those of who are outside of Utah and everything. And you know, for this to be happening is just so uncool.
How was it that Ben got the cops? Tribalism. That's how. What do you mean? That's why people are looking real hard at Mormons through a bad lens, bro. Tribalism. If you can't impartially and unbiasedly apply the law, then mayhap your religious affiliation disqualifies you from holding positions of authority. See, because like you can't properly operate unbiased, then you can't have the authority. But just basic logic. If you can't be trusted to be impartial, then you can't be trusted to have the authority.
Watched the video, and how was it that Ben got the cops called him 4 times and everything? He got to jail and everything that happened. Like, that is just not good, okay? And it's not only good, and it makes you, Bricks and Minifigs, look really bad, which again, I had never even been to that store or anything before, and I'm glad I haven't, because it looks like you guys are absolute scumbags. Again, I hate political stuff, but I'm just reacting to this video that I saw because it
I mean, at face value, none of this is political. This is just scummy people. But I would argue that it is a very heavy indicator of the systemic failings of varying structures of the justice system. And I would argue that if given unfettered access and enough digging, you could almost certainly dig up connections proving that the bad politics creates the prime pool for breeding such pawn scum varieties. You know what I mean? So, like, yes, this current situation, it really isn't political, but you could argue that it is only by means of vast systemic political corruption that this could even be possible of transpiring. You know what I mean? See, like, if everything worked as it should, the police would have ironed it out right out of the gate, got the man his sets back, and then it'd have been
Incoming ad
done.
break.
Instead, they dump who knows how many tax dollars into police officer pockets to basically go and be the pseudo mafia for a fellow Mormon church member. And see, that's why people are pissed. Is that shitty people like this are taking advantage of systems that utilize our tax dollars, the money we pay to, well, let's be real, the money we get extorted for to under the guise of properly managed civil society. Except the problem is that our tax dollars aren't going to the proper management of a civilized society. Apparently, the tax dollars in Utah are funding the Church of Latter-day Saints private military contractors who carry the authority of police with actual jurisdiction. You see where that like becomes a problem, right? Again, with the impartiality and the biases and yeah, you know what I mean? This isn't like that company, oh, they're run by Mormons, they only hire Mormons, that's whatever, it's their money to do with as they please. We're talking about money that comes from the state, from taxes, and in some cases from the entire country in the form of taxes. I don't think most Americans are okay with their tax dollars running a Mormon secret police brigade. I think that's why people are pissed. You know, because the secret police stuff again is very clarifying in terms of where you find the systemic rot. So yeah, no, that's the kind of stuff people are pissed about. They're tired of governments taking our money to fund their own benefits and use those against us for trying to call them out for it. And you know, yes, these people aren't political again, like I said, but I argue that it's the horrible shit show that is leftist policy that creates this. Like, oh well, you got to make a good faith effort to talk to him. Like, okay, but he won't answer the door and he just calls the police anytime I like try to show up to talk to him. Like, oh, you got to get formally trespassed to have that documentation to submit to prove you made a good faith effort. Now you have to go sign him. Like, yeah, but I can't because he's got a restraining order against me because I had to get fucking like officially trespassed in order to fucking have something to give you to prove a good faith effort. Like, oh, well, there's you figure something out. And yeah, oh, sure, you can like spend heaps of money trying to get a process server to like achieve it. But like clearly, even when the cops took the shit up to him, he was just like, no, So the Mormon connection again doubles back to complicate the situation. The cops are actively running interference on the establishment of any kind of active processes against them, because again, the Mormon connection. So they're the tribalism. They're defending their own, and yeah, that's what people are pissed about, bro. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what people are going to be pissed about, and you're going to see this blow up heavily across Charlie's channel, Aslan's channel, here, there, everywhere, Amujin, this guy, that guy, every fucking legal channel. You're going to see this everywhere. Bricks and Minifigs not only fucking basically burned themselves down metaphorically, they also fucking roped the scope right in on the Mormon tribalism. So yeah, no, now you're gonna have even more people looking sideways at your shit because you failed to shepherd your brother.
And for Bricks and Minifigs to be basically stealing Legos from him, and I know this is all over Legos when this could have been happening.
And from what I've seen, they do it to lots of people. They're the GameStop of Legos. They are basically thieves that know they've got you against a hard place and will absolutely abuse that power to strong arm you out of highly valuable things for pennies on the dollar. The GameStop recipe. Like, oh, you have the brand new PS5 with GTA 6 unopened? We'll give you $8. Store credit. If you want cash, it's $1.32. But yeah, scumbags, scum.
Already, like this could have been already resolved, but since you guys want to like not like, okay, I'm not gonna go that crazy because I want to be Christ-like as possible. It is not okay, guys. It is not okay. You're making the church look bad, and you're making yourselves look bad, and you're making Bricks and Minifigs look even worse. Which you guys, I mean, you already ruined your reputation, so good job, Ben. Because hopefully, I know you should be watching this, dude. I again am so sorry for what's happening with you and everything. This is not okay. and I
Shepherd your
don't want
brothers,
you thinking
brother.
that all members of the Churches of Christ Latter-day Saints are like this, because we are not. We are.
But you are, though, because the Mormons are massively tribalistic and everybody knows it. So much so that, like, a lot of people look at the Church of Latter-day Saints as almost certainly being a cult. But I mean, I don't know, but lots of people out there are dead set that it's a cult. So I would argue that the tribalism, it didn't help. I mean, it may have helped you survive like the 1850s and shit, but it doesn't help you at all now. And the only thing that's going to help businesses moving forward is like actual unity and not like retard identity bias bullshit, because that ship sailed, big dog. So yeah, maybe ditch the tribalism and try to like be real public about like we don't do that. We don't condone tribalism. Make staunch examples out of your fellow brothers, brother. You know, there's lots of things you can do, but nobody's going to actually do them. So realistically, the optics have shifted, and now they are what they are. Arguably, they will only get worse from here because Americans are tired of that shit. Americans are tired of this identity bisected bullshit. It's unity or I guess just like getting absolutely publicly flamed. You know, it works. When the world knows you're a piece of shit, your businesses don't tend to do well generally. And hey, sucks to suck, big dog.
We're, like, this is a religion that is our disciples of Jesus Christ, and things like that show really bad effect on us.
Maybe not all of your brothers take their faith quite as seriously as you do, brother. But is it not the responsibility of a brother to shepherd his brothers?
How is
Sorry, that
everyone
word just
doing
makes me
today?
laugh. But like, yeah, or you know, you could do nothing and then you look like the Catholic Church, just like shifting pedophiles around. None of it's gonna, there's really no avenue in which you like come out looking good, but there's at least a couple you can at least come out on an uphill and make progress towards I don't know, something, anything. Why was there a notification on? There's nothing here. Whatever, Discord, you're dumb.
And I just want you to know that I'm on your side, and I really hope you can get this case resolved. But this really upsets me, dude. Like, genuinely. I hate how the church is being seen like this now, especially because they all went to BYU.
No, you hate that the church is being seen. Many people have seen this part of your church for a long time. In fact, my entire life, I am aware of people being aware of the nasty tribalism and shady tomfuckery. So, yeah, bro, you're gonna just have to take the lick, take the L, because this isn't like a one-off. You know what I mean? We're not talking like, oh, this is the first time this has ever happened. No, just one in a long list. Just yeah. Sucks to suck.
They're all super religious and everything. Like, that is not what a disciple of Jesus Christ is about, okay? Like, it's not. And that's what really upsets me. But I might have repeated myself here. But if Charlie or if Ben watches this, man, Charlie, I'm a huge fan. I love your videos. But it's time for me to speak up as a member, or I guess as someone that's LDS, and just talk about this because, yeah, I really hope everything works with the justice system. I hope everything works well for you. And just know, Ben, I am supporting you, bro. Like, this is genuinely like, bro, they're making crime legal, and it's not okay. It's really not. And people are going to be looking at Utah now even worse. And dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of tired of Utah because there's so much BS that happens here. But I mean, love or hate Utah, I love being a member of the church, and I can't stand seeing what Brian's been doing and like what these owners of MINIFIGS or whatever have been doing, and it should have never come down to this. So I just hope, Ben, you can know that us LDS people are honestly amazing people. And again, I'm gonna get so many hate comments off this, and I really just don't care because in the end of the day, I'm a disciple of Jesus Christ, just like you, just like Charlie, and I think it's super important to make note of this, that this is just unacceptable. Dude, I feel like Moist critical when he's ever reacting to those Pokemon scalpers, but this, like, him reacting to Pokemon scalpers is people, like, making the church look bad, because I serve my mission, everything, in Honduras and LA, and I love the gospel, dude. I love this church, and I just hate to see this happening. It puts a horrible name on us, but I've repeated myself so many times. But yeah, Ben, dude, I really do hope you watch this video, and I support you all the way, bro. I do. Again, I don't typically make these kinds of videos. This is just, I'm a vlogger.
Filter. I just want to control how you sort it, you fucking cucks. Let's watch the police position on it.
Where literally
Like, just to further paint the systemic corruption portrait we're all seeing.
Fully working app without knowing how to code. This is a few days ago, the American Fork Police Department responded to Ben's video.
You want to watch a police chief? flat out lie on the record about things that are recorded on video, including their own video. Yeah. This is why you always ask for a lawyer, because this guy right here, he would fuck you to death for a half stale cruller and some old coffee.
Video, and just
In my
today,
opinion,
Ben
of
responded
course.
to the American Fork
Everything I
Police
say
Department.
is
Now,
my
this is the police
opinion and should
department
be
that has
treated
basically
as
been
such.
involved with this entire Bricks and Minifig situation, as Ben has been trying to expose them and get Brian's Lego back. They have been involved with Ben.
And as always, I know nothing absolutely. It is all alleged, assumed, or rhetorical for sake of discussion and educational purposes.
And a ton of crazy stuff
Thought experiments, whatever you want to call them.
has happened, and Ben actually covers a lot of this in his response to their entire statement, and it is honestly just insane. But before we get into that, I just want to mention how hilarious it is, how amazing Ben's response is, not for anything he says particularly, but just the fact that he recreates the entire setup that the American Fork Police Department has in their video. Like, he has this table, he has the logo on the table that says we steal from old people, and then he's also talking very quietly, just like the, I believe, chief of police was talking, which he says it's because he's sick, but still, like, recreating this entire video, but it's Ben and it's the "We Steal from Old People" logo. Like, that's just, I don't know, that's just so funny, and it's a cherry on top to me. But without further ado, let's get into all the facts and all the possible lies and misconceptions that the American Fork Police Department put out that Ben calls out directly. So first of all, as probably a lot of you have already seen from part 2 of Ben's video, basically while he's being swatted, one of the officers that was there dislocated his shoulder, which was already injured, but the officer did this for seemingly no reason. It didn't really seem justified. If you look at the camera footage that we got, it just doesn't make a lot of sense from what we can see. And in the American Fork Police Department's response, they claim that the x-ray Ben shows on screen right after this during part 2 is falsified, or at least not evidence of his shoulder actually being dislocated, because it's showing the left shoulder instead of the right one, which is technically true. This is probably one of the only things the American Fork Police Department claims in this video, and it's true. But that's because Ben used a stock photo in his video. He didn't have an actual x-ray because he was detained, arrested after this. He didn't go to the hospital to get an x-ray, so he used a stock photo in his video, and the American Fork Police Department is like using that as like the, gotcha, you know, this isn't true. That's, I don't know, that's just honestly hilarious to me that they didn't understand that that was a stock photo. But anyway, moving on. Another claim the American Fork Police Department makes is that Josh was already served court papers on March 10th. Josh being the new owner of the Bricks and Minifigs and one of the more suspicious characters, shall I say, in this whole situation. But basically, the American Fork Police Department claims that he was already served court papers on March 10th. So after that, when Ben was trying to serve him court papers, he actually wasn't, and he was just harassing Josh to get more content. But Ben comes in with the receipts, and he shows that Josh wasn't served court papers until March 13th. So I don't know where the American Fork Police Department is getting their information or why they're claiming he was already served on March 10th, but the evidence is there. He wasn't served till March 13th, so that claim is completely false. Anyway, the American Fork Police Department goes on to say that Ben was stalking Josh, but to be honest, they were kind of stretching it. At least that's my opinion. I don't know if their definition of stalking and they're trying to fit it with what Ben actually did. I don't know if it really fit. I think they were stretching the truth quite a bit. I think they were really reaching here, and Ben goes over this in the video that Ben wasn't just like harassing Josh or stalking him just because he had to serve him court papers, obviously, and he had to get the court papers to Josh to do this the legal way. And the American Fork Police Department uses this as part of their reasoning to claim, you know, that Ben was stalking Josh. And Ben also clarifies that no reasonable person would be scared for their safety from what Ben was doing. and Josh was unreasonably scared because all Ben was really trying to do is get Brian his Lego back from the beginning and serve Josh court papers the legal way. He didn't do anything, to my knowledge, that should scare a reasonable person. However, scaring someone that might be guilty of breaking countless laws and doing some insane stuff, yeah, maybe, possibly. That seems a lot more likely. But honestly, the craziest part of the entire video, I didn't know this before. This might be new information. I don't know if Ben has talked about this in a previous video, but apparently Josh threatened to murder Ben at one point. But of course, Josh didn't face any consequences for that. Of course, the American Fork Police Department, they just kind of, they just looked the other way on that one, apparently. So, Ben is getting arrested multiple times and swatted for seemingly nothing, just false claims, and honestly, it looks like fraudulent traffic stops from everything that I've seen. Not to mention his car was searched for 3 hours, which obviously nothing came up, there was nothing there. Also, Ben shows this body cam footage that he found from one of the police officers from one of the traffic stops, and just listen here.
Being able to drive? Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed. What's the goal of... Right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do. We have...
Oh, interesting. I was just gonna scare him a little bit. I didn't know the police were paid taxpayer dollars to scare citizens for private business owners because you're all friends through the same church. What legal statute is that, officer? Please enlighten me as to what legal statute permits you to arbitrarily stop people and scare them for your fellow church members. Interesting take.
Charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds really, really strange that the officer was just trying to scare him. And just the way the officer kind of framed that, it's like, I don't know, man. That seems really, really weird. Now, if you look at all these different claims the American Fork Police Department made in their response, and all of these wild things they're saying, they're straight up caught lying in some of these claims with evidence that is verifiably true. Also, they really try to stretch the truth, and it looks like paint a narrative, and it doesn't make any sense. When you look at the American Fork Police Department saying the things they're saying, claiming the things they're claiming, you really wonder how they even come to this conclusion, why they're saying these things, how that even makes sense. There's something missing here. Obviously, there's something.
Yeah, the only thing that's missing is the acceptance of the obvious, and that it's the fact that they're just doing whatever the fuck they want. They're breaking the law, and they're doing it to help their friend because they all go to the same church. Well, maybe not the same church, but they all ascribe to the same religion. Tribalism. It's called tribalism. They are using tribalism to pervert the hallowed halls of the justice system with tribalism. Cleared that up for you.
Something missing from this entire equation. There's a whole different factor, because why
that
else
factor's
would the American Fork
tribalism.
Police Department be acting like this? And
Tribalism.
that's when we can get to possible theories, and there's been a lot
You
of
can
talk
call it a
of
theory,
corruption.
but
I'm not going to make any claims. I can't prove any insane corruption, but what
to
we
any
can do
person
is
with a
draw
functioning
reasonable
brain, that's
assumptions based
pretty
off what we've seen. Based off
blatantly
what we've
corruption.
seen, I can pretty confidently say we
Does
are
it meet
missing
the
parts of
legal
equation.
the legal
Otherwise, why would the
requirements of
American
it?
Fork Police
No idea.
Department
Not a
act
lawyer.
in
This is
way?
all just
To me,
commentary.
it really
But
seems that there is something else huge going on here, and whether that's
regardless, you see enough to know that those police are not trustworthy. The company's not trustworthy. You know what I mean? Like, sure, it may not be enough to put some people up on charges, but it kind of tells you everything you need to know, and that those people are not people you want to have in your civilized society. Yeah, kind of makes it a little obvious.
it's corruption or something else, there's undoubtedly more that we're missing here. And speaking of things that we're missing, The American Fork Police Department redacted almost all of the body cam footage, like a ton of it, which usually you don't do unless you've done something wrong, you're trying to cover something up. You know, I'm just saying, that doesn't make a lot of sense. If you, in fact, aren't guilty of anything, why would you redact all of that footage? And usually, you only redact body cam footage when you're trying to protect a victim, but there's no victims to protect in
The I don't know if it was a lady. I think it was a lady. It sounded like a lady. What sounded like a lady at the Utah, whatever,
Feel
the
free to
American Fork
chat.
Police
This stream
Department.
engages
She
with
said,
viewers.
"We redact everything as per Utah state or pursuant to Utah state statutes. We don't just redact things because they don't look good." I wouldn't do that, Ben. There, that. Yeah, you're a liar. Lies and filthy liars. All of them. All of them are filthy
this
liars.
situation. There are no victims
Slut
in
for
this that
money.
we're not aware of. So, to me, at least, from my opinion, it just seems really suspicious, the narrative the American Fork Police Department is trying to paint, all of the redacted footage, and just all the different actions and claims that they are taking. It seems very, very suspicious, and honestly, it makes me wonder what else is going on with the American Fork Police Department. But with that being said, let me know in the comments down below what you think of all of this. Go watch.
Yeah. If I was a gambling man and this were a Kalshi trade, I'd be putting all my money in corruption. I mean, every step of the way you go up all the way to like the peak. I would be putting my money on corruption. You're probably gonna find it ties to somebody corrupt at each step of the way up. Franchisee corrupt, CEO corrupt, local justice system corrupt. Probably gonna see corrupt DA, corrupt fucking mayor, corrupt fucking governor. Like, it's just the way it works. And like I keep saying, just look at all the Democrat bastions of corruption. You see the exact same thing. It's just the exact same lack of accountability and like perpetual fucking mirror boilerplating as a defense. Oh, we don't know. You gotta go talk to the franchise holder. Oh, I don't know. You gotta talk to the corporate. Yeah, just bouncing it around, just bouncing normal people around. Fuck them out of what they spent their life to work. Yeah, you see it lots of places. Telling y'all, zoom out. Apply the same critical lens to just about anything in life, and like you see the same shit. That's why it's amazing to some people that it's like is so whatever. Like you got to have Nick Shirley's out there doing fucking boots on the ground journalism. It's fucking people like fleeing to Mexico. Like, bro, yeah, no, there's something wrong. Something massively wrong. I'm sorry, you're not just gonna have that many massive things wrong, like all across the board, and like there not be systemic tie-ins. I just don't see the math on that mathing, bro. That math doesn't math to me. Like, I'm not saying I could prove some shit, but I'm saying mathematically it don't sell. That shit don't sell. If you're given the opportunity to place bets, bro, place them on corruption. That's where I'm putting my bet. But again, like I said, I'm familiar with such things. Ooh, Plus has a long video. Let's watch it.
Still staying up late gaming solo? With Hacko AI, get the ultimate companion for your playtime. I noticed that
This is from 11 hours ago. Nice. Fairly fresh.
up.
You don't have sound. Why do you not have sound? Sir, you don't have sound.
Saying, oh, well, we're gonna get... It's weird. Audio input capture. It does not show my Yeti. Holy moly. My Yeti,
It's gone again.
Oh, man. Okay, does it work or not? And is it good or not? Give me a second. No, I plugged out the thing. Oh, thanks, Redhead Pirate. They hit me with like so many ads. I don't know why. Okay, it's working now. That's so weird. Give me a second. I gotta watch like fucking like 4 ads.
Incoming
to like
ad
finally
break.
like figure out the volume. Yeah, built in looks like it works, but it's not my microphone, right? Yeah. Give me a second. I gotta watch like fucking like 4. Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I don't know what the hell happened here, but looks like something happened. Looks like I'm also paused. Oh, that's obviously that's a video. You know. Oh, jeez. Okay, so my theory here is if you go on this guy's LinkedIn, this is the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. Audio is good now. Okay, audio is good. What is that? It is the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. Yeah, I need to. I'll call the police for some help. I need to call the police department for some help on my audio, right? So we're gonna deep dive into Amon McNeff, and I'm going to explain like why this is so interesting.
Brick by brick.
He's not a lawyer,
brother.
So first of all, what you need to understand, we can go over Ben's new video. He's not a lawyer, okay? He only has a bachelor's degree from BYU, from in psychology. So this man is not a lawyer, but he was president of what seems to be like, to me, a law firm of some type. So when you go into Legally Mine, this is what everyone yesterday wanted me to cover. It seems like that this is a company. So let's just read it. Proper use of legal entities for lawsuit protection. To me, that means that they're going to do shitty stuff, so they know they're going to get sued. So by the way, like, this is very odd, right? So you're a company, and the first thing that you do is get lawsuit protection. Why? It's like anyone who starts a business isn't like saying, oh, well, we're going to get sued, right? The tax reduction, that's always nice. I'm sure that's totally legal. But the lawsuit protection is really for people who, and it's the same location in Utah. It's the same location in Utah. Okay, so if you look at this company, Legally Mine, it looks like Legal Mindset. Honest to God, it looks like Legal Mindset. Like, it's got a gavel, like me, it's got a gavel, some type of building, and then the medical thing. And the company is called Legally Mine. Proper use of legal entities for lawsuit protection. Wouldn't you think these guys are, like, wouldn't you come to the conclusion that, hey, these guys are probably lawyers? Some of them would be lawyers. All of them would be lawyers. At least the president should be a lawyer. And that's what the conclusion. So let's read this. Legally Mine LLC provides specialized legal, and again, they're using the word legal a lot. This is exactly what happened when Ben approached him. He's like, oh, sue, like Josh, right? Sue us. Now we finally understand why. So they're not lawyers. None of them are lawyers, but they're acting as lawyers. In fact, when you Google this name, they actually lost a case. The first thing that pops up is they lost a case for the unauthorized practice of law. So if you are a non-lawyer, and then there's like McNeff. This, I don't know if this is like the guy's name. So the Supreme Court of Ohio has entered an order finding that Legally Mine LLC and Daniel McNeff engaged in unauthorized practice of the law. So that sounds very, very similar, okay? When I mean similar, I mean like when he's approaching Ben and he's like, sue me, you can sue me, go to court. It's because they're practicing unauthorized law. None of them, this guy is not a lawyer, okay? But like he's talking about frivolous lawsuits. Hey, Lust. Oh, shout out to Nicholas the Pope here. Nicholas Daniel might be his dad. Yeah, there's something... But he was, let me make sure that you guys understand this. He was president for over 10 years and he worked at a company for over 12. This isn't, yeah, thank you. And shout out to Nicholas the Order the Pope. I can smell you, 7747. This is very bizarre because you have a entity that is pretending they're lawyers when they are not. So this is
I mean, the deeper you dig into the guy's track record, he's literally just like the worst kind of person everywhere he goes and everything he gets involved in. Like the audacity of it, the bold-faced caucasity of it is fucking amazing.
exactly what they did to Ben, in my opinion. Yeah, we're going to look at Ben's response. Is they threaten, legal action. And this is my greatest interesting thing about this. So criminal action. So the action they keep threatening is criminal defamation. Criminal defamation has been repealed. In the state of Utah, you can no longer go to jail. The police should not be involved.
Oh, shit. Now that's an interesting turn of the table. There is no defamation in Utah. Senator Kennedy, thank you.
And any defamation after
It's
May
criminal.
1st,
You can have civil
2025,
defamation, of
2024. So you have a non-lawyer using the police to criminally charge Ben, and I'm going to tell you why. He's cheap. When the police are paid by the taxpayers, the prosecutor, the Utah County Prosecution Office, is paid by the taxpayers. The judge is paid by the taxpayers. So when he gets the police involved, so this is an individual who is not a lawyer, kind of like strutting out like he is a lawyer. In fact, either him or like some type of McNeff. So Daniel McNeff, who's that? That's his dad, brother, something. I mean, they share the last name. So Amin McNeff is he's owned this company. This company is not even like once you learn what this company does, it's kind of a weird company. They essentially take assets and make sure that, well, they call it frivolous lawsuits, okay? But that's their opinion that it's frivolous, right? So so let's say that let's give this exact. That's why they're not afraid of the Menzels. Now they don't know that Reckless Ben is going to get involved in it, right? But and this was in 2021 when I believe he was still president of the company. Yeah, so it looked like this kind of made him leave. So he left January 2021, and the filing came down December 2021. So he left just before they came out with a verdict of guilty for this. And he left to go to MINIFIGS. So that's very interesting. The timing is quite interesting from his LinkedIn. Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. The MINIFIGs know how to use the police and the criminal system to their advantage. And the reason they use both of these is it costs zero money. It costs taxpayer dollars. So if they were to sue Ben in civil court, they would have to hire a lawyer. Again, none of them are lawyers. At least this guy's not a lawyer. He just has a bachelor's degree of science in psychology, which I think it's a...
And this brings me back to like what I was saying. People are tired of scumbag bullshit abusing taxpayer dollars to fucking screw over normal, hardworking, tax-paying Americans. That's why the Mormon Church is going to have to either get real fucking solid on a position of one side or the other, or, you know, I don't know, man. Shepherd your brothers, brother.
It's a fake science, but we can argue that a little later. He is using the taxpayer money to abuse the criminal system.
And to anyone who's like, well, what does the Mormonism have to do? But that's what like the whole thing stems out. The main guy is Mormon. The police who are violating the law to enforce his wishes are doing so arguably because they're all part of the same little tribe. Yeah. Interesting. An interesting tidbit that like all of these otherwise unaffiliated people all share like the same, you know, education and faith systems that are all very tightly bound and tribalistic. It's an interesting, very interesting.
Because he's too cheap to pay. So when you call the police doesn't charge you money. The judge.
See, even in this guy's chat, fucking, or was it? I am so sick of people taking advantage of taxpayer money. Yeah, or that's actually what I think is the biggest undoer of a lot of this, like, just systemic, like, corrupt bullshit, is that, like, taxpayers are getting real fucking tired of paying money and getting nothing out of it.
The warrant doesn't charge you money. When you say it's criminal, you don't pay lawyers' fees. You don't even pay court fees. The reason this individual wants to make it criminal because he had this company. He understands how it works. Psychology under the United States Patent and Trademark Office is not considered a hard science. So if you major in psychology, you are not allowed to sit for the exam that makes you a patent attorney or a patent agent. So psychology is to me, is kind of as a patent attorney, we don't accept psychology as a scientific or mathematical degree. It just is not accepted under the United States Patent and Trademark Office, under their definition. But you see here, this guy has a lot of experience. Right? Doing this. So when he's very emboldened by the legal. So he even though he's not a lawyer, this company has acted like they're lawyers. And in fact, they have actually lost. They have been found to be engaged in unauthorized practice of law in Ohio. That is not good news for them. We're going to listen to Ben's response because a lot of people want to get to that. I don't have like a doc to go over today, so we can just do whatever.
Viewers.
Yeah, I don't know, Park, if they can afford lawyers, but why hire a lawyer when you can just why hire a lawyer when criminal is free? So they are abusing the shit out of the criminal system because it costs them nothing. So in this defamation thing, if they want to pursue defamation or something like this, it's not criminal. They cannot involve the police and the state of Utah. So I think there's something like really weird going on here, because all they do is criminally try to sue you. Oh yeah, I saw that, the small claims, right? So maybe Daniel McNeff is Almon's dad. So let's dig into a little bit into LinkedIn. Let's take a look into this guy's LinkedIn. He probably has blocked stuff, but maybe Almond McNeff is. Let's go to Bricks and Minifigs. Let's see who works at this company. William. It's got Bricks and Minifigs. They posted this a year ago. From owner operated to multi. We have some other interesting stuff to go over. I have this. So a lot of information is being digged up. This is.
I fucking called it. All that shit. More homeless on Mormon action.
Pretty crazy to me. This is written by, I don't know who this is, but they're essentially trying to sue a 15-year-old. They tried in 2023, BAM, which is the minifigs, attempted to sue a 15-year-old. This firm represents BAM franchising, BAM. You were hired as a sales associate for a BAM location with a start date. As you know, part of your employment, you signed a confidentiality and NDA. So the reason that so people saying, oh, okay, if BAM is so bad, how come no employees are speaking out about it? It's because they literally cannot. They signed a confidentiality and a non-disclosure agreement, which means they will be sued. They will be sued if they do this. So the question of like, okay, if BAM is doing all this shady stuff, how come the dudes in Oregon, the other dudes who have these figures, how come they can't help? And the answer is like they literally will be sued to the ground. This is a cease and desist letter, Federal Express mail, to a 15-year-old. Okay, by the way. Now, interestingly enough, again, he was 15 years old at the time. He was laid off. Okay, so like this is crazy, right? So somebody he knew, maybe a family friend, opened a store similar to BAM. He was laid off from the location, and he was 15. So if it was similar to BAM, he wouldn't have signed the contract. It comes to our attention that shortly after you began working at blah, 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 BAM location, you established your own company, which you filed with the divisions of throughout your employment and prior to your this is a 15-year-old, by the way. Departure from the company, you took BAM's confidential and proprietary information, including but not necessarily limited to customer supply, So essentially, they're saying, hey, you took our company, you made it your own company, and then you used our information, trade secrets, and so on. And he's saying you breached the contract, the confidentiality and non-disclosure contract. So in 2020, this guy might have been like 14 at the time. And minors cannot sign contracts at all. So if a minor signs a contract, it's void. And so I don't know exactly the timing of it, but he does seem to be a minor at this point in time. And they're saying, okay, you material breach a contract. And this
People are
agreement,
retarded.
confidential.
I have to pee though. Excuse me a moment. Legos are bait, right? But yeah, see, I told y'all, man. Watch now that this is getting traction, you're gonna see lots of people coming out of the woodworks. All the skeletons are gonna come tumbling out of the BAM closet, and it'll come toppling down, brick by brick. Right? Fucking right.
nature and liable for
It's
going.
wild.
You have no right to retain the customer list data. So they are making lists, just not in the one case when Josh Johnson takes over. By retaining ownership of this information and using it for the benefit of a competing company, your material breach. So again, this explains why no one is speaking up against BAM, because they're all getting sued, right? So like, if a BAM employee wants to talk to Ben, I'm sure that all these employees have already received this proactively, right? Because I'm sure that it's not a mystery that Ben is probably asking employees, because he's done so in his previous video. Hey, there's allegations from Ben that the employees of Eugene, Oregon, know that they have received a large shipment of vintage Star Wars Legos that they believe come from the Menzel family, but they can't speak because there's a confidentiality, there's an NDA, and they have this law firm here, and so that explains a lot. If they're willing to sue a 15-year-old, they're willing to sue anybody, guys. Okay, so here we go. Somebody I know opened a store similar to BAM, blah, blah, blah. I was laid off. I was 15 at the time.
I mean, the sheriff's departments tend to be a little bit better.
So again,
because the sheriffs are elected, but appointed police departments are by far the worst. Because there's like nothing. You're just appointed. You're given the job. There's no like public accountability.
again, this is like this is a non-lawyer pretending to be a lawyer. First of all, like, the guy is so young, he can't sign a contract because he's only a minor. And do you think they give this minor like information on the vendor, the business practice? Again, I was never given any information on vendors or business practices because I was a minor, which makes sense. Like, at this time, he's like literally 13 or 14, probably just working on the family for a family friend. And the state this occurred, any contract signed by a minor. So he's confirming he was a minor at this time. They share information on their vendors through many YouTube tour videos, and all those vendors have resale pages on their site. Exactly. Fretton. Yeah, they are. This guy never signed a NDA or confidentiality agreement, but BAM is accusing him of signing one, which is not true. So this is a law firm and or entity that is not afraid to lie, to legally. So I'm trying to make a point here. This is an entity that is. So he says, as part of your employment, you signed a confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement. Well, where is it? There's no proof. And the reason there is no proof is he never signed one. Okay, but they're pretending he signed one to put pressure on him, and they're trying to sue a 15-year-old at the time who was working when he was like 13 or 14, even though like he never signed a contract because he's a minor, which makes sense. And they never gave him any of this information because he was a minor. Even if they did give him this information, right? Would it be a minor, right? Like, why would you give a minor information on this stuff, right? This is very, very embarrassing that they lied about a minor signing agreement that would have been void anyway. Guys, he would have been void. No, this is Bricks and Minifigs. So, like, you know, you might ask, okay, so why don't the employees speak up if it's so
No,
bad?
Lego like
literally
is
they're
like they
if you're
got nothing to
threatening a
do with
minor
us.
who never signed
And
the
Lego's very
confidentiality
litigious
NDA,
too, so it's kind of
because and even if he
surprising, yeah.
did sign it, he's a minor, so he wouldn't even apply in the state he's located in, and you're ready to sue him. Imagine how stupid this law firm is. We don't have a contract, we don't have a signature, and the dude was a minor. So even if we had a contract and signature, it's a moot point. We're still going to lose. But we're going to send a intimidating letter. So this is all they do, intimidation. They don't have any actual belief they can sue because they will immediately lose. As soon as this goes in front of a judge, they will 100% lose. 100% they would lose. But they're fine, like, sending this to, like, minors. You know? Trade secret misappropriation and breach of contract. What contract? So this is how silly they are, and this is how they act and behave, because they keep acting and behaving this way because they are an asset protection doing unauthorized practice of the law. No, I know, we're going to get there. We're going to get there, guys. We're here. We are here. We're going to listen to Ben. But I just want to let you guys know, if these guys actually got in front of a real judge, they'd be totally screwed. That's why they're using the police. Now, number one, the police is free. It costs no money to send the police with guns after Ben, right? They didn't pay any attorney fees. There was no invoice. That's all free. The taxpayers pay for that. It takes no money for a judge to sign a warrant. The taxpayers pay for the judge's salary. Let me
Oh
again
yeah, bro.
tell you how
The whole thing has like massive traction. Ben's original video is probably approaching 3 million views now. Charlie's video, it had a couple million views. It's being gone over by Asmon Gold. His videos get several million views, and when it was gone over live streamed, it probably went to like 40,000 or more people just on the live stream. Yeah, no, they're cooked. Their company's done. I watched one thing. It was just a random Mormon dude who was like, now everybody's going to be looking at Mormons like weird fucking shady scumbags. Like, not only did you destroy your reputation, you're damaging our reputation. Fucking yeah, no, they're fucking cooked. Like, it's just how long can they tread water before they drown? You know what I mean?
This situation is. The reason they want it to be criminal is they're cheap. I don't know if they want more Mormon money to the Mormon church, but when you make it criminal, which they have, they called RICO. They called RICO. They've called what was that? Racketeering. They don't pay $1 for this thing, right? Yeah, they don't pay $1 for this thing. This cease and desist letter, which has a lot of mistakes to it, cost them maybe $10 to send. I bet you they have a template of this, and they just send it to everybody. So the way that this company is operating is very similar to the way this company's operating.
I mean, you're not wrong. They should, and I don't know why it's not making noise, so ignore this. But
Welcome, Perk 60 Wolf.
there we go. Now it's making noise. I don't know why it stops making noise, and I don't know why that's the fix for it, but it is. All right, Tess, see, look at that. It pinged. It made the noise.
With the unauthorized...
Why that fixes it, I don't know. No idea why that fixes it. Test, rest, best, rest,
so this
and
is
we're back.
very, very bizarre behavior. Okay, so we'll get to what you guys want to get to. Yes, it was never about legality or winning in court. It was about sending a message. A message with all types of illegal things that didn't happen.
Right, pejorative.
An imaginary message.
Like,
where,
oh my god.
Like, if they're willing to send a 15-year-old, we have more videos, something like this, with a 15-year-old, A, didn't sign any contracts because he's 14, 13, and B, even if he signed a contract, it wouldn't be legal for him to sign a contract in the state that this was signed in, then imagine what they're doing to Ben, right? Oh, thank you, Star Reverie. Forgive me if someone asked you this. You talked about it, but do you think there's a possible RICO case against Bam and the police? I think there might be a reverse RICO case. So they're charging Ben for RICO. I think it's more likely that they're charging reckless Ben for RICO. I think it is more likely that the police are guilty of RICO, right? Because, like, here's a problem with the police. No, I mean, I was just saying, they're all Mormons. You would expect them to back each other, no? Just from the nature of their church and what they believe in. And we have video footage. So anyway, we'll listen to Ben now. But thank you for that.
The American
$5.
Fork Police Department has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to
Wow, this is like volume up 10,000 or something.
address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So now I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for...
Yeah, Alex is right. Happy Pride Month, guys. Happy Pride Month. Do we have a Pride Month flag as an emoji?
stealing the Legos, when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers, and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house?
Yeah, so the question is, why did they raid his house? Even if there were stolen Legos at his home, which there wasn't even like a single Lego. So you go to his home, you think they're stolen Legos, you got like 7 dudes with guns, like, right? You got a dude pointing the gun at your like genitalia for whatever reason. That's what lethal means. It means pointing your gun. Oh, we do have a rainbow emoji. Oh, great. That's good to know. That's what lethal force means for the Fork Police Department, is that they point a rifle, probably on, like, with no safety on, at your genitalia. That is the definition of lethal force, according to the American Fork Police. But anyway, back to this. They didn't find a single Lego. Oh, B6, thank you so much. If you appreciate the content, make sure to drop a like. Hey, Jules. Hey, Jules. Hopefully you and Alex had a good time. Alex sent me a picture. It looked of the food. It looked good. It looked good. This is so bizarre because okay, so the warrant is for like Legos, okay? So they go into the house, find no Legos, and they still arrest the guy?
Right? Like what kind of dumb shit is that? Like, yeah, we got a warrant for you know, drug dealing. Like, all right, we go search the house. Like, all right. Like, okay, we didn't find any drugs in the house. You're coming with us. You're under arrest. Like, motherfucker, what? You just said there were no drugs in the house. Like, you know, what the fuck did I do? How the fuck, like,
Like, think about this. We said that there's heroin in your car. We send the whole police department to look at your car for 2 hours. We can't find heroin, right? The thing is, we have to let you go. We sent our whole police department guns a-blazing because the Airbnb host said there were stolen Lego that he heard. The Airbnb host didn't even see a Lego. He heard somehow that there were, quote, disgusting stolen Lego. That was the only evidence they had, was the Airbnb. Again, we should go to this Airbnb host and figure out who he is. or she, because holy shit, that it sounds like they're spying on their like. Airbnb needs to figure out who this host is and really investigate this guy, because it looks like he's like secretly recording the guest. And if he's going to secretly record the guest, why not put a camera in somebody's, bathroom, bedroom? You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying about this type of guy, right? If he's going to put microphones and cameras and secretly record, and not only did he secretly record you, as soon as he heard the word stolen Legos, he called the police. The judge had a warrant out for lethal force. And then the guy,
Probably.
so again, this is very.
I assume that's what most Airbnbs do.
Some credibility to the Mormon Mafia, because this stuff it's not this fast. If you ever called the police before,
just be like taking a bath at an Airbnb, get a call like, you're not allowed to bathe that direction. Wait, what? Hold on.
They're slow as hell. It takes them half an hour just to get off their butts, enter their cars. So if you ever had an emergency and called the police before, like, look how fast this happened. Just think about how fast this happened, and then how fast it normally happens.
Right.
Okay. Stolen Legos. Okay. Let me call the police. Then the police go to the prosecution. The prosecution goes to the judge, and they sign a warrant. And the warrant is for like lethal. That allows them to bring guns and point up guns at people's genitalia for whatever reason. That's what they want to do. Nothing in life is that fast, guys. Like, nothing in life is this. The police are not that. The judge is not that fast. The prosecution is not that fast. You're talking about multiple parts of the government. You're talking about the judicial system, the police system, the prosecution's office, all being synced up within like an hour to get guns over there for stolen Lego. Look, so if I'm the
they've got the Legos. Bring in the Bearcat. Breach.
I'm hungry. Please sub so he will feed me.
Yeah, bro. Like, what is this shit? Like, yeah, we had to mobilize the SWAT team. We brought out the Bearcat. That uses 6 gallons of diesel per mile. We drove it 95 miles from the state capitol over here. Yeah, like, what the fuck kind of nonsense is that, bro? Talk about wasting people's money for stupid, pointless shit. Like, we had to mobilize the whole SWAT unit. Some young adults had Legos. This is the worst thing to transpire within the borders of Utah since the massacre at 18-4. Like, what? Like, they didn't even have Legos. Like, we were too late. Despite our best efforts, we failed. The Legos were trafficked. Like, bro, what the fuck are we talking about here? For real, like, you mobilized a fucking SWAT team for some YouTubers that are like, bro, like young 20s. These are barely adults. I don't even know if these people could rent a car. And you're over here mobilizing the SWAT team like you have an active shooter situation. We need 14 men, full kit, to descend on an Airbnb that's got 4 20-year-olds who are here from out of state, and they make videos that convey a narrative we don't like. Right? Oh shit, I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, Legos let you make stuff. And I guess if like the YouTubers are from the orc faction of Warhammer 40K, as long as they believe what they've assembled will do the job, it will in fact actually function. That's right. You're right. I totally forgot about that. I forgot about the orcs and their inherent like passive magic. Yeah, if they'd just assembled those Legos in some sort of dangerous weapon, the orc magic would have made it true. So like, if they hadn't breached hard and fast like that, those YouTubers could have rapidly assembled a mouse tank, and then their passive orc magic would have made the tank actually function how it was supposed to. And like, if they did it using all red blocks, it wouldn't be like a German mouse. It would be fast, because that's how orc passive magic works. If it's red, it goes fast. Them's the rules. If red, go fast. If it's red, it's fast. So if they built it out of red bricks, bro, that'd have been game over. That would have been a galaxy destroying event. You would have had a tank capable of high speed. That's it. That's game over. You can't stop that. So I guess it makes sense. I'm surprised they didn't just, set the building on fire like they did at Waco. I mean, with the immense danger posed by a potential assortment of Legos, and of course orc passive magic, which everybody knows that's real. The government wants to hide the fact that that's all actually real. I did a whole expose on it, bro. Trump is actually the one true God King. He's going to ascend to the throne at the end of his term, and then he's going to rule over the Imperium of Man for the foreseeable millennia. And some would already argue he possibly already in the stage of being trapped in the dead body and just like persisting out of sheer will, as everyone knows the Emperor of Man does. Then he proceeds to inhabit the crumbling husk for tens of thousands of years through nothing but like sheer spite. That would be funny. I mean, to be fair, bro, there was a brief period where like I was just like trolling people with that, because like the shit people say is so stupid. I figured I might as well just like join in the tomfoolery, and at least it'll be funny. So I had Grok make me a bunch of bullshit AI pictures of Trump as the God King of the Imperium of Man, just inhabiting the dying husk, yet still inhabiting. Bro, so funny. Super funny. Because like it's just so fucking stupid that like why anybody would care is beyond me, but the fact that it actually like riled people up in their jimmies just was so funny. Cause it was just so stupid. Like it was like the equivalent of the stupid video Trump released of him in the fighter jet dropping poop all over fucking shrieking idiot. Like it was totally just retarded, but man, did it just light some pubes on fire for some people. Good times. But yeah, like I was saying, passive orc magic, bro. Everybody knows YouTubers have passive orc magic, bro. That's the only way you can achieve anything on YouTube is passive orc magic. It only works if you truly believe it will work. And if you paint it red, it'll go faster. Blue runs cooler. I forget what green does. I want to say maybe luck. I don't know. It's been a few decades since my time in Orcish seminary school, so I'm not fully up to snuff on my Orcish color theory. My apologies, everybody. I'll try to do better in the future.
Police, my question would be, have you seen any Legos there? So, you heard them talk about...
We didn't see any Legos. We didn't know that they actually had stolen the most famous Legos in the world, the invisible Legos. They were made by... Who the fuck was the bitch from the Fantastic Four that could be invisible? Yeah, whatever, that. That's what it is. That's the one they actually stole, bro, and that's why it's such a big deal. It's a one of one invisible woman minifig that's actually invisible. That's why it's such a big deal. And like, yeah, those cut rate cops, bro, they're just dim, bro. Haphazard slapdash, couldn't even find it. Like, bro, it was right there. Everybody could see it on the camera. The invisible woman right on the table. Fucking learn to serve a warrant. Jeez. That's like raiding the trap house and dropping drugs off. Like, you failed. It was right there. You didn't see it. Like, you saw it, right? I saw it. She was right there. The invisible woman minifig. The invisible one. The only one in existence. The rarest Lego to have ever Legoed. Like, this shit is so stupid, bro. Alright, it's hard to make the shit stupider than it is for the sake of comedy. They're making my job really hard. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all did so bad at actually doing your job that you're making it hard to make fun of. Because, like, even the outlandish shit I come up with, it's like the littlest bit further into outlandish. So, like, it just doesn't hit the same. You know what I mean? It's not like reframing a mild fuck up as a massive buffoonery. Like, it's already a massive buffoonery. It's difficult to even exaggerate it. And we live in a world where socialism killed 100 million people, and there's people who still think that it just wasn't done right. So, like, buffoonery abounds, but this is like factors beyond normal human buffoonery. So much so that, again, like, I struggle to make fun of it because the exaggerations for sake of humor they like barely feel like exaggeration. And I feel like half the time I click unpause just for the video to then be like, and they did exactly what he just said. And it's like, oh, fuck. So then I gotta like pause it again and make a new humorous exaggeration just for the video to unpause and the guy to be like, and then what he just said, yeah, that also. Like, motherfuck. Like, bro, some of us are trying to make jokes out of the bullshittery. Like,
Stolen Legos. Have you witnessed any Legos coming in or out of the home?
oh my God, bro, how funny would that be? Just like the cops staking out the Airbnb, like I got Legos. You seeing any Legos moving in or out of the house? Pulling over people who leave, like, you got any Legos in the car? Like, yeah, how am I supposed to make that funnier than it already is, bro? What the fuck? Like, insanity.
No. Well, you know, hey, we believe you. That sounds good to us. I mean, you just heard that they were talking about.
I think my local police department has a corgi. Like, whatever, service dog. Not as like a canine or, you know, it's definitely not a jump out boy. It's probably like a specialized sniffy boy of some kind. Super cute though. Shit. Now I got sidetracked. What was I gonna do? Fuck. I don't know. But yeah, they're making it hard to like make jokes out of this. It's so wildly ridiculous.
Stolen Legos. Wow, amazing. Oh, and then the police say, okay, good. Thank you, witness. So that's not enough evidence to send the police department after.
We got the call. The Legos are in the nest. Go, go, go. Wait, hold on. Where's that stupid? I'll pull this off so it doesn't like fuck up what is going on there.
With Vinted, Donna can easily earn extra cash.
Bitch, shut up.
Still staying up.
This one. Hold on. Yeah, this. The Legos are in the nest. The Legos are in the nest. Oh, this isn't it. Oh, yeah, it is.
And if that doesn't work,
What? No. The Legos are in the nest. The Legos are in the nest. Breach, breach, breach. Just breaks the vase against the wall for no reason. Tackles grandma. Give us the Legos. Give us the Legos. Give us the Legos, you piece of shit. Give us the Legos. I'll get on the ground. I'll fucking kill you. I'll kill this fucking dog. Damn, bro. You maybe think you're like overreacting on like maybe some stolen Legos. Shut that dog up! Shut that fucking dog up!
Furries, copper.
Right? No, but like in hindsight, how funny would it have been if they had like breached the house and like there was just a full-blown orgy going on? Like no Legos, just like 37 naked people just fucking going at it. You like bring a bunch of naked people outside at gunpoint. Like, I think that'd be the only way they could look stupider than they do. Fuck.
They'd probably join like the disgusting worms they are.
You probably. Probably. The eagle is in the nest. The eagle is in the nest. Red team, go.
After you, okay? Stolen Legos. It's just not. With guns. So now you go to the prosecution office and
Right,
says,
with
hey,
guns, like,
hey,
bro.
hey, we need a warrant right now. There are stolen Legos. And the prosecutor's like, oh, damn. Stolen Legos. Send everybody. Send the whole police department. We definitely don't have anything.
Send the whole police department. Call SWAT. Bring in the FBI. Someone alert the Secret Service. There might be Legos at the vicinity.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Just double back to this because it's fucking so stupid. The FBI, open up.
have you ever been at one of those parties where you just wanted to?
Give us the Legos! On the ground! Where are the Legos? Give me the Legos! I'll kill your fucking dog! Where are the Legos? Get in and die, old man! Give me the Legos! Glad to know that our tax dollars are going to good use so that the American Fork Police Department can like do this over some Legos. My grandma was in that urn. Fuck your grandma. Beat your grandpa too. Like fuck this old lady's cake. Shut that fucking dog up. Shut the fucking dog up. We'll cut. Like yeah, bro. Come the fuck on. Like what is this stupid shit? You have a fucking full-blown SWAT raid over some people are talking about stolen Legos. Like, there is no way you can just explain this in a way that makes any sense other than the American Fork Police Department is a bunch of corrupt Mormon fucking spazzes. Give us the Legos. We're gonna rip your shoulder out of the socket. Give us the fucking
That was to
Legos.
do. So the prosecution now agrees that these stolen Legos are like the stolen Legos of our utmost importance, right? So number one, an Airbnb host thinks that they're talking about stolen Legos. He has not seen any stolen Legos.
The stupidest part is like, yeah, bro. Of course they're talking about stolen Legos. For 18 months, they've been trying to get dude back his stolen Legos. Yes, they're talking about stolen Legos. How does that make evidence enough to fucking SWAT raid a fucking building? When you already know they're in town trying to fucking serve the dude who they believe, and who arguably did, but whatever, who they believe and who the courts are requiring them to serve in regards to the aforementioned stolen Lego. I mean, right? Like, bro, at this point, why didn't they just SWAT raid the local Dunkin' Donuts and like beat the cashier to death? It'd have been about as effective. Like, this shit's retarded. We need to go back to having a special place for retarded people, where like they don't like affect the lives of normal people.
Incoming ad break.
Legos move in or out. He's only briefly heard that sentence, stolen.
Operation Bricked Up is a go. Breach, breach, breach. I'm surprised there was. Wait, I'm pretty sure Fuse was part of that raid. I think it was Fuse who dislocated his arm. I'm pretty sure I heard the like heavy breathing of everybody's favorite R6 operator. Like, bro, your sweat is vodka, big dog. Like, you should probably go home. I mean, maybe. To be fair, I assume like they're just people like anybody else, and like they're into all sorts. They're into all variety of freaky ass shit. Because like people nowadays are fucking deviant sinners and into freaky ass corrupt shit. Probably. Lego should make a set about it. Or somebody, bro, that would be comedy fucking gold. Release a custom Lego series of things, just because, you know, like that's what Lego does. They like just kind of grab scenes of stuff and like replicate it in Lego. Bro, you need to have the like fucking Lego streamer B&B raid set, bro, with like all the lame little cops and all the little streamer minifigs. And yeah, I think that would be funny. That would be super fucking funny. Like that company that sells custom knockoff Legos that are like tank sets and shit like that. Yeah, just start like selling the American Fork Police Department set and just mock them through physical media. Just on the front of the set, just one of the cop Legos like ripping the arm off of one of the streamer minifigs. All of them full tactical gear, assault weapons. Up against minifigs in board shorts. Those are terrorist board shorts.
Legos. And he thought that was good enough to report somebody to the police. That there was a conversation about stolen Legos.
I mean, no, that's fine. Like, the person is allowed to like report some shit to the police. That's not a big deal. The big deal is the way the police reacted to someone saying, yeah, I heard him talking about stolen Legos. See, you'd think the police, who already knew that, well, the majority of what's going on, would be like, that makes sense that they would be talking about stolen Legos, seeing as the reason they're here has to do with a court case they're in that involves stolen Legos. So like, yeah, why would they ever be talking about stolen Legos? Bro, they must be stealing the Legos. That's the only logic that can be fucking sussed out of this, bro. Nah. The case, they would never talk about the case that they're here to serve paperwork for to the person they're accusing of stealing Legos. Yeah, they would never talk about that. They must be here to steal Legos. Fucking criminal. Like, bro, come the fuck on.
Okay, so now the police who already know, because they stopped Reckless Ben, and Reckless Ben has explained it to them like 1,000 times before, that the stolen Legos are not Ben stealing the Legos, but Josh stealing the Legos. Now the police is like, oh man, we got some murder one, a dude got aped, a woman got essayed. What? Stolen Legos? Whoa. Call the prosecutor. Stop everything. Everyone get on your phones. We gotta call the prosecutor. Okay, now the
They said Legos. They said Legos. Shut that fucking dog up. I'll fucking kill that dog. Where are the Legos? Give us the Legos. Do you have a moment to talk about your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Because they're Mormon. Get it? Bro, I bet you they called it Operation Bricked Up, and if they didn't, whoever named the operation is fucking regretting it, and they're probably getting made fun of. Probably called it something lame, like streamer SWAT. Like, nah, man. Should have been Operation Bricked Up. I gotta go see what my dog's barking at, because if it's a fox, it's not gonna be for long.
ZZZZ.
So bricks out from the Lego raid hold me.
Prosecutor who is in charge of determining the importance of what crimes to get warrants and so on, decides like, unless there's literally no crime happening this week, the prosecutor now decides that, hey, what we really need to do is we need to go to a judge and get a warrant. We need to go to the judge and get a warrant. Are you kidding me? And the judge signs off. And the judge is asking the prosecutor, hey, what is this about? Is it a murder? Is there a, essay happening? No. We think. So the judge, again, this is judge. This is a judge. Think about this from a judge's perspective, right? The judge now asks the prosecutor, what evidence do you have? Well, the police told me that this Airbnb host overheard a conversation about stolen Legos. And the judge is like, okay, what type of warrant do you want? Oh, we want to come up with all of our guns pointed. Okay, that sounds reasonable to me. Lethal force, stamped. Just think about this for a moment. If you think the police is corrupt, a prosecutor signed off on it. A judge signed off on the warrants. The Airbnb host is spying on them, So, look, I think there is something to be said about Mormons supporting Mormons. That's normal, right? But just think about, think about what they're doing from the Airbnb host to, the entire police department to the entire prosecution. So, when a judge signs up on it and it allows lethal force, somebody could die. I'm not joking. The way this guy has the gun pointed, somebody
people
could
die in
at
swatting.
every
It happens.
point. So the reason we have a judge sign off on it, because we don't want people to do we don't want stupid warrants to go out. Right? Are there drugs? I bet you the judge's like, are there drugs? No drugs, just Legos. Are there, are there people being abused? Nope, just Legos.
We're gonna need more time to surveil the suspected sex ring. Sex trafficking people. We're gonna need more time to surveil the local bent dealers. But we got this really vague tip that some people might have Legos, bro. Round up the boys. What?
Are there any SA happen? Nope, just Legos. Kidnapping? Nope, just Legos. All right, that sounds good to me. So like I said, the reason I believe there is something to be said about the Mormon Mafia is no reasonable judge is going to approve lethal force for a warrant about Legos.
A Lego of cocaine.
Just
maybe
nuts.
it's street slang, bro.
Zero.
We moving to mad Legos,
A judge
dog.
is a
We
lawyer.
got the bricks.
The prosecutor is a
Holy
lawyer.
shit, bro.
I
So
can make
stupid.
the argument that this is a bunch of police officers and they have no idea what they're doing. And they're pretending to be pseudo lawyers. And then you could make the argument, oh, they're not lawyers. Okay, so they don't understand what's going on. You cannot make that same argument for the prosecutor. The prosecutor understands the law. Oh, B6, yeah. They were busting Lego thieves. Yeah, yeah, that's, he just uncovered a crime. So the prosecutor, there's no excuse for his behavior. The judge, there is no, like, how can you, does anyone have a reasonable excuse for the judge? Why you would possibly approve
Corruption.
lethal
I guess
force
that's not a reasonable excuse,
if
right?
all you thought was happening
it's a
was
reasonable
Legos
explanation,
were
though.
stolen?
Does it have to be an excuse,
Right.
or
Number
can it
one,
be
you
a
don't really have
reasonable
evidence Lego was stolen.
explanation?
Number two,
I'm hungry. Please
so number one, there's
feed me.
really no evidence outside of hearsay. So your witness is, yeah, you know, kind of unreliable, right? Your witness may have to get the information. It's called fruit of the poisonous tree. The witness, the Airbnb host, to get the information, to report to the police, to report to the prosecutor, to report to the judge, may have himself done something illegal, like illegally recording his residence. A prosecutor's going to ask, why didn't the prosecutor ask that? Hey, how did you guys get this information? Okay, that sounds like we should arrest the Airbnb host for illegally recording people, right? When they have a expectation of privacy, right? But no, like the reason I think there is corruption is I cannot imagine any judge signing off on this over Legos. What other judge?
Judge Finkelminger, somebody called in. They said young adults might have Legos. Give us the Legos! Give us the Legos! Shut that fucking dog up! I'll kill that fucking dog! Right.
Would sign lethal force over Legos. This was sending a message. This was intimidating.
Judge Finkelminger.
This company doesn't actually sue people because none of them they're not lawyers. This company does not sue people, guys. This company sends a message. This company sends a message. And a message was sent to Ben that day.
For stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos. When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything and they claimed it was to protect the victims.
Yes, they redacted. Oh, hey, Bubba Fat. Nice to see you here again. The police were afraid the Legos would be used on the floor to aid in an escape. Have you ever stepped on a Lego? No, things hurt, yeah. No. Okay, had there actually been a Lego? So again, they went there, they searched it, there was no Legos. Imagine if there actually was a Lego, what they would do. Imagine if there actually was a Lego, what they would do. But they literally searched his car for heroin.
Hold on. I'll find you what they would do if they had found a Lego. The dog is barking again. Excuse me a moment.
heroin, couldn't find any heroin. Then they searched his home, the Airbnb, for Legos, and couldn't find any Legos. If they had stepped on a Lego, an accident might have happened, and they would have shot.
Lego spotted! Lego spotted! Smoke them all! Smoke them all! They've got the Legos! They've got the Legos! Take them down! Yeah, that's what I think would have happened if they'd have found even like a single 1x1, bro. You got a fucking 1x1? Put him down.
Shot everyone up. Right? They didn't even find a single Lego, correct? They didn't even find a single Lego.
However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
Oh shit, here we go. Here we go. This is new evidence, guys.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos.
Yes, like, so the police are looking for Legos. They saw no Legos and they arrest everybody? And they put Ben in jail without bail? How does this make any sense? Like, it makes zero sense. Like, the police are looking for Legos. There are no Legos to be found. And they still make the arrest. God, like, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. Look, here's what I would say about Airbnb. If Airbnb allows its host to secretly record people, no one would ever use Airbnb ever again. That cannot be right. So even if it's legally allowed in whatever state or wherever you live, right, to secretly record people, which I don't think it is, you still have the argument that Airbnb probably has policies against that. There's no way Airbnb can operate on the premise that its users are secretly recording audio or fucking video about you, right? Maybe the police department asked hosts early on to record. It could be, yeah. That's why I'm saying the Mormon Mafia, from how this thing has like gone so fast, Airbnb host reports to police. Police go to prosecutor. Prosecutor thumbs up this. Gives it to judge. Judge gives the warrant with lethal force. Now the police go. I have never seen the police act this efficiently before. Right? Based on an Airbnb.
Cops only move that efficiently when they're doing favors. I don't think it's supposed to be a thing that's legal. You know. But I'm not a lawyer. I don't know for sure.
Airbnb hosts claims and allegations, and I mean the question would be like, have you seen any Legos there? Number one, he may or may not be illegally recording. We have to look at Utah law, so it's called fruit of a poisonous tree. So then you couldn't even use that as evidence. Number two, the Airbnb host has definitely not seen Legos come in or out. So, like, this is their evidence. And in fact, when they come guns a-blazing, there's not a single Lego to be found. There is not a single Lego to be found. It's very strange. But but it's not like, oh, we didn't find a Lego. Let's let everyone go, right? No, it's like we didn't find a Lego. Everyone's going to jail now, and we're going to send our detective to force a confession out of you.
And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all of the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone.
Yes. So a lot of people are saying, okay, did they break the law? Da, 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 da. Let me show you where they, like, let me show you who's breaking the law. And once you understand this, it'll blow your mind. So you guys think the police, so like the Mormon Mafia. Okay, so again, I don't know enough about this to like say for sure it exists, but I can tell you that the prosecution's office is also breaking the law. Again, let me say this again so people don't like misunderstand what I'm saying. The prosecution's office is also new rap song, no Legos here. Yeah. Thank you, Soda Pop Walters. Look, so they begin this by saying, actually I have this saved. In an effort to provide transparency, yada yada, whatever, right? Okay. Now they say this. This is very, like, I'm going to explain this to you in, like, layman terms, but as a lawyer, this is a huge, huge red flag. Certain portions of the camera footage involving Joshua, the reported victim, have been redacted. Some of it has been redacted and doesn't even involve Joshua. While we normally don't redact, the Utah County's Attorney's Office, which is a prosecution's office, asked us to do so. So, the police is not allowed to redact camera footage that they redacted. But they're getting a request from higher up, which is the Utah County's Attorney's Office, which is the prosecution, right? These are the people who get the judge warrant and so on. This is the middleman. So you guys understand, there's somebody in the middle here between the police and the judge. And that would be the Utah County's Attorney's Office. And not only did they ask the judge to sign a warrant for lethal force over stolen Legos, they have now redacted all relevant content. So it's not just the police. So it's not the bricks and minifigs. There's a C. No, it's not just the police department acting on its own. Okay, they're being told from higher up.
That's what I've been saying, bro. Multi-level systemic corruption.
They're being told from higher up, hey, you got to redact this, guys. The police is being told by the prosecution's office, right? From higher up, hey, I'm never going to go to Utah. I believe in American freedoms, and I have no reason to ever go to Utah. So everyone could like saying Mormons are awesome, they're amazing. I don't give a damn. I'm never going to go to Utah. Utah seems like a shitty place to go to. I live in fucking Texas. Never leave Texas, by the way. Texas is the best. Afro Man, yeah. You know what? You gotta make a rap. Send the image to Afro Man, license it to him, and the Afro Man will make a rap for you. Like people saying, oh, you're making Mormon Mafia, Mormon. Look, man. None of this looks good for the Mormons, you idiots. So if you're a Mormon, why would you think this looks good for you? And the worst thing you can do as a Mormon is like, oh, you see, this is not true. We're literally watching video camera footage. We literally have signed papers, warrants from the judge, who's also a Mormon. Like, dude, like the worst thing you can do as a Mormon is protect this type of behavior, because then everyone else will be like, oh, you see, all the Mormons do this. The best thing you can do is say, hey, you know what? This does look kind of sus. Maybe we should investigate this. But no, everyone's...
That's what I'm saying, bro. Every bit of it, like, dumb on dumb on dumb. But they exist in fucking this, like, current modern fuckery of whatever. Just rampant fraud, abuse, and corruption. Like, yeah, no, everybody's been calling this shit out for like more than a decade
Incoming
now.
Outbreak.
They're failing to hide it anymore.
Getting in their little bubble. Hey, you hate Mormons. Oh, this is hate. It's like, it's right in front of you, man. Yeah, correct. So, Hemobot, if you are a Mormon, you gotta be embarrassed by this shit. Yeah. I have a Batman minifig somewhere. I have the coolest Batman minifig you'll ever see in your life. Let me find it. That's Commissioner Gordon. I have like 20 Commissioner Gordons. Okay, let me find my Batman minifig. Let's see. I have to, like, these minifigs are like, they're everywhere. I have a rugby minifig. I don't. Oh, this is Commissioner Gordon on the cell phone. So like I said, okay, here's where's Batman? Oh yeah, don't worry, I have a Batman
I'm hungry.
minifig.
Please
oh, it's
sub
right here.
so
Right
he
here. I
will
found it.
feed me.
This is like his rubber duck. I don't know where he went. Oh. Okay, I mean, minifigs get lost all the time apparently in Utah, so. God, what if I had these minifigs? This is Red Hood. I don't see Batman anywhere. Oh, this is Batman. This is half Batman, okay? This is half Batman. Okay, so half Batman. I don't know where the rest of his body is. That's what happens to Legos. They just break down. Alright, let's continue on. Oh, okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Enjoy your time.
The only reason I know about it is because of the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible...
Oh, no, I live in the great state of Texas. Everyone's got guns here. Trust me, the Texas police are not going to let the Mormons get away with their shit. That's for Utah guys. I live in the great state of Texas. We are not going to let the Mormons come in and arrest everybody for their Legos, okay? That's not going to happen. That just happens in Utah. So, like, what happens in Utah stays in Utah. But I can promise you this. If these idiots come to Texas, I actually know the DA. I know the former DA of Texas, Kim Ogg. I ran her campaign. The first call I would make is to Kim Ogg, because he still knows the police. He was the DA of Harris County, which is Houston. And these dudes were being arrested so fast. They would be trying to steal all my Legos, you know? I'm like, Kim, you never believe what happened. They're trying to steal my Legos. And they'll be like, oh, not in Texas, baby. Not in fucking Texas. We have freedoms in Texas, you know? And if you ever seen how Texas deals with cults, have you guys seen like these like movies? You know, like what was that cult in Texas that like then like there was like a shootout or something and everyone poisoned themselves or something? Like it was like a very big cult in Texas. And they'd say, oh, I'm innocent. Oh, Waco. Duh, Waco. So, cults in Texas generally don't do so well, okay? Especially if they're trying to steal our Legos. That would be very bad.
Possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys.
Possibly. So this guy realizes what a fuck up he made. Holy shit, man. So this was about Lego toys the whole time.
They had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this. But something
video?
fishy is going on here.
Hold on.
Everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all.
Oh, no.
While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to injure me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But when we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention,
They tried to make sure he couldn't run away, but there's a gun pointed at his blank this entire time. So, like, how is he going to run away? He's just going to get shot in the blank, right? In the genitalia. This entire time, there's a dude pointing guns at people's genitalia, including Ben's. So, like, Ben's going to run away, right? How? How is Ben going to run away when there's a guy who's approved to use lethal force? I don't get it.
That he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did. So the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However,
no, this is called police. Okay, let me. You know, like, one of my favorite movies is about it's a John Grisham book. It's like a John Grisham book about a black man whose daughter was assaulted by white men. What was the book? Time to Kill. We can't play the movie. Even the movie is very good. And at the very end, so this is kind of why I've always wanted to be a lawyer, was Time to Kill was a very great movie. I love the movie. What if Ben was black? Everyone close your eyes. Close your eyes, guys. What if Ben was black? Would this make a big difference? No, imagine everything that happened to Ben, but Ben was black. And you have literally a bunch of white people, Mormons, storm this guy's Airbnb, break his arm, like, if he was black, what would they do to him? And they can also redact, they have proven they could redact any camera footage. So we have cameras on them. The taxpayers have paid for cameras on them. So we can see what they're doing. Oh yeah, I have no doubt this thing would, like, be 100 times as big. And I have no doubt they might have shot Ben. No, I think this is an interesting thing. I mean, that's the time to kill, right? the ending
How is
thing is
everyone
like,
doing
the
today?
lawyer is like, guys, imagine, and he's telling the story of what happened to his daughters. And then at the very end, he's like, see, everyone close your eyes. And then he says, what if she was white? And then the juror's like, oh, they went from, oh no, this guy's guilty, we gotta put him in jail, to oh, shit. It makes sense.
this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves. Josh and Brandon were the
It's like really obvious to see who the Mormons are. The Mormons, they attack you as a human being. You're not a lawyer.
How are you a lawyer? We just talked about people pretending to be lawyers who are not lawyers and getting like punished. That's not me. I am a lawyer, right? That's this guy here. That's this company here. The first thing that you realize when you put in this company's name is that there are a bunch of non-lawyers pretending to be lawyers. So you know who's Mormon in the chat? Because they attack you. So there's the argument. There's an argument I'm trying to make, but instead of attacking the argument, they're attacking me personally. You're not a lawyer. And the state I am barred in, which means I'm allowed to practice in, right? In the state I'm allowed to practice in, just like in the state of Ohio, it is actually illegal for me to say I would have already been arrested by now if I wasn't a lawyer. I've been running this YouTube channel for 10 fucking years, and no one's arrested me because they can't, because I'm a lawyer. Right? Yeah, so the Mormons are in the chat right now, and you know that they're Mormons because instead of making actual arguments, it's ad hominem attack. Look, the first thing you learn in law school is don't make an ad hominem attack. You look like a fucking idiot. If my argument is the sky's blue, and your argument is you're not a lawyer, how the fuck does that make sense? That's the Mormon argument over and over again. They just attack. Dude, fuck off, man. Everyone knows you're Mormon. Like, if the argument I have is like 1 + 1 is equal to 2, and your argument is like, you're not a math major, how can we trust you? It's like, come on, you idiots. You're fucking idiots, man. Holy shit, man. Like, yeah, and what does this company do? This company helps reduce taxes. God, is anyone in Utah paying fair taxes? They literally have companies to avoid being sued and tax reduction. That's what this company that our good friend Alman owns does. Located in Utah, by the way. But you're not a lawyer. If I'm not a lawyer, go file a lawsuit against me, and I'm going to sue the fuck out of you for defamation. And I'm going to own... So the only thing I agree with Legal Mindset about is when Hassan called him a non-lawyer, that was defamation. Right? That was defamation. Do it, man. Like, this is my profile, you fucking idiot. Like, come on, man. Come at me. Sue me. So I can own every single piece of property you own. I'm not a lawyer. Oh, it only says what law school I went to. Ho ho. It only says my law license. Aha. If any of this was fake.
Like this dude. He's like, fuck you. Fucking gargle. Yeah, if anybody wants to watch more snarky lawyerisms, check out LUS on YouTube. Definitely a good one. Definitely a solid one.
Do you think I would still be like, why would I pretend to do this? For 10, 12 years? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Since 2013, I pretended to be a fake lawyer? Why? And who are all these friends of mine? How come I have this many connections and not one of them has called me out for being a fake lawyer? Like,
that's what I was saying. That touches on what I was saying in the beginning, back however many hours, bro. Operating arguably the kind of lawyer that everyone should love, dodging fucking tax obligations and hiding assets, bro. That would be the lawyer everybody should love. How do you only have like 400 connections in 12 years? This man has nearly 50,000.
all these connections. Almost 50. Like, come on, man.
were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that.
This is like the only time the police have done any investigation ever.
That of the left shoulder. The video shows
L is for left. Bravo, Sherlock. Bravo. Holy shit. Nothing gets past you, does it, big dog?
Lieutenant Adamson handling Schneider's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail. So
I went to jail.
Yes, he went to jail. So their argument is a moot point, right? Oh, Tony yelled, please no crusades against Mormons. Could be a troll. It could be a troll. In fact, it could be a person pretending to be a Mormon, right? Trying to, like, shake us up a little bit. But what I will say is, it is very, very sus. Okay? Very sus.
How could I have taken this picture?
Yes, the police located an L and they knew what it meant, right?
Sure, but anyways, the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department.
Yeah.
Maybe I do.
Guys, it is a very common stock footage. Have you not seen it before? Can you not do like a reverse image search? You can like reverse tin or something like that.
They're not smart.
There's a lot of like I think this does it, reverse tin eye or something. I don't know. I've used it before one time. And yeah, you can like do like a stock image search. And it'll tell you, oh, this is stock image, and if you want to buy it. I agree with Ben, like he went to jail, you guys. Like, he didn't go to hospital. Then from jail, he went to Mexico.
Yeah, I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information too. So I'm going to use this as constructive criticism, and in every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder.
So I do agree that there might be some people who don't like Mormons, and they're using this opportunity to like spread hate against the Mormons. So I understand that there could indeed be individuals that, oh, thank you for the GOAT trophy. There could be indeed be individuals, even in our chat today, who are trying to cause trouble, right?
Order is almost a monthly thing for me.
The whole weight of my arm is just on this bone. Boon.
3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person, this would have been fine. But for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified. And the police officer was just making up an excuse.
So this is called the eggshell victim. So if you guys know the law, I'm going to try to teach you stuff, the law, right? This is called the eggshell victim. So like if I'm driving a car and I hit an 18-year-old in peak physical condition and they don't get injured, that's interesting. If I'm driving a car and I violate traffic rules and I hit a 90-year-old nanny and I kill her because she's old and her bones or I break like every bone in her body, I don't have control over my victims. Therefore, I should be incredibly. So this actually goes to personal injury and tort law. So if Ben wanted to sue that police officer It doesn't matter he was injured before. It's called the egg cell plaintiff. It states that a defendant must, so that would be the police officer, must take the victim as they find them. Okay? So the police cannot just say, oh, we didn't know Ben was previously injured. If he has been injured before and you aggravate that previous injury that happened 3 days ago, it doesn't hurt. It does not hurt his case. In fact, this is and let's logically think. You drive past a stop sign, you hit an elderly woman, you kill her, you go into jail. You drive through a stop sign, you hit like a peak athlete, and it's just a scratch. You're not going to jail. So you gotta be careful and not drive through that stoplight or stop sign or whatever it is, right? So maybe the police don't know Ben has previous injuries, but it's not going to protect them. It will not protect them under the law. And if Ben sues that police officer cannot say, oh, I didn't know he was injured 3 days ago. I would have been more careful. No. That's not how the law works, right?
And now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police...
Imagine knowing your own footage disproves that and coming out to make a public statement as whoever that is for the police department and just outright lying with your like cock spattery little grubby mitts just milling together like the skeeziest of scumbags.
Police looked at this video and
Might
said,
as well be Mr.
we
Burns.
ran a stop sign.
Yeah, I looked at this video last
Like,
night.
bro,
This is a full
you
stop.
looked deranged.
Right? Who's in danger? There's like no walkers. I mean, in my neighborhood, people don't stop at stop signs and no police arrest them. Now, I wish they did, but they don't. Like, here's the thing. Like, I don't know. Is the police, like, super active in this community? Like, because the police that, like, live in my community, they don't do shit. They see people run a stop sign in front of elementary school. They don't give a damn. So I'm very confused, like, how they can spend all this time targeting one individual. Because the police where I live, they have, like, more important things to do. Murders, essays, robberies, so on, right? We got him.
He's using...
Could you imagine looking at that video? Like the police are, we got him. And then your police chief, yeah, we got him. Great state of Texas. And Texas, this shit doesn't happen, guys. And Texas, it does not happen like this.
Using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server and we went to his house to do this.
A process server, just like if you guys follow the Ethan Klein stuff, is a individual. Let me just show it to you. Like, I know what it is, right? So a process server is a professional individual. So this is, I guess this is a company. It's a professional, in Texas at least, it is a professional certified individual that's sole job is to serve court papers or other papers, right? So legal compliance, undisputed. Okay, this is another company trying to sell. Okay, this is going to be okay, here we go. In Texas, the court approves of every process server. And they're certified under the judicial branch. This isn't like a random dude. This is a person who's been approved to specifically serve paper. So if I wanted to, like, hire up. This is a professional, essentially. Okay, this is a professional.
Do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment.
Wait. Joshua Johnson reported he was going to shoot Ben? Hold on a second. Hold on. Unless they arrested Ben? Oh, no. I gotta... Wait, whoa. This can't be right. Okay, let's play this again.
Called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment.
No, Zerp. Come on. It's not Oregon. They're in Utah.
Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get...
Yeah, okay, so you heard that right. Yeah, I couldn't believe that's right. So Josh calls the cops, right? I'm going to shoot Ben unless you arrest him right now. No, come on, I gotta like, wait, I gotta like rehear that. No, this gotta be clipped out. This is crazy. Wait, so Josh calls his cop friends, and yeah, the store is in Oregon, but this whole thing takes it in Utah. This is in Utah, guys. We're all in Utah right now. We're still in Utah. This is the Utah County Police.
Police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result.
And instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone.
Okay, so it was Joshua Johnson. Joshua Johnston contacted police and he said he was going to shoot somebody. But wait, we don't arrest Joshua Johnson? We going to arrest the person he's going to attempt to shoot? Whoa, this is crazy. Let's repeat it again. Like, you gotta... I'm trying to see if, like, there's another way to, like, do this, but it doesn't make sense. It has to be Josh, right?
Called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately...
Yeah, that's just Josh. Joshua Johnson said, Joshua, am going to shoot somebody because of the ongoing harassment I have received. So what I need you to do is, I need you to go to this guy's home, arrest them for stolen Legos, and then put him in jail without bail. Dude, I don't know, man.
Like, how much evidence do people need of systemic corruption before you, like, actually do something about it? Like,
if somebody calls the police in Houston and says, I'm going to shoot my neighbor, would they arrest my neighbor or would they arrest me? They would arrest me, right? And I'd be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. They arrest
the
me.
cops redacted, sucking off Josh.
That is crazy shit.
Responded to the area.
Chat is
Josh
wild.
was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get away with his crimes.
Yes.
There'll be no one to sue him in court.
Yes. Guys, these guys own a company called Legally Mine, and they are so deathly afraid of being sued. I don't understand. This guy, they literally own a company that is, the first thing that you see when they get Googled is that they're, like, unauthorized practicing the law. And, they're, like, so scared about being sued, they would rather have the police shoot you.
However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal.
Yeah.
And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Let's say I have an argument with my backyard neighbor, and I called, for whatever reason, I'm an idiot, and I called the police saying, I'm going to shoot my backyard neighbor because he's harassing me unless you arrest him right now. That doesn't seem like, it seems like this could easily be abused in the future, right?
Court. But sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
Am I being arrested?
Incoming ad
Something
break.
about this seems off. And all of the answers are in the body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me.
Yeah, unredacted footage. Unredacted footage. If literally the footage is Josh saying he's going to shoot Ben, and that's why it's redacted, you telling me the prosecution's office, the judge, the police, how are they not corrupt? Undact the like, come on, like, show the footage.
And not the guy who threatened to murder me. However,
Yes. Where's the footage? The police are like, where?
the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the
Whoa.
case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service.
Yeah, they don't know that it's already been served. They don't know this from the audio. They don't know that. This is like after the fact, they started digging to like try to find excuses.
Service or anything. A hearing wouldn't be set until a response.
No. When you call the police, every single phone call to the police, unless it's like to his personal cell phone, if you call the police, they have audio footage, or they have audio recording of that. Where's that audio?
Filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start.
Yes.
Okay.
So he says the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case can start. But according to the police chief, the defendant has already been served papers, and they were just doing this for YouTube content. Another clear lie from the police chief.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026,
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later.
Ah, that is weird. Ben with the receipts.
March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th?
Yes, how is that possible?
Unless Josh is a time traveler. There's only one way to clear this all up. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now, they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking.
Well, yeah, it has to be targeted at the individual. Like, what the fuck? It's not like I come to your house and steal all your stuff, so you sue your neighbor. Like, you know what I mean? Like yeah, that random guy, he came here and he did all this stuff, and so I'm gonna sue this lady. Like, oh, does she have something to do with it? Like, nah. Just something about her I don't like. So I figure I'm gonna say, like, it's not how it works. Like, obviously you have to pursue the target of the lawsuit, the individual.
I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course
Did you
of
know you can
conduct
pet me?
would
Check
cause
out
a
the Pet
reasonable
Cafe.
person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over.
So this is how they're abusing the criminal legal system. This is clearly abuse of the criminal legal system. Because, like, yeah, the term that is reasonable, right? Reasonable.
And saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers.
You got this unruly pigeon in there, and it stomps around and it kicks over all the Legos, and it looked at me weird, and I think it called me a slur.
This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements.
I think at this point, so on H3 Podcast, I think on Friday, Legal Eagle, like he's in touch with Legal Eagle. I think Ben has an attorney now. Previously, I told you Ben didn't have an attorney. I was right. A lot of people said he did have one. No, I knew he didn't have one. Based on his behavior. I think he has an attorney right now. And, yeah, because what his definition of reasonable is the legal definition of reasonable.
I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors, so I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe. A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the...
Imagine if everyone was served papers, thought that it was unsafe. Then the legal system would cease to operate.
Everyone is on heroin, by the way.
You have to serve them papers. Okay? Imagine if the defense of like Noah Sampson or Frogan or Dennons was, I didn't feel safe when you served me those papers. Therefore, you can't sue me. There would literally be no lawsuits at all. Because every single person who was being sued would say, I didn't feel safe when you gave me those papers.
Calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now I'm the one that's being looked into.
Yeah, it's so crazy, right? So Josh says, I'm going to kill you, Ben. And then the police department, the prosecution office, as well as the Utah judiciary system, say, you know what? He's the victim here. He doesn't feel safe. Like what? Like, you know.
What?
Joshua is the victim.
Motherfucker, what?
Like the guy who threatened to kill other people is somehow the victim now.
For threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because there are substances in the vehicle. Really?
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened.
So, let me tell you, the police are redacting footage because it doesn't look good. That is the only reason they're redacting footage, guys. Because in this case, there is no Joshua, right? Confessing that he's going to kill Ben.
Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction,
Oh, gee, like this guy's lying. No wonder the audio is like, you know, if I had to lie like this, I would put the audio down to like low levels too. Like the original audio of this is like unhearable. You can't even hear it.
Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding
Whoa. So how could you pull him over from a, how could you see that from a car with black tinted windows? So then why did you pull him over? So this, again, this is another lie. Let me basically break the logic down. They pull Ben over. So this isn't the stop sign. This is another attempt to pull him over. And initially, the belief was they pulled him over because somebody reported, probably Josh, that Ben had heroin in his car. That's why they had the police dogs and so on. Already on route, right? Already there. Now, this guy is saying, we didn't pull Josh over because we got a report about heroin, but we pulled over because his eyes were glossy. Well, how do you know his eyes were glossy when you, like, from the car? Like, I don't know. Like, is this making sense to anyone? Am I going crazy? If they pulled him over because his eyes were glossy, how could they tell that from, like, their car to another car, right?
At night.
Like, and they have tinted black windows. So, like, how are they making the determination that there's potentially drugs or heroin in your car? They can't look into your eyes. It doesn't make any sense. Right? Like, if you look at Ben's car, there's tinted windows. But even if there wasn't tinted windows, like, how would they know that his eyes look glossy, and then they pulled him over, and then they began their drug investigation? No, somebody had to tip him off, yes? I don't even know why they're lying about this, because it's so obvious. It's so obvious, right?
Impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal of...
Right now?
Look at the tinted windows. It's really tinted. Wow, these police are amazing. They have like superhuman powers. They can just see through the tinted window, through the back of your head. Hey,
they saw the heroin pumping through his bloodstream.
I don't know what
with their
currency that
X-ray
is, but
vision.
thank you. Yes, police. I stole 200K of Lego from a dying man, and now they want it back. I feel unsafe. Yes, please, with sirens if possible. Yeah, correct. That. Thank you, Cooley Worst.
Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go. Is all I really was.
No, look. This is classic behavior. Classic Amon behavior. I'm just gonna send a message. I'm gonna scare him a little bit. We're gonna waste 3 hours of his time pretending there's some drugs. Classic behavior. We are gonna use the police, who are paid by taxpayers, to send a message, to send a strong message to Ben. Get out of Utah.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
Look, this guy is literally saying, do we have charges? Or are they just annoying? Why are they annoying? It's because, like, somebody told you to, like, monitor them or something.
It's hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. one of the individuals later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent...
Again, there's no search warrant, and they're just taking your phone. Like, does any of this sound like reasonable to you?
...the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's reports, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that.
Yeah, it's blank. It's
lock
blank.
His phone.
Look at the police.
His phone was open when he pulled it
Guys,
out.
do you want this to happen to you in Utah? Utah sucks, my guys. Like, imagine like if this happened to you in the street. Like, how would you feel, right? How would you feel about this?
Right? Everybody wants to carry on about corrupt police and this and that, but then like nobody actually does anything about it. So maybe like hold these people accountable. If you live in Utah, talk about this shit. Put this shit on blast. Make sure that people know about this shit. That's really all you can do, because the system's not going to do anything. It's the good old boys club, and you ain't fucking in it.
Yes. You wouldn't like it.
And the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third
Stop
thing
lying about
is
the facts.
unredact
Do
the
better.
audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this
Yeah.
is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only
Yeah.
benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you. If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny, because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual AS.
Yeah, Moist Critical. Shout out to Moist Critical, like, for covering this. Yeah, the volume is like crazy low. It's you cannot hear what he's saying, even at like top volume, right?
Samar. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just like
Why
super
is he
sick right now. I
whispering?
haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to
Shame,
get put
that's
through
why.
as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night, and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice.
Remember, these people have federal grants. So you might think, oh, I don't live in Utah, so I'm not paying taxes to them. You are paying taxes to them. If you are a United States citizen, you're...
That's what I'm saying. Utah gets money from the feds. We all pay federal taxes. These pieces of shit are using our money to harass fucking citizen journalists and use the police to hide their crimes of theft from, once again, normal taxpayers. Like, are we not like sick of this shit yet? I'm sick of it, but then, yeah, that's why I live in the middle of nowhere, and none of this stuff really affects me, because like I buy milk. That's about it. So like, yeah, you know, a lot of this shit don't have nothing to do with me, and I know better than to waste my time with some sort of sketchy like consignment. Or I worked at one. I know what they are. They're shitholes. Shit a hole. You never want to sell stuff through consigners. It's just contractual robbery. So like, I implore ye, don't do it unless it's like something totally super uber crazy. Like you got some like weird rare $50,000 coin, like yeah, that you can sign. But like anything small, never consign large collections of small sort of valuable stuff. You will get absolutely run through the ringer. Do not trust consignment companies. Know that their goal is to fuck you as hard as possible.
For paying taxes to the police department because they're federal grants. I can pull them up. I can find them later. So you as a taxpayer, especially if you live in Utah and you're paying even more taxes, right? You should be talking to your attorney general. Let me give you guys his name. Eventually he has to run for re-election, so this is the head honcho. This is the big one. Attorney general. This is the guy who needs to investigate them. This is the office. This is the guy, I think. Tip lines, victim service, file request. Yeah, you guys can do everything here. You guys can do everything here. This is his phone number. This is the big honcho in Utah. So maybe send him some Legos, right? Maybe it's all been about Legos, right? And we can bribe the Attorney General, Derek Brown, with even more Legos. This is the guy. Like, in terms of who can investigate a police department, who can investigate the judge, that's hard to do. Who can investigate the prosecution's office, it would be Derek Brown. And he has to run.
He's Mormon. He won't do it.
Election.
I just went and looked. Derek Brown, the Utah Attorney General, he's a Brigham Young University undergraduate with a bachelor in arts. I think a person with half a brain can see why old Derek Brown here ain't doing nothing. Just food for thought.
Again, this guy does care. Like, out of all the people who
No, he doesn't. I don't think so. I disagree. I disagree. As he's a Brigham Young University alumni. Well, maybe not alumni, but undergraduate. That means he's part of the tribe.
may care. Some, like the police, don't have to run for re-election. They don't give a shit. They're just still going to do whatever they want to do.
Look at that. I mean, you can't see it because my chat kind of covers the chat on the side, but someone hit it with a super chat. Is he Mormon?
The prosecutor may have to run for re-election. We'll have to take a look at that.
There it is.
I don't know if he is Mormon. I guess we'll have to look at this.
Guys, yeah.
But
yeah,
this is the guy.
Go look.
This is the guy.
Go look.
This is the guy who can help.
He is. He went to bring up.
Now, if he doesn't help, I mean, again, you got to give him a chance, right? You got to, even if he is Mormon, maybe he helps because he realizes the situation is not great.
Even if he is Mormon, maybe he helps.
But I did want to
holy
play
shit, you gotta.
Okay, so this is the video. I want to play one more video.
You gotta cut ties from a sinking ship lest you sink yourself. Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it kind of. I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am. At least I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon.
Yeah, subscribe. Shout out to the Patreon. But let me show you this. Let me show you something else that we have dug up. Does this guy look familiar, guys? He should. Does this outlay look familiar with the Treasure Island and all this stuff?
Is dictated by the franchisor who built the system and whose brand they're using. So there's kind of this interdependency between the two parties, and people tend to go with franchising because the model has already been proven. They're not taking a stab in the dark and hoping and praying that they're going to continue to move forward, but that they are given an opportunity to determine whether or not they're going to be a good business owner with a lot less risk than somebody who is striking out on their own.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I mean, Bricks and Minifigs, obviously, the amount of stores has really exploded in the last couple of years. Kind of speak to that. How did that happen? Was there a catalyst?
There have always been passionate individuals seeking to be franchisees. Our capacity was improved as we continued.
Chat caught it. Right there. Right fucking there. According to Derek Brown Wiki, he graduated from Brigham Young University. RIP. All right, F's in chat, y'all. F's in chat for Derek Brown.
To make adjustments. So interestingly enough, my brother and I, we were franchisees of Bricks and Minifigs first.
Yeah.
So we were originally franchisees. We had our own franchise location.
And then they took it over. Asset recovery.
And then, based on just some changes at leadership and some other things, the franchisor reached out to us because of our previous business experience and asked, hey, would you be interested in taking on the franchise organization? And so we decided to do so and took off with that. But there was quite a bit of cleanup that needed to be done when it came to reports and understanding various elements of why they were doing things one way versus another. And so it took us a couple of years to really get the
Anyway, this is pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, I mean it's going to be bad for this guy. I think Legally Mind, people should really look into this company, its reviews and so on and so forth. He's not a lawyer. They're only acting as if they understand the law. He doesn't really understand the law. He's been incorrect multiple times, as has the police, as the prosecution office, as has the judge. As somebody in the therapy field, I also love the chat GPT-esque therapy speech by the officer. Yeah, thank you, Cool Eye Wars. I understand the frustrations and empathetic to them. Yeah, I mean, it's this company is weird. That's all I'm going to tell you. Like, we can go to reviews of the company. It's weird. It's a weird company. They have 21 complaints in the last 3 years, and they are actively trying to get rid of complaints. This is their response, right? They have conferences. They have packages that cost. The package also includes estate planning and tax saving, and it costs $6,800. I would get no response to my emails. I was ghosted, and I started to think maybe I was scammed. And then the company offered to refund $3,200. I want the full refund. I have no tax savings, no creation of entities, etc. I'm very sorry for your frustrations, yada yada. Here's another complaint. $9,800 charge on my credit card to be refunded. I sent 7 emails. They're giving me the runabout and not sent the refund. I'm skeptical of doing business with them. Legal and Mindset did a presentation during a conference. We're happy to sign up. And thought.
Gee, see, he said Legal Mindset. That's funny. He's making slip ups. Legally Mind. That's funny, bro. I told you, being a business that claimed to do what they do and only having like 400 connections built over 12 years. Bro, if you're actually like a tax avoidance specialist helping your clients avoid tax burdens and obligations, they should fucking love you. Like when we ran our corporation, we had a CPA for exactly that, bro. Their tax law is so wildly intricate. Your best bet is just pay a person who knows tax law to handle all your tax stuff and take care of itemizing and finding all your deductions and ways to maximize tax avoidance. Tax avoidance isn't illegal. Tax avoidance is just making smart financial decisions that are within the legal confines of tax code, but help to make the burden of tax on yourself less. It's not tax evasion, which is a crime. Tax avoidance. which is not a crime. Just sounds sketchy. But yeah, if you're running a company that is marketing a service of helping your clients like legally protect assets from lawsuit
Incoming ad break.
and avoid tax burdens, and you only make 400 connections in 12 years, bro, that's a massive red flag. I didn't even think to like take the time to go check the Better Business Bureau for complaints against them. Holy spit. Bro, this iceberg is just wild.
Thought we would get all of our items taken care of within a year. We were clear that we did not want to go beyond that, and they assured us they could get everything done within a year. We did not. Oh, shit. They're doing trust us law. So basically, these are people who are attending conferences because they're afraid of being sued for something bad they have done for malpractice. So when somebody wants to sue, it's exactly what happened in the Brian Menzel. He gave them all his Legos. Then they stole all his Legos and said, "What are you gonna do about that?"
Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60
We stole your
Wolf.
Legos.
Don't forget to
What are you
follow.
gonna do? It's because they know how to do this thing. They know how to protect their assets from a trust. And then also not pay taxes, I guess.
And then also not pay taxes.
I paid
guess.
$9,800 in March for their services, received a call later. They cannot provide services and they will be refunded. They have never done so. Oh no. It's now 4 months and they have not refunded any of the money. They do. Oh, you gotta be very careful with these guys. Only the verbal denial of service. So they don't have any evidence. And they say, oh, we delayed. We delayed. This is in Ohio where they were caught for practicing unauthorized practice of the law. Look. They're saying, oh yeah, we're going to refund it. I'm rejecting this response because they have 3 months already to refund the money. That's more than enough time. Yes, in that interview, he says they heroically pay store rents if they are behind. Is that weird? Seems like, yeah. So this interview is very important because in the interview,
Turns out, allegedly, they intentionally structure the franchising in like a strong-armed way where the franchise holders apparently don't get the lease or the location bank account released to them, allegedly. Super sketchy stuff. Super sketchy. I don't know how you even convince a person to buy into it. That's how I know the people who bought into it, plus this guy, plus the other lady. That's why I'm certain they're all in on it. I don't know it, but I'm certain of it. Does that make sense? Like, my opinion is unswayable at this point. More and more I see, I know fucking they knew. All of it from the gate. That dude, the other ones, the lady. If this was a Cal, she'd fucking odds. But all of it on the fact that they all knew. Now, whether that can be proven, that's a whole nother story. But like, in that my opinion and the legal system are two totally separate things. But in my opinion, 100%, the four of them at least, if not more. I would again argue like the whole thing Rico's, you have cops that are in on it. In my opinion, the AG is Brigham Young undergraduate, like rot all the way through, bro. The rot seats. Day and night we toil and sleep, but never endingly, bro. The rot will fucking seep.
he suggests that if people are like in default, they come in, the company comes in and then pays the rent. But the rent is under his name.
The foundation prepped for a larger process, and not everybody's going to be perfect, and not everyone's going that maybe there had been some second thoughts.
Yeah. And what was sort of the initial?
This is like a bait, and they keep baiting and switching these guys, right? And then there's no refund. We took out the business. The law firm fraudulently and illegally dissolved my Florida business. Oh shit! You can't do that. This situation. No, holy shit! Look at this. I want you guys to look at this. This is bad. The law firm fraudulently. So he thinks it's a law firm. Fraudulently and illegally dissolved my business without my request or permission. And this guy says, yeah, we did. Sorry about that. The situation arose due to an unfortunate admin error. Sorry we destroyed your company. It was only an admin error that we made. What kind of company is this? They dissolved a company, and then they say, oopsie doozy, it was an administration. And look, they got I'm rejecting this response because of this law firm's error. I don't think it's a law firm. We were unable to file an annual report. Now that we are finally able to file, we'll have to pay a hefty penalty for being late. And they never gave the money back. They never gave the money back. Yeah, these packages they're selling to avoid taxes don't even help people. Oh, and then they blame you. So their tax attorney was sick. So we couldn't go to your meeting. That's a you problem. Yeah, they're taking credit cards. Nobody. This is a scam. Yeah, I mean it's pretty crazy. Not going to lie, going to business someone that specializes in legally scamming, like how to steal money. They are like going to the police to deal with drugs. Yeah, this is weird. I mean, everyone's saying that this is a scam. So, like, are you all that surprised? Like, this is the type of business they run? Like, you have so many different customers saying, like, hey, I paid you a good chunk of money. You didn't do anything. You even, like, dissolved my company. The tout that is if you do not save more in tax. Oh, this is how they get them. If you do not save more in taxes than you paid legally mine, you can obtain a full refund. That's the sales pitch. We will save you more money in taxes, or we'll give you a full refund. These people ain't paying for nothing, man. Holy shit. Here's a bunch of money. I never received any services from the company. This is this guy here. Guys, like, the guy running that company was president of that company for 12, I mean, I guess 10 and a half years. The guy who currently runs Bricks and MINIFIGS is president of a company where, I mean, you read the reviews. They're terrible. They're either not providing service, providing shitty service, or sometimes literally destroying a customer's business for no reason. And the admin and... So where did he learn all this information from?
Brigham Young.
This is from this company. he was president of it. There's
He
no
went to Brigham
excuses here.
Young.
He was president of this company that, like, I guess, like, their goal is to not pay taxes to the government.
Where did he learn it? I'm sorry, but like, are we just like glossing past? Where did he learn to do this? Like, I don't know. Maybe he learned it at Brigham Young. Seeing as that's where he went to school, mayhaps he learned it at the learning facility. I mean, I granted he probably didn't, but like, should probably be looked into, I would assume, right? Seeing as like the first place to start would be mayhaps the facility that learned him. If not there, well, maybe look at other things he's tied to in his life where he could have maybe taken inspiration. And maybe it has something to do with the connection between him, the other owners, the police department, the AG, mayhaps. I mean, I would like to think not, but it should probably be looked into. I would think, right? Logically, that seems to be the only real connection betwixt them all. Yeah, that would be my thought. You know, dig into his life a little bit. Investigatory whomever's. Like, you gotta learn stuff somewhere. I mean, or he just like read you know, he went and bought a basic law book and like just started just Googling. Like, you can look up the laws and read them and get at least a fairly semi-functional understanding of them. But see, you would think that if you did all that, like you would know when you're fucking cooked. But I guess he only did a light Googling and like, you know what I mean? He took the Chat GPT summary and was like, yeah, all right, I got it. And then just like never looked back. I don't know. Personally, I think the smartest way to do that kind of stuff is call an actual lawyer and like hand them some money and then like ask them all your questions and pitch them all your ponderings and get their input on it. They tend to be halfway decent at the law, believe it or not.
Investigate this company right here. It's still active right now. I wonder what's going on in this company. This company should be investigated. Anyway, thank you guys. I am tired and I'm going to log off now, but
I am tired.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with
info,
Base 44.
Solid info. All right, well, what's come out in the last couple hours while we've been watching that and bantering? I need more. Might end bricks and minifigs. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure that it just does. Like, see if we do it like this. Popularity. Still some other bullshit, but yeah, bro. In the top 4 most popular videos about bricks and minifigs, you got 2 random mentions from TD Brick, and then it begins. So how are you gonna put that in the popularity, bro? That's 455 views. Like, you want to like actually filter? Like, bro, that's what the algorithm's dumb. That's retarded. So like you click popularity, you get jack shit. You click relevance and sort of stuff. But again, like meaningless. Adam Brick. But now it's hitting actual news. That's ABC for Utah. Purportedly. Uh-oh. That's not good. Now you're on the real news. That's not a good sign. That means enough people know about it that mainstream media has to like pull quick double time. You know, like CNN fact checking Nick Shirley's accusations about the Leering Center. Yes, hi, I'm with CNN. Are you a real business? Like, oh yeah, totally, absolutely. All right, awesome. Thank you. See, he was lying. But yeah, no, they gotta mobilize. They, you know what I mean? The mainstream has to do something now. They can't. Well, I mean, they can keep losing these games because they're gonna keep losing these games because there's no way you can predict the zeitgeist, and with how much fraudulent shit that they have going on and how easy it is to citizen journalism this stuff, bro. The time has come. The beacon touches a new hand. Like, yeah, no, times have changed, bro. Mainstream media, fucking, where is it? This clown show right here. Like, oh, we got a slop dop fucking joke of a fucking broadcast. We're gonna mention it. Nice. 7 minutes. You guys did a whole 8 minutes. Oh gee. You work so hard. That salary. I don't think it's enough, y'all. I think they just don't get paid enough. They work so hard. It must have taken 2, 3 years to compile enough retardation to muster 7.5 minutes of actual journalism out of like these just absolute fucking ass clowns. Oh my god, if you don't hate the media, or not even if you hate the media, you don't hate the media enough. Like, you couldn't possibly hate the mainstream media enough. To them, we're all just goyim, bro. We're just cattle to be farmed. Like, shut up, eat the narrative, and work, then die, please. Thank you. Like, what it is, bro. They operate like we're goyim, and I don't mean that like, oh, the Jews are behind it. No, it's just like that's the best. Whatever, the whole idiom that the Jews think of everyone as goyim, like that actually is the like best way to sum up the way the elite look at the people. Like, you got to keep in mind, anyone accusing that, like, I would argue is projection like a motherfucker. But like, none of that means fuck to me, bro. I live in America. Like, if people somewhere else want to blow each other up about whether or not to marry goat, that is not my fucking business unless it threatens the country I live in, and then sucks to suck, get wrecked. I don't really give a shit. Like, and I was like, oh my god, yeah, I invite you to look at why America created their navy in the first place and what they swiftly did with it. Millions in defense before a penny in tribute. Sorg, why are you shaking things, you chunky beast? Your butt itchy? You scratching your butt on stuff? Happy fat dog. Brother, may I have some oats? No, brother. We must topple their kingdom brick by brick. Then we will have the oath, brother. No, sorry, that fucking goofy ass fat pig bullshit just like sticks in my head. H3 podcast, 2 hours, bro. Ethan, that's wild. But you know, shout out to Ethan Klein. That's hefty views. Penguins 4 million. Let's see here. That was the one I watched yesterday. Where's the... Did you not watch the second chunk, Asmin? Are adults ruining Lego? I mean, these weirdo adults are ruining everything. What are you talking about ruining Lego? Like, my man, they're ruining everything. You let them keep doing what they're doing, pretty soon you ain't gonna have time or money to even give a fuck about a Lego. You're gonna be more concerned about whether it's economically reasonable to wipe your ass and then burn your money as opposed to trying to buy the toilet paper and pay the heat bill. Yeah, you ain't got time to worry about Lego at that point. You'll be whittling your own Lego at home out of like the bones of your starved pets after you've eaten them. Social, which is delicious. Ooh, another Mormon. Nice. I want to hear this.
All
These
right,
takes
so hello
intrigue
again.
me. Hello, friend.
This is really
This
soon
is H.
after my last
Lewis.
video, and I felt like if I was going to make any comments
Support the
on
message.
this situation, it had to be soon to have any real meaningful impact, as this is such a kind of rapidly developing situation. It's
That
only
is
been a
like
few days since
such
the
a weird
first
face.
video
And why
came
does he
out, I
not have
believe.
upper teeth, bro? What is that?
This
Who
one.
edited out his teeth?
What has it been? I guess it's been 10 days since this one. But the second video, which is the bigger, more kind of evocative one, I guess, only came out yesterday. I have been following it since Charlie made a video on it, at least, which was a few days after the initial video came out. I had never heard of Reckless Ben before, so I wasn't kind of tuned into it before then. But I think I might have some things to add about this whole situation, so I figured I would make a video. I won't be reacting to the entire thing. This video is like 45 minutes. His first video is an hour and a half, so that would be ridiculously long. And I don't think that I really have much to add to the majority of it. This video will be assuming that you have seen one or both of the videos and know what's
we're way
going on,
deeper
and this
than
is
that
just
now,
kind of a follow-up
Lewis.
additional video to watch, because I know people like myself, I have been watching a decent amount of extra videos and kind of keeping track of every bit of information on this that I kind of can.
Good. I want to hear your take
I've watched
now.
almost everything that has came out regarding this within the past few days, as it's been kind of exploding and going super viral. Let's see what we're at. 1.7 million views just on this video from yesterday, which is crazy. 2.4 on the first video. So some of the things I think I can add, I've never mentioned it before on this channel, but I was Mormon. I grew up Mormon. My family is still Mormon.
That's what mainly what I'm here for. I'm interested on your theological take of the situation as a, whatever you would call it, ex-member or Mormon adjacent, whatever, somebody familiar with the theological viewpoint of Mormons, because like I don't know what they believe. I'm not even certain if they are or aren't the ones who believe in Xenu. I don't really keep up to date on the minutia of like fringe belief structures. I do a little bit of reading and go, dang, this is weird, and people believe it. Wow, okay, to each their own. What else are you gonna do?
I was a Mormon for 18 years until I left home immediately after high school.
All right, 18 years. I would argue that that's a fairly solid amount of consumption. I would say he's probably got a fairly solid understanding of at least the core tenets and such.
To join the army. So that's kind of how I got out of it. I did not do a mission. Both of my brothers did a mission. I have 6 siblings, and almost all of them are still active in the Mormon church and live quite a ways away from me. So I do want to say I'm not a Utah Mormon. There is a pretty noticeable difference between Utah Mormons, where being Mormon is kind of the norm, and non-Utah Mormons, where you are more of an outcast and not the usual person kind of in your community, because most Christians, which is kind of the biggest faith in most of America, don't like Mormons. So
that's not true. We don't really, nobody really cares what you like, do, or believe. It's mainly about how like you operate yourself, and what you project out into the world would be what I like judge individuals on. I don't give a fuck what religion they are, or race, color, creed, tribe, insert random categorization bracket. Like, I don't give a fuck. Rich, poor, black, white, purple, green, horse, moose, cow. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if what you project is dog shit, you're dog shit. If what you project is of like at least bare minimum decency, then like, hey, you're at least kind of sort of a okay person. I don't really like understand why like people try to like delineate and further bracket that down. Like it really truly is just that shallow. Like nobody's got the time to be like concocting grand schemes like, oh, is that person Mormon? It's because they're Mormon. I mean, within the context of this, like, of course, because the Mormon string is the only thing that interweaves all these various people, and based on that should be looked at. I'm not saying it's like indicative of something, but it sure as shit looks like it. So maybe someone should investigate whether or not it actually is. That seems like a logical thing. And if it's not, it's not. But if it is, that's not a good thing. That's definitely bad optic. Muy malo. So like, yeah, no, I don't really think anybody cares particularly that you're a Mormon. I think it's just more about how you project yourself outward. And like, I kind of get the feeling this guy kind of projected himself outwardly like a normal person, and more or less got on fine with normal people, joined the armed forces of some form, in which like uniqueness is irrelevant, unity is
ad break.
everything. So Mormon, goat, moose, horse, cow, dog, pig, like it doesn't matter. You're all in you're all in the military now, and you need to be fucking cohesive. You're forced assimilation, like with no choice whatsoever. I think that's mildly interesting, that he left the church and I would argue through the military, was forcefully assimilated, and then is just not part of the church, and now just operates like a normal. Well, I don't mean normal like it's abnormal. You know what I mean? Like just I don't know if he's Christian, secular, whatever, but he's outside of the fold. Like I'm sure he could have returned to the fold, but I get the feeling he made a conscious choice not to return to the fold, and I'm curious if military services forced integration for unified cohesive reasons has some effect on that decision making. I'm always very curious about like the decision making employed by people when they make particular decisions.
Treated a lot differently. Being a Mormon in Utah is kind of expected and you might get benefits from it, while being a Mormon elsewhere is kind of the opposite. It is unexpected and you might have negative drawbacks from it. I don't have extremely strong feelings about Mormonism. I never had extremely negative experiences with it. I know that is not the norm. I'm not trying to say that anyone is wrong in feeling negatively about the Mormon faith in general. I
kind of feel like most people's friction, or most non-Mormons friction, arguably stems from the perceived heavy tribalism of Mormonism. You know what I mean? The we're Mormons and we're going to make sure that our fellow Mormons get special treatment from us, and the rest of you get treated like you're something else. Like, you know what I mean? I think it's that. I think it's that abrasive friction that puts most people off when regarding Mormonism. I mean, to some degree, I understand it. Like in the 18 whenever the hells, when they made Utah and all of that, like that kind of cohesion was important, and like I would almost argue at some points of time needed to like keep the, I guess, colony. I don't know what you would call it before it was a state, because like it was there before it was a state. Like the Mormons were there before it was a state, I believe. Definitely before it was like a joined state. It may have been the Utah territory, but it wasn't like a state of the Union. Definitely. So like I could understand that at some point in history it may have been beneficial to be very much so a closed off and inclusive tribalistically structured system. But it's 2026, not 1827. The tribalism doesn't vibe anymore, especially when you're milking taxpayer dollars from all over the nation through the money that Utah gets via federal grants and everything else from the federal government. You're using our money to ingratiate yourselves and your friends to special treatment within the legal system and the like societal functioning and all that. So yeah, I would say that, you know, those two things, those two things are probably the largest driving friction point for Mormonism and the rest of society. Yeah, people aren't super fond of tribalism that's weaponized against them, and even more so when their money is paying to enact it. Yeah, it just it doesn't sell, bro. That's not a sell. That's just bad business.
Left it for a reason, so I'm just gonna kind of leave it at that. I am just going to try and give a kind of nuanced take on all that is going on. I want to make it clear from the start, if it's not obvious, I do fully support Reckless Ben and trying to get back the Legos from these people, or really at this point it'll probably be the monetary value of them. And more, honestly. I do not think that Bricks and Minifigs should exist as a company any longer. Even if it's not through legal means of being shut down, but just loss of revenue to the point that they're forced to go bankrupt. I think that the actions by either corporate directly or people that are essentially being blessed by corporate, whether they want to admit it or not, have proven that the company as a whole is kind of rotten. So I do want to make it clear from the start that even if I might provide a somewhat, I guess, devil's advocate take on certain things.
Hold up. Random pause. Side note about the AG involved, Derek Brown. Not only did he go to Brigham or whatever the hell the fuck, he got a useless fucking degree. Where was that? Yeah, a bachelor's of art in English. That's a liberal white woman degree. That's basically underwater basket weaving. That's a participation trophy. Pattern. How do you unsee a pattern?
It does not mean I support them whatsoever, because I do not, wholeheartedly. So first of all, I have this pulled up. The claim is, I haven't seen any like irrefutable proof, but the claim is that Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best and the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs are at least appearing to be Mormon. Whether that is, once again, due to them being Utah Mormons, where it's kind of like everyone is kind of Mormon, or not. Like, it doesn't say in any of these paragraphs that they're Mormon. I don't know why it would. You don't usually include that, and what this is like a business, like, layout for owner fortress management, I guess. So I wouldn't expect it to say that he's Mormon, but based on the evidence that we got from Reckless Ben, it does appear that they are Mormon. The things that immediately struck me with that, once I started hearing, once I was watching part 1, and I started hearing things involving Utah, and I was hearing about episode 2, but I was not on Patreon, so I hadn't seen episode 2 at that point. I started thinking, these people could be Mormon. There could be something kind of involving that. And once that was proven, I was like, that makes a lot of sense, but that also immediately tips me off that some things aren't right, to me at least. The way that specifically Josh Johnson acted in the first video, we know it's him. I mean, not only does Ben say it's him multiple times when he's talking to him on the phone, but the phone was seen when the assistant handed him the phone. It said Josh, and he is one of the two owners, and it said Josh, and he was meant to be talking to the owner of the store. So he was speaking to Joshua Johnson. The things that he said, there's many instances of things that a Mormon, a good Mormon, should absolutely never say. Now, I think based on the other actions he's taken, it's very clear he's not a good Mormon. But I just want to point out that this is even worse than you might originally think, because the things he's saying and doing would be wholeheartedly against the Mormon religion. And I think that is why, in the later part of this video, one of the young men, that's what they call
man, looked like a
people
demon.
that are under 18.
Not the guy
essentially,
talking, Baldy.
He's probably like
Baldy
16,
McChode
17.
Stump.
One of the young men, he could be over 18 as well, but regardless. One of the young men, when they go to his house here, it's actually pretty soon after this.
They didn't go to his house
and try to talk to him.
That's one of the people from the church.
Is because, in my opinion, this young man who's been raised and taught in this Mormon faith sees what this man is doing, and that it doesn't align whatsoever. So that makes it even more crazy to me that it would appear
the other Mormons are defending him. Maybe that'd be shocking.
As like a true cult, a true like draw in order to bring all these cops in on it. The entire town is sort of like, as long as you're Mormon, we'll protect you. Like, the amount of police encounters in this video is absolutely insane. A person in so if you haven't watched any of my previous videos, I'm a firefighter. I'm more in tune a little bit with what happens in general in first responding and with dispatching and all of the above than your kind of standard person. I won't say I'm an expert by any means, but I am more in tune.
So what he's saying, maybe in tune's not the best way to say it. The gist of it is he's got a unique position in society in which he sees more of the back end, being part of the probably municipal framework. His what he's getting at. Being in a position within the back end frameworks of the municipality type stuff, he sees behind the scenes bit that the average person never really sees, outside of like extreme crazy moments, you know, like Malibu burning down and not having any water in the fire hydrant. You know what I mean? Those are kind of the culminations of it. Because, you know, obviously nobody in Malibu would have been okay with the idea that their fire hydrants just had fuck all in them. You know what I mean? If at any point prior to that you had asked a random Malibu resident, hey, how do you feel knowing that the fire hydrant right here actually has nothing in it? And if there were to be a fire here, the water would be gone within moments and there'd be fuck all else to do about it. The person would be pissed. But the mayor knew, the fire department knew, the back end frameworks people, they had an idea. They see where the client side, we'll call it, you're not privy to server side information like that. So that's basically what this guy's trying to say. Is he's server side or server side adjacent, as opposed to being client side. his experiences come with greater privileges. He's got admin commands. He's not full dev controls, but like moderating admin command level. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to repaint this in words that maybe people will better understand if they don't understand the gist of it all. Back end knowledge
than just your average person. So with that, I know that if the police got called this many times in such quick succession, especially once he gets to the process serving part in this video, they would not respond out anymore. It would be maybe 2 of those responses before they said, this is getting ridiculous. We're getting like basically false 911 calls for the same exact thing for the 4th or 5th time in like 2 hours. They wouldn't go. Hell, if something somehow related to the fire department and we were going, that made
they wouldn't go. Remember, don't gloss over the fact there's Legos in the house. There's Legos in the house. Shut that fucking dog up. I'll kill that fucking dog. Where are the Legos? Get on the ground. Somebody punch this old lady. Warrant successfully served. Did you actually find anything that the warrant was like for? Because you know it was a warrant to search for stolen Lego set. Fuck. Yeah. Somebody go back in there and sprinkle some Legos on the ground or something. I think we fucked up.
times, we would maybe go 2 times, and then after that, if anyone would go at all, it would just be the duty officer and they would talk to him, or it might even be forwarded to the police for like 911 abuse. So it is absolutely ridiculous and is very clear that something is going on here. We could get into the response from the chief of police, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. Most of the things in there have irrefutable proof against what he is claiming, but it's whatever.
It's whatever. Yeah, I like this guy, H. Lewis. I don't know what he does, but
throughout all the videos, all the evidence, he didn't do everything.
He seems like he's got a solid vibe, so he deserves the sub.
I get it. That is the point. There are things,
at least
that
for
he
me,
did
in my opinion,
that start
he deserves the sub.
bordering
He's
on
earned my sub.
breaking a law. And
Bordering on breaking a law. Bordering. My good sir, well, you weren't here, but lawyers, several lawyers. There are clean cut violations of laws, constitutional right, arguably, and now they are because they're trying to make a journalist take down his whatever you would call it, journalistic musings. That's a First Amendment violation. You can't just suppress the press because you feel like what they're saying is that's not the. For fuck's sake, the Department of Defense has failed to get anything achieved against people who leak literal classified documents in the news. Like, the sheer incompetence of it all. Like, y'all just blew up your whole mafia or whatever you want to call it. I think it's kind of retarded because, like, for fuck's sake, you got all that power and you're gonna blow it over like some Star Wars Legos, bro. Like, that's stupid. So, like, if it is the mafia or mafia-esque or mafia adjacent type deal, maybe y'all should have found some smarter people to do this shit, bro. Like, I'm just curious here. Hold on. Money. Oh, Capone half. $1.5 to $1.8 million of modernly equivalent money. I think he's doing better than Bricks and Minifigs. To be fair, this is I don't think that's like actually like legitimate. I bet you that's more or less kind of just phoned in approximate, but you blew it all up for 200K. You had a what is it? What's it worth? Estimated in the hundreds of millions. Come on, give me upwards of 400 million. You blew up a $400 million scam framework for 200K. That's calculator. 400 million. How do you do percentages again? Okay, we'll do it this way. $0.05. You blew it all up for less than a 0.1%. And not only did you blow it up, but I would argue you probably also inadvertently, but through this expose, torched the credibility of the American Fork Police Department, potentially the Attorney General. Like, bro, you should have just given the Legos back. Like, holy shit, you could have called a lawyer once and been like, hey, this is the situation, and he'd have been like, oh damn, give that shit back. Like, just give it back. Like, how much you worth? Well, how much they worth? What? Why are you gambling on it? Why would you gamble the credibility of a police department, an entire corporation, and potentially all the franchises under that corporation, potentially the Attorney General, and honestly, quite possibly do arguably serious, potentially near irreparable damage to your religious community. Because, like, if it does come out that it's all like Mormon based corruption and that's why, and blah, 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 that's going to create a precedent for which moving forward people can like attempt to make that connection like more, unless the church like gets out ahead of it and like run some sort of damage control to at least like that ain't got fuck all to do with us. Our tenants ain't about that. You know what I mean? Start doing the legal jujitsus, and
they're already after you. If they will make up laws to get you, if you give them any true ammunition to use, if you actually break any laws, they'll absolutely push it immediately. The way to truly win against especially corrupt law enforcement is to entirely follow the law. Have a lawyer with you for the entire time. Don't speak to them once without consulting the lawyer.
Yes.
Literally do everything perfectly so that you have the most watertight case that you can use against them. Because we have seen time and time again in situations similar to this, that as long as there is one little morsel for the cops to grab onto as, well, they did this thing wrong, then that's it. They'll just take that and run with it. You have to do everything perfectly. Do I think that's how it should be? No. But that does not change that is how it is. So you should... Like, we can't live based off of how things should be, realistically. If you want to get something done currently, you have to live based on how it is, how life actually is, and how things actually work at the moment. So, it's been a little while of me rambling, and we haven't even touched a video. That's how my videos tend to go if you've never seen them before. So, one of the things that immediately struck me, this man is claiming, well, not, he isn't claiming, but he is claimed to be Mormon. That is backed up by the fact that there is body cam proof of one of the young men from his ward. Ward is the local
branch
sect, I guess, of the church. Mormonism churches are standardized. I think most religions kind of are, but Mormonism a little more than most. Like, everything is the same countrywide. So even though I'm not a Utah Mormon, the only difference is the abundance of people that are Mormon there. And with that does come things like this, where there's potentially corrupt police departments, entire police departments, just because they're all part of the good boys club of being all Mormon. So that was definitely not a thing where I came from. But one thing that I do know, a member of his ward was trying to talk to him. That immediately means he is Mormon. He goes to church, at least somewhat, because these men know him. And he was trying to talk to him because he doesn't want him to go down the dark path. There's like a whole thing in Mormonism where it's like the path of darkness. There's I forget exactly what they call it, but there's a small path of light surrounded by darkness, and you have to keep to the path of light and all this stuff. So that is basically what he's trying to say. The cops didn't care. Josh didn't care. Anything having to do with this man, anything having to do with Ben, is just being taken and thrown away. None of it matters. So it's very clear to me, based on his actions alone, that Josh Johnson is not a good Mormon at the very least. And now that this stuff is out, I would be surprised if he isn't pushed out, kind of, by the community. It will at least
they're probably
going to
need
divisive. The young man already said, and we'll go over that footage in a little bit. He said
I'm
that
here
they
for
were
it. I'm
talking
here
in
for
their
it.
young men's group chat about that.
Oh,
Now,
you're
when I was growing
cooked.
up, that
You're
was
in the
a thing.
group
It
chat,
was
big
just-
dog. It
was over 10 years
over.
ago, so group chats were not very common. But nowadays, I can absolutely see that being a thing. The entire, especially
Bro,
ones that are all
cooked.
tight
You're
knit and actually
trickling
like
through
friends
the
with each
group
other. I have a lot
chat.
of friends from church.
Oh, fuck.
They will be talking to each other constantly, especially if something like this, especially even close to this magnitude, came up in our local ward. We would be all over it. So I can absolutely
Incoming
see that
ad
being
break.
a thing. One of the things that immediately struck me is the amount of cursing that this man does, and in a very antagonistic way. In the first video, he said these lines.
Yourself.
Dang.
Dang.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
So not only is that ridiculous, obviously, everyone knows that this clip is involved in the second video over and over and over because he's just so angry about it. So that is Josh on the phone.
That is fear manifest. No, that's a scared animal, like lashing out. You know what I mean? It's the raccoon doing the aggressivenesses.
Hey there, ladies.
Shut the fuck up.
You're a lot louder and aggressive.
Ooh, he is mad.
You're a lot louder and aggressive.
This right here.
than possible.
That was Josh on the phone.
So
Oh fuck! I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Stay back. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Get back. Yeah, no, that's the terror thralls of an animal that can no longer flee. It also knows that it cannot fight and win, but it knows it can no longer flee either. It ain't gonna fuck its way out of it.
Cursed like
and
6
fawning
or 7
won't help
times.
either.
You are not supposed.
Basically, that's the lash out of an animal that knows there are no avenues, only accountability and acceptance. But the acceptance comes later. For now, it's the fight against the accountability that will likely inevitably take root.
Supposed to curse in Mormonism. None of the rules are so hard and fast that you'll be kicked out if you drink coffee, because that's one of the things. So you won't be kicked out for cursing even this many times. But what he is doing is strictly against many tenets of Mormonism as a whole. So that alone should have someone concerned if...
I mean, that should have the goon squad like totally off board. Like, bro, you're going to scorch the department's credibility for some asshole because you and him are both Mormon and he's not even a good Mormon. He's just like a full tilt, I would argue, basically secular asshole. Like, he just does whatever the fuck. No real concern for the tenant. So, Mormon in name only. He's a Mino. Like, really, bro? You're gonna torch the credibility of the church, the department, possibly the attorney general, all for a dude who's stealing from innocent people and follows none of your religious tenets because you both identify from the same religious sect? Bro, we need to raise the retardation line back to 85 where it was. what are we doing?
They were interacting with this guy as a fellow Mormon and thinking that he is a good, devout person. He's clearly not. I don't know if he holds any positions in his church. Mormonism is all volunteer, essentially. So people will be called to serve in their positions. So this man could, he's not, I'm sure, but he could be the bishop. He could be the person in charge of that specific ward. And we wouldn't know because it's not his job. He's not paid for it. That is something in addition to your job duties that you do. Most people that are around this man's age that are active enough in a ward will have some form of position in there. He would not just be a member of the congregation. He would be something, whether it's a teacher to one of the Sunday school people, one of the advisors to the young.
Interesting resurfacing of the cult control thing of bestow the impression of power upon your subjects. When they think they're powerful, they are the least on guard. Interesting.
Young men, just a higher up member of the congregation as a whole. Like, he would most likely be something if he was active enough. So it is entirely possible that he has some position and would be looked up to as a good member of the church. Those actions and words that he just said in an antagonistic manner to someone else, no matter the situation, no matter what is going on, would immediately make me not want to listen to him in any way, shape, or form regarding Mormonism. So I just want to point that out. Those who don't know, Mormonism has a lot of fairly strict rules. It's not like you'll be, once again, you won't just be kicked out immediately, but it is very expected that everyone kind of follows the same tenets and has the same values. And I think it's pretty clear that.
And I mean, it makes sense. Homogeneous, unified society is a more cohesive society. They don't really need to be homogeneous, though. They just need to be assimilated and unified. But, you know, arguably, yeah, you all are the, like, same sex, so that would be a form of unification, which would lubricate the wheels of cohesion.
That this man is not on the same level as he should be. So with that, there's many other things to talk about. Let's move forward to
that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon.
I can confirm that's absolutely a Mormon church. That's exactly what almost all of them look like. And that looks very similar to the one I went to growing up. Most of them look.
I used to smoke weed behind this bush at the one I. No, I'm kidding.
Church.
Just being an asshole.
Much different. Typically,
Joke.
They have the steeple. They usually have a sign. This sign here probably says that it's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the technical name of the Mormon Church.
Which was actually extremely surprising to me, because if Josh and Brandon are truly Mormons, they believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're going to go to hell.
Yes. Obviously, that is a tenet. So Mormonism, whether people want to accept it or not, it's heavily debated, I guess, among Christians, but Mormonism is Christianity, essentially. They believe in Jesus Christ. They believe he is the Son of God, etc., etc. They believe in the Bible, like all of the things that, in a broad sense, make you a Christian religion. Mormonism follows. They just also have the Book of Mormon on top of that, and a bunch of other things that people consider super crazy. Fair enough. A lot of the shit is kind of crazy. But broadly speaking, it is Christianity. But like he's about to say in the video, there is no hell in Mormonism. And the outer darkness he's going to reference is also not really the equivalent of hell. It is kind of the closest, but hell is always used in most Christian religions, from my experience, as like this threat of this is where you're going to go if you're bad. The outer darkness is supposed to be reserved for the absolute worst. There is like 1 or 2 things that I know of that you can do ever to end up in the outer darkness, and one of those is deny that God is real to his face. You have to have seen irrefutable proof, like spoken to God and recognized him as God, and still denied he is God, essentially. That is one of the only ways that you can end up in the outer darkness. The different levels of heaven is the other thing that kind of differs from other Christian religions. So if you were bad, like these people obviously are, you would just end up at the lowest level of heaven. You would not end up at hell or the outer darkness.
Or I guess in Mormonism they call it the outer darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh probably actually believe that this is going to be eternity for them. I mean, Josh even swore to me on his Mormon God in the last video that he would give us the Legos back.
I promise you, I swear to God. I promise.
Which you're also not really supposed to do. You're not supposed to take the name of God in vain. I would think that would be doing that. Just like saying, oh my God. Growing up, we always said, oh my gosh, and used all those fucking words that people use to not be naughty, essentially, because you are not supposed to take the name of the Lord in vain. Swearing to God, especially lying about it, would absolutely be doing so. So just exhibit B of his fake Mormonism.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage. My problem right now seems to be that Josh is never going to listen to anything I ever tell him. But if someone from his church heard this audio, maybe he would listen to them. So after finding exactly what church these guys go to, we went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was to have a talk with Josh to save him.
I also want to say, very typical Mormon fit. I want to clarify, I had heard previous to this from one of my friends who saw this video from Patreon before I was ever able to see it, that this was a missionary. He's not. It was never claimed in the video.
Please sub so he will feed
missionaries dress like this, kind of, but what I'm saying is all Mormons dress like this. Like, most Mormons, the white shirt is well known. I dressed like this going to church growing up. Like, this is the Mormon fit. You wear a white shirt,
they want to look clean cut
some
and
type
respectable.
of pants, whether they're black
Can't
or
really
khaki
knock
in
it.
this case, and a tie. This isn't a missionary. It was never claimed in the video, but I just want to make sure that nobody misinterprets that, because if that was to come from a missionary and he called the police on him, to me that would be even more meaningful. It is possible Josh has no idea that this is a member of his congregation, especially if he's not very involved with the young men or not involved with church at all. If he just claims to be Mormon but doesn't go pretty much ever, he could have thought that this was just another person from like Reckless Men acting like they're Mormons. I don't believe that. I do believe this is actually a member of the congregation. So
from going to this outer darkness. Okay, good luck. And I guess me and Tyler are staying back because we're already trespassed. So.
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fork Police Department. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Well, what's your name? Are you Ben?
This is ridiculous. The fact that this isn't even that close to the first time that this has happened. Every single time they pull him over, they immediately do this. This has happened like 3 times. They look in the back and say,
they think
"Are
they're
you
acting
Ben?"
movie
or identify
stars,
Ben in
bro.
some way. That to me clearly shows
They like think they're so cool.
that they are pulling over this vehicle for no
isn't that
legitimate reason,
intimidating? Like,
and only because Ben is in there.
I'd have been a pedantic prick. Be
The
like, it's
first time when
Benjamin.
he's like, "How
Please
are you
address me
enjoying
correctly."
Utah or whatever. Like, that's just ridiculous. They clearly were not pulling them over for failing to stop at the stop sign. There is the dash cam that showed them stopping. Maybe technically, like, I'm sure there's technically something they can get them on. Like, it's just, it doesn't matter if technically they could get them on something. It is very clear to anyone with a brain that this is targeted, and that is what matters. Not whether they can technically come up with some justification, but the fact that this is clearly targeted.
Hanging out down here.
At this point, we realized what's going on. Yesterday, I told Brandon that our plan is to now sue them personally.
We could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again.
It seems like they're getting...
It's also hilarious that Brandon, during this portion, just stood there silently. I just want to say that. That's fucking ridiculous. To come out of your house and just stand there silently for what seemed like 10 or 15 minutes. That's ridiculous.
So desperate that they're going to resort back to the same strategy they used in the last video.
You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we get them arrested?
Yeah, Josh and Brandon think that if they can somehow get us arrested and thrown in jail, then we won't be able to sue them. I don't know what they told the police we did this time, but they caught us too late. The Mormon kid was already on his way to Josh's house to save him from this outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? You're gonna sit on down here for me first. What brings you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
So, not only does that at least kind of confirm that this is Joshua Johnson, he called him Brother Johnson, that also confirms to me that this is a member of their congregation. Mormons call each other brother and sister. It's part of the whole thing that some people think makes it seem more cult-like.
Shepherd, your brother,
is true.
brother.
I mean, I get that. I get what people say. But regardless, it is a thing in Mormonism. You always call everyone brother or sister. That's pretty much it, because you're all supposed to be like brothers and sisters under God and stuff. Most people don't know that, so just that fact alone makes me believe that this is a member of the congregation. Everything I see, the fact that he's dressed just like a Mormon, the fact that he calls him Brother Johnson, and the fact that he talks about young men in a second. If, in case anyone was doubting and trying to think otherwise, this kid is almost definitely a true Mormon.
Johnson. I'm in the Harbor 2nd Ward.
And he said Harbor 2nd Ward. Now, growing up, we didn't have second wards, but this is Utah. So basically, there's so many people that are Mormon in a certain area that you'll have multiple wards in one building. So you don't have a specific building for each church. They have separate wards for like a certain geographical area that helps break it down more because you have so many people. So yeah, clearly he's in the same ward as Josh, the way he's saying that. And yeah.
It's been an audio going around with the young men group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
I'm not going to screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God.
Who's that?
So,
I guess
from? That's him.
No, I know that. I could tell that from the voice, but
I was just going to ask him, like, is he willing to give up everything like he said? Because he swore on everything. He swore on God. This might be a crazy ask, but...
Yep. Just like he said. Is, like, doing that. First of all, you basically shouldn't in Mormonism. But if you're going to, and then you're not going to follow through, and you're going to be lying, that's a pretty huge deal. So, the things that this man does is just ridiculous.
Could you take a selfie with me?
But anyways, back to us. The police...
So let me see here. I see if there's much else that I can properly kind of comment on and make any real difference. Let's see here.
confusing is the police are supposed to be the good guys. Back when I was still waiting in the car to serve Josh, I got a phone call, and this call was from Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the Bricks and Minifigs is part of that and worth millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO.
Yes. That is entirely possible. Like I said, I did not grow up in Utah Mormonism. And it's like a whole different beast, really. But I do firmly believe that it is entirely possible for certain areas of Utah to be entirely controlled by the Mormon Church. Just because everyone there, especially everyone that has any position of true power, is a member of the Mormon Church. They've gone through and done things that have not happened, at least on the same scale, in any other US states for that exact same reason. It is very difficult to get like an alcohol license in Utah compared to other states because Mormonism doesn't allow alcohol. So they don't want to make it easy for non-Mormon people to potentially do anything. So anything that is explicitly, non-Mormon, they will make difficult.
We're all super Mormon, like the CEO.
That sounds like systemic religious persecution permeate throughout Utah. As far as I was aware, that's a violation of people's civil rights. And I think that's like a federally big deal. I mean, I'm not exactly sure, but I think violating constitutional civil rights is like a federally big deal. Yeah, but it's an interesting tidbit of information there.
CEO even went to the Mormon University, and when I looked up all the police.
My brother went to BYU. I know many people who went to BYU. It is the Mormon University. You don't have to be Mormon to go there, but that is true.
Police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They're like a huge clan that takes care of each other.
And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals. But eventually, I got released from jail.
Yes. So, I think I said earlier in the video, I'm going to try and have a nuanced take on things. I'm not strictly going to be taking what Ben says entirely at face value, like he is trying to be an entertainer during all of this. I think it is entirely possible that what he is saying is the case. That is possible. But I also think it is entirely possible that these are just your stereotypical cops with an ego. I have known and seen many of them. That once they got Ben on their bad side, which was almost instantly because they kept getting annoyed by his tactics, by his antics. They've probably been annoyed in the past by YouTubers' antics similar to him. The energy he can give off, whether it's true or not, can be very much like a classic YouTube prankster, which causes a lot of problems for cops. So I could see it's not excusing their actions at all. Actually, it's almost worse to me. But I could see this not being a case of Mormon racketeering and more a case of we hate this guy, so we are personally going to go against him. And we are going to make his life hell, try and arrest him for everything, try and shove him in the back of a cop car, like anything they can do, pull him over and over and over and over, go and visit. I would be surprised if that portion with the process server in the car where they got talked to by the cops like 4 times, I would be surprised if Brandon actually talked to the cops every one of those times. I bet, if anything, he called one time when they showed up because they probably told him to. Previously, they were probably like, if he comes back, you tell us because we want to fuck with him. So the second they saw he came back from Brandon saying it, all of them just kept going. One would go and not find anything, and they'd call their buddy up and be like, yeah, I didn't find anything. And that guy would be like, I bet you I can find something to get him on. And he'd go and try and find something to get him on. Like, if a cop wants to get out for you, he can make something fit. There are so many laws, there are so many small little nuances that I don't believe it's how it should be, obviously, but how it is a cop can basically just manufacture something to make you a victim, make you a criminal, and be able to do something about it. Does that mean that's justified and that in a future court case, the city won't get sued and lose a shit ton of money? Absolutely not. But that is after a lengthy court battle or settlement, not right in that moment. The cop has all the power in the world to make your life hell right in that moment. And that is something that we see far too often. Now, as I said before,
why you just don't talk to him?
It is a pretty
just hit him with basics.
bad
Okay.
idea to talk
yes.
without a lawyer.
Am I being detained?
So that is something that I think he did wrong later on. I don't think he should have spoken to the police without a lawyer. Honestly, I don't think, and he didn't know this at the time, so I'm not blaming him, really. I'm just saying, to do this smartly and a little bit less exciting content-y, he should have had a lawyer involved at almost every step of the process. Because he could do most of the things he already did, and not only not get hemmed up, but if a lawyer is involved, the cops are immediately so much less aggressive because they realize they could actually be held accountable. Whether anything actually comes of that lawyer being there or not, cops fucking hate it when you call for a lawyer. And that is why they always say to not speak to the cops without a lawyer. Because the mistake that everyone makes, I watch a shit ton of body cam videos, I deal with cops all the time at work. The mistake everyone makes is talking to them. If you just don't, they almost can't do anything. And talking to them will almost never suit your interests. It will almost never serve you. It will only give what they are looking for is more to use against you. And that is why the Miranda rights exist. And if they're truly questioning you about these sort of things, they have to read them to you. So once you have a Miranda read to you, you definitely know they're trying to get you on something. And you definitely know you should invoke your right to remain silent without a lawyer present. But I'm already getting a little long on this video. I've been rambling a lot. If anyone cares to listen, hey, I'm glad that you stuck through to the end. Like I said, I'm not really reacting to the whole video. I'm just trying to provide a little bit more context and insight on the Mormon specific stuff especially, and give a little bit more of a kind of balanced take, I guess, on everything. But I want to once again make it clear, I do firmly support Ben and firmly am against the police's actions and Bricks.
Anything new? Crave more info. Videos and views. You can just watch it. trickle through the veins of the zeitgeist. Interesting. Interesting. Long form, short form.
Incoming ad break. I'm hungry, please sub so he will feed me.
Let's see what a
Still
toy
staying
store
up
owner's
late
take
gaming
is.
solo?
Or, well, maybe
With
not owner, but seller. Let's find as many facets as we can.
Hey there. I'm not really sure why I'm doing this
Hi.
because I don't usually do this kind of thing, but I've just been enthralled.
I think you're doing it because you feel that your life experiences lead you to have a arguably unique perspective on the situation, and I'm here for it because I think I agree. I agree. Thinking having being somebody as a lexicon, I bet yeah, probably someone understanding of the collector space and all of that. Yeah, I think you would have a unique perspective on it. Let's see.
With this bricks and minifigs scandal, as I'm calling it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's no point in watching this, but it's like this YouTuber Reckless Ben is kind of going rogue and like doing his best to Robin Hood this guy's lost Lego collection that was given to a store on consignment, and then things that happened after that caused the new owners of the store to retain that seller's property, which they shouldn't have. They should have given it back because it wasn't like they bought it outright. There was no transaction of funds, but that seller had given the entire lot of toys to a physical location to sell on consignment, which if you don't know what consignment is, it means you didn't get any money up front to like in exchange for the product, because usually that's a one and done thing. Now we own your stuff, you got some money. It's sort of an agreement, a longer term agreement for kind of high value collections. Typically there's no point in consigning like one toy, right? It's like if you have like when I was in a band, we used to consign our records to the local used like CD store, so we'd give them like a box of CDs and they'd sell them for $15 and we'd get like $8 of that, and so the company would keep $7. So I mean that's a pretty bad consignment deal because you're only getting like 50%, but you get the idea. It's so you basically are borrowing another location's like foot traffic to sell your stuff, and in exchange they get a cut of the sales and they process the payments and then they pay you back, etc. So it's a complicated deal, and it's gotten even more complicated in this particular case. And it's just making my blood boil. This Reckless Ben guy does an amazing job laying out all the facts, his experience, his documentation, which is through the roof. He's probably recording stuff he shouldn't be, but like, you know, the reason this stuff isn't supposed to be recorded, it's not to protect you. It's to protect the people, the layers of people above you. So I commend everything this dude is doing, whether it's legally sound or not. Sometimes you have to break through and do things the guerrilla way, and he's doing an amazing job. However, this has caused him to go hide out in Mexico, which is just absurd. No one ever thought this would happen this way. But I guess I wanted to weigh in on this because I'm a toy seller. I've been trying to do this professionally for quite a few years here. I'm not the best at it for sure, but the problem with this Bricks and Minifigs thing, you know, they're a large corporate entity. They are trying, you know, how do I put this? There are mom and pop toy shops, like antique, you know, our era's antique shops all over the country. They're everywhere, individually owned and operated. Sure, there could be a possibility, I've thought about it, of making like a corporate entity that like helps manage the inventories of all this huge network of toy stores, and then they like get branded as a certain store. It's like a franchisee thing. That's essentially what Bricks and Minifigs is, specifically dealing with Legos, and they let these owner-operators, franchisees, you know, use their name and their systems, etc. But this really makes my blood boil because it makes sellers like me and other reputable sellers, which there's hundreds if not thousands of them, it makes them look bad. The people that are looking to cash in on their collectibles, let's say they have a big lot from like their parents or something, they don't know what it's worth. They bring it to people like me or like us or like Bricks and Minifigures, and they hope to get like a reasonable value for it. Now that
Okay, so I figure his perspective is going to be one I probably understand, being that I know about like collectible stuff and consignment and selling things like collections of value and all the headache therein and all of that, but still.
That whole situation varies by seller, and it's very opaque. You know, some sellers will pay more than other ones. It really depends on the quality of the lot, if they have the inventory for that stuff. But you usually got to give someone a pretty fair value. If both people walk away happy, everyone's great. This is not what happened in this situation. There's some people that are very unhappy. And I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of Bricks and Minifigures here, just to see like, what are they, like, why are they doing what they're doing? Why are they acting the way they're acting when they could so simply just wash their hands of it and give the stuff back? They're supposedly a multi-million-dollar company, but they're worried about this inflated value $200,000 Lego collection. You know, that's not what it would be sold at a lot price, but that's why he did consignment, because he wanted to try to milk the most value out of that collection as he could. And rightfully so. It was his dad's stuff. This is what, you know, collectors do. But I think the real problem here is that he did it by consignment. And I think this is a warning for all of us. And I'm not blaming.
That's what I said, bro. If you ever have a large collection, do not consign it to fucking anybody to sell for you. Even if you're happy with the terms on paper, by the end of it, if you knew the things that took place, you would be furious. Just not worth it. Unless they're like massively reputable, like Barrett Jackson or something like that. Low tier consignment things, you basically might as well just take it to the pawn shop, because that's basically what you're doing. I would argue in a lot of cases you're doing worse.
The owner, Brian, I'm just pointing out that like consignment is a very complicated process. Time is the vector that no one really considers. You know, when this deal started with him, it probably was working out pretty good, but over time, things change. You know, you have stuff on consignment for a year, you should probably take it back, because any number of things can happen. Theft can happen at the store by someone breaking in. Theft can happen from the employees, which sort of happened in this case, or things can just walk out. It's a precarious thing. I don't recommend consignment on this scale. Like, he would have, I bet if he's looking back, he probably would say, man, if I could have just gotten a lump sum for all this stuff and been done with it, I'd be happy. Sure, it wouldn't have been that $200,000 like estimated value for the pieces, but it might have been $90,000 cash, you know? Probably not cash from Bricks and Minifigures, but if you found a reputable Lego seller or someone on YouTube that sells Legos or something like that, you could have gotten that. I mean, I'm throwing that number out. Who knows? Like, it depends on the seller. It depends on what the buyer wants to do. But it would have been a better situation than the legal snafu everybody's in right now. So back to Bricks and Minifigs. Obviously, they confiscated the store from the owner that was saying, hey, we're going to leave. We want out of our contract. They just came in and shut them out and took over the store, and then they acquired the inventory that was in there. See, this is where the murkiness happens, because that wasn't the owner of the store's inventory, and it certainly was never meant to be Bricks and Minifigs, the corporate office, their inventory as well. But I think they knew that collection was there, and someone saw an opportunity to cash in big. And I read through some of the documents. Apparently, Bricks and Minifigs think.
Glad I'm not the only one who can see straight through the wet paper bag that is the fucking defense. Love it. Man, you just earned a sub.
Thinks that franchisee was in debt about $200,000. So in their minds, they're getting their just desserts. They get the things they're owed, but they're getting it from not the person that owed them money. And that's a real problem. And I think all the proof is right there. That Ben guy, he laid it out in a very incredibly sophisticated manner. He went the legal route. He did everything they asked. All he wants is to help out this guy. And I would hate. First off, I would never make this mistake. I would never do this to somebody.
Right.
But like, if this much heat was on me, I would just really think hard and be like, listen, I messed up. Let me just.
I messed up. Lord Jesus.
I'm sure they don't want to admit fault, because then it maybe
back.
opens them up for further damages, which, in my opinion, it should. I mean, I don't know how the company is going to recover from this. They might be a big operation, but like, this story has legs, and it's not going away.
Nah, people loved Toys R Us, and Toys R Us died. Now people have a reason to hate Bricks and Minifigs, and it's not gonna. They operate on the GameStop fucking scheme, bro. Their whole business model basically relies on fleecing uneducated owners with the guise of, oh yeah, no, this actually isn't the rare one. This is just the normal Bane. Oh, this Chrome C3PO, yeah, no, it's a fake. I mean, we'll give you like $8 for it because it's a fake, and that's what they're worth. Yeah, it's GameStop all over it. Oh, you've got an in-box PS5 Pro with GTA 6. We'll give you $8.57 store credit. Take it or leave it. If you want cash, it's $1.32. Like, what do you mean? This is like $1,000 worth of stuff. Damn. Yeah, well, it's used, so like I could do $8.73, and that's me throwing in the employee like booster kicker percentage. It went up 20-some cents. Yeah. If you want it in cash, it's $1.41 now. That's better, right?
Way. This is not something like Taco Bell making a bad tweet and waiting out a few weeks. This is going to last forever. I wouldn't be surprised if that company rebrands as something else completely after this, but we're all still going to know who it was. So, Bricks and Minifigs, from one toy seller to another, get your fucking shit together.
Get your fucking shit together. That's... Get your fucking shit together. Ooh, delving the MLM scam of it. I'm on board.
Companies. And this is the other thing. So, Ammon McNeil, Bricks and Minifigs. There's been a ton of videos about this. I'm going to make one because I think no one's explaining the psychological profile of the average Utahn and how they can be so stupid. How can you blow up a 100 million plus franchise within the span of a week? And I'm going to explain it to you. Utahns, you come to Utah, we're super welcoming. The vast majority of us don't scam people. And also the vast majority of us have never been tangled up in a scam either. So I go to other places. I lived in Louisiana as a kid. There's crooks, and the crooks, they know they're crooks. And they're just kind of like the crook in the community. And people are nervous of them. Sometimes they got to get deals done. They got to deal with the crook. But in Utah, we don't have that many crooks. And what happens to that is people get suckered by crooks all the time here because there's no natural immunity. We're not vaccinated against crooks here. But then what also has happened, and this Ammon McNeil CEO guy, I watched his live stream last night. He is completely unaware that he's a crook. He might be obeying the letter of the law, but he is unaware that he's a crook. And there's an important thing I'm going to get here. All right. The Reckless Ben's videos are so entertaining because all these people that have been scamming people out of their Legos, they are not aware that they are crooks. In typical communities, when you're a crook, you kind of know you're a crook. You know it. You know you're a crook.
You know it. You know
keep
you're
your
a
mouth
piece
shut.
of shit.
The number one rule when you're committing a crime or doing something that is very unpopular is keeping your mouth shut. These guys, they just chit-chatted with the YouTuber over the course of years. They have hours and hours of them saying stupid things to this YouTuber. Do you honestly think other franchises like McDonald's or whatever, do you think that they've never messed someone over on the franchise that went under and took all the refrigeration equipment, took everything that was out on loan and belonged to the people that
Let's be real. If McDonald's ever did a franchise owner bad and like came in and swooped stuff, we all know what they'd be coming in and taking, bro. They'd be coming in and taking them down because that location had a working ice cream machine, and that's unacceptable by McDonald's standards. So obviously that's a violation of the franchise agreement. So you strip them of that, you come in, you get all that sweet, sweet ice cream for yourself, and you lock that bitch down until you've managed to break the ice cream machine, and then you put it back in service. We know how McDonald's operates. No need to really get into the details of it.
The franchisee was making interest payments to. They just take it and they say tough luck. They don't get on phone calls with YouTubers or get in interviews with YouTubers and try to defend their act.
What do you mean? Yes, they do. Like, we've all seen the where is it? Hold up. Wait a minute. McDonald's. Jesus.
You've heard about it. Here it is.
You were saying what,
Patties, a delicious big one's on here as well. I see
McDonald's
those
doesn't
kind
come
of
out
coming
and do
out.
what?
All right, the moment of truth.
Ah, yeah, the moment of truth. I took the smallest
That is so
bite
good.
of the bun.
That's a big bite
Look at
for a big
that.
arch.
It's not
It's
poison.
distinct.
You can't even see a bite in the patty. It's literally just like a little, well, there might be a tiny bit. He may have consumed a gram of meat. Maybe. Maybe. I feel like that's being generous. And I feel like the whole thing was a massive self-report. So like, don't get too ahead of yourself. McDonald's would never come out and talk and make themselves look stupid. Yeah, maybe not so much. Definitely not as much as fucking these people, but it happened. Sometimes they think they're cooking and they're in fact cooked. It just happens. Times you throw the dice and they come up fucking snake eyes and sucks to suck.
Actions. All right. They know what they're doing is unpopular. It's legal, but unpopular. All right. Now imagine I'm trying to defend this Ammon McNeil guy somewhat. If he thought he was stealing from people, if he thought he was a crook himself, if he really thought that, he would have not have continued to open his mouth and justify his actions. He would have just said, talk to my lawyer, bye. He would have hung up. His employees wouldn't have been on the phones, you know, this sounds threatening, but you got lawyers. If you get lawyers, you're not gonna be able to afford the legal battle that'll come out. It's like, you don't say that stuff out loud, guys. It's like they watched the movie The Founder and were like, oh, this is a great way to start a franchise, empire. We're going to act just like Ray Kroc in The Founder. Do you honestly think Ray Kroc was having that detailed, villainous plans out loud? No, he kept his mouth shut. He knew what he was doing. You guys don't know what you're doing. And the problem is I've seen it in my personal life. People go on villain arcs. They become crooks here in Utah. And since they never saw a crook growing up, they never saw the vibe that a crook would have, they do crooked things, they scam people, and they're completely oblivious to their scamming. This light's dying. I'm gonna turn it off. They're completely oblivious to their scamming. This Ammon McNeil guy, he thinks he's a good guy. He thinks I was just doing business. I'm gonna go on YouTube and explain myself for the 50th time. And they really can't understand why people are upset with them. It's a very weird thing, you know. Utah's a great place. But I think maybe we need to import some thuggish type guys from the East Coast so people like have an idea of what a scammer is and what they do. Because there's so many Utahns, they start MLM companies. And this is the other thing about bricks and minifigs. Utahns love to start MLM companies and they love to be suckers for MLM companies, all right? But the MLM companies, that worked before 2020. Housing costs have skyrocketed. They need more money. So my advice, never ever buy into a franchise that is headquartered in Utah. Because the Utah franchise model, like Crumble and Bricks and Minifigs, they're run like MLMs. They're not selling you leggings anymore or selling you miracle vitamins. They're selling you $100,000 to $300,000 franchise. And it's a get-rich-quick scheme for them, and it's a get-rich-quick scheme for you. And it's not a sound investment. Utah franchises are not sound investments. I don't want to list off all of them that I think are scams, but they seem to prey on people who make low six figures and sell them on the idea they could become multimillionaires. Because when you're in the low six figures, you're doing well. But when the cookie franchise has a spot available, oh man, I could get that cookie franchise and I could blow it up. The CEOs, the administration from that cookie franchise has all stepped down. It's a house of cards. They got their $1 billion off the MLM. They're checked out. Their franchisees are gonna crash, you know. This Bricks and Minifigs blew up to 300 locations. It's gonna crash. And that's the other thing I gotta say about this.
That's what I was saying. Its business model is dog shit. It's not a tenable, long-term, viable business model. We sell rare stuff at a premium that sits on our shelves and collects dust. Come in and pay a premium on normal Legos too. Oh, you just buy your kids Legos at Walmart because like they're cheap? Oh, well, please come into our store and overpay for them? Like, yeah, no, it's a bad business model, bro. It's a bad model.
McDonald's. If McDonald's, the Founder movie did not have that much of an effect on McDonald's sales, all right? Oh, well, McDonald's is a scam company. They scam over their franchisees and the original owners and blah, blah, blah. It's like the fries still taste really yummy. And I have hunger in my gut, all right? Grown men
Fries are
buying
yummy
Legos,
and I
buying and
have
selling
hunger
Legos
tummy.
is a completely irrational purchase, all right? There's no rationale.
Yes, bad business model. Like at least McDonald's, it's like, yeah, but some people still need to eat something on the cheap and on the quick, like
Nice to meet you. I'm
shit. People
Perk60
find out
Wolf.
that
Don't
the
forget to
food's
follow.
basically trash. The nuggies are just a pink goo extruded from some sort of pressurized machine, and they're like, but I need my nuggies. So like, yeah, no. See, McDonald's at least keyed into like a biological imperative that everybody needs to do, and then made it tasty and cheap. Yeah, that's a smart business model. Tasty, cheap, and fast. Like overpriced Lego sets do not the same as fucking 99-cent cheeseburger.
Behind an adult buying Legos. I'm sorry if you're a Lego person, you've been watching my video. It's an irrational, emotional-driven hobby, all right? So when someone goes to a Bricks and Minifigs store, it's not a logical, I'm hungry, I need to satiate my hunger. It's an emotional connection to the store. They have an emotional connection to the store. It is a personal relationship, all right? Your customers have developed personal relationships. They have not developed need relationships. I need to go to Lowe's. I need a piece of wood. I need a hamburger. That's not the type of relationship they have. They have a personal relationship, and this video and you supplying all this content and then you just doubling down and making false police reports and the American Fork Police Department hassling them, you've ruined that relationship. Your customer base has broken up with you permanently, and there's nothing you can do to take it back. The franchisees have to start a new franchise. They have to sue the corporate to get out of their franchise agreements because it's over. It's over. And then also another thing about the
It's definitely
American
over.
Fork Police Department, everyone's like, this is the Mormon Gestapo. Mormon Gestapo. I hate to break it to the people, you know, this isn't Colorado City. People who go to the Mormon church on Sunday in Utah is below 20% of the population. The odds that even half of those police officers on camera were even members of the church.
They all went to Brigham Young. Their actions are too sketchy for there not to be some sort of underlying connection therein, and, well, I mean, I guess it could be chalked up to they all went to the same college, maybe briefly at the same time, and they all like are old college buddies. Like it could be that, but you know that's yet to come up. So people are going to obviously look at the only surface connection that is like directly linkable across all of them being a high likelihood of being Mormon. I mean, we know Joshua and the other dude are. So that makes the police's weird responses more suspect.
Is pretty low. And the odds that any of them go to church on Sunday is like 10%. All right, this state has a lot of more.
What do you mean?
Incoming
The
ad break.
Mormon young adult ward 2. He came to speak with Brother Joshua. They're of the same ward. He obviously knows Brother Joshua.
Mormons. It has a lot of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But it's more.
I don't care about you running defense for Mormonism there, chilling with Greg. Your vibe's not chilling anymore, but your take was interesting. That is 5.5 hours on all sorts of shit. That's way beyond the scope of what I'm interested in. Anything else interesting? I think we may basically tapped out this iceberg for the day. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, see, other people see it.
Where literally anybody can build a fully
Shut up,
working
AI slop pig.
This guy named Reckless Ben. So if you are unaware about this guy named Reckless Ben on YouTube and his escapades taking down corporations, finding people, doing all this stuff, he has recently started to try and take down a company that goes by the name of Bricks and MINIFIGS. And if you haven't heard a single thing about it, I'll kind of fill you in here because this situation is unbelievable. It's everything wrong with the United States, right? So I'll give you the short and sweet of it, but I highly, highly recommend you go and watch his videos. Everything will be linked down below. If you don't want to watch it, at least click on it, like it, subscribe, leave a comment, just so that his videos stay in the algorithm, so that he doesn't stop getting publicity for this, because it is unbelievable what this company is doing. It fills me with rage. I don't know, I felt compelled to make this video because of that. So basically, Bricks and MINIFIGS signed a contract, a consignment with Brian, so that they could hold $200,000 around worth of Legos in their store, and what they're going to do is every time they get sold, Brian and Bricks and MINIFIGS share the profit. Sounds pretty simple. It's a good business deal, it seems like. However, it did not pan out that well. And you know, I am going to be criticizing America, and there's like this thing where you're not allowed to criticize America unless you're from there. And even though I'm living in Jordan right now, trust me, I'm an American. I served in the military. I was in the Marine Corps. If you don't believe me, just Google my name. You know what I'm saying? And if you got a problem with dual citizenships, go hit up your local senator who's definitely a dual citizen with Israel. I'm just going to leave it at that, right? So a little bit more context. Reckless Ben has been doing this for a while. I honestly recently found out about him, but he is a insanely good investigator, journalist, however you want to put it. He knows what he's doing. He knows the law. He knows how to do all the crap that you have to do to get things to happen in the United States legally, right? It's all legal. So he's not breaking the rules to do anything, although it might look like it. But if you watch his videos, that's just how the system is, unfortunately. So this has only been in development for about like 10 days, at least that we've seen in the public eye. It's only like 10 days or so that we've known about this whole thing. If you live in Salem, or if you've seen the Bricks and Minifig store on Salem on Facebook or somewhere, you might have seen that it's closed down, you know what I'm saying? Spoiler alert after the fact a little bit. However, you need to watch his videos to understand everything. But like I said, I'm making this because I want, you know, maybe there's 10 people who watched this video who had no idea that Ben was doing this. I want you 10 people to know, because this is insanity. So like I was saying, part one basically, you know, introduces us to Brian and his family and tells us about the problem of this $200,000 worth of Legos that have been stolen. And so Ben is like, you know what, I'm gonna fight the man for you because I know you guys don't really have that much money. He doesn't have enough money to fight a corporation, to be honest, but he has the know-how, he knows what he's doing. So he does this for Brian and his family. And if you've ever wondered how the legal system works in the United States of America, this video series and some of other Ben's videos will explain to you exactly how it works, and you still won't understand. It is so convoluted. There's so many loopholes. There's so many things you can hide behind.
Accurate.
But the corporations
Completely
are using these
accurate.
things, and then Ben also uses these things to take down these corporations, or at least make them become accountable. So there's this thing in the US, if you sign any contract, you are now legally obligated to do whatever in said contract. Even if you have no idea what's in the contract, as soon as you sign it, you are legally obligated. Basically the same thing as the terms and conditions whenever you're signing up for something or whatever. Nobody reads all that, but you agreed to it, so technically everything in there is legally bound. So Brian, Bricks and Minifigs, signed a contract to sell the Legos. This is where Ben comes in, using all of his resources, knowledges, and know-power. And then this starts off, you know, kind of light. Oh, we're just going to go to the store. We're just going to see what's going on. And then it turns into just corruption after corruption after corruption after corruption. It's inexplicable how deep this goes. Part one of the video is already insane, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. So he goes into the Bricks and Minifig store just to ask some questions. He has the consignment in his hand, the contract. He's just there to ask some questions, but immediately he's met with a Karen who works there, who's been brainwashed or something, to immediately, as soon as anybody mentions anything about this deal,
I think she's in on it. She runs way too much defense. Way too invested in protecting a 9-to-5 job from the legal ramifications it's earned. Like that doesn't vibe for me. You know, it's just, oh, we're just brainwashed the people. You know what brainwashes people real well? It's
Hope
green
everyone
and
enjoys it here.
rectangular and
Please follow the stream.
most tasty when untraceable.
boom, you're harassing me, I'm gonna call the police, you're trespassed. And that is exactly what happens.
Pretty good. How about yourself? It's pretty good. So basically, my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think, and he told me to come here and see if I could pick them up.
Who's your friend?
I think they're Brian's Legos. It's like a big Star Wars collection set, I think.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
So you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
Well, I'm not harassing you.
No, you are. Hi. You want to watch the cameras? I'm being harassed. Watch the cameras. I am being harassed. You need to leave.
Off rip, like immediately into the video. He's already trespassed, so now he can't go, but luckily he's got some friends, you know what I'm saying? So we already get this hint of like, these guys are being protected a little bit in some way, because not a single thing has happened, and they're immediately going to the police. The police are like, yeah, you gotta leave. So it's a little bit weird, but I guess in America you can do that. You can just trespass whoever you want as long as it's your property. So Ben tries another way to get info on the store, and that is by brainwashing someone else who's already been brainwashed by Bricks and Minifigs. And he basically creates a small little cult. He gives out a prize for a fake competition. He does give out the prize, but it convinces this girl who's an employee there that now she's a part of this group, so she has trust, she has power, and so now she's let her guard down essentially and will spill some of the beans about what's going on. And she spills some pretty good beans about what's going on in the store. And it just confirms the fact that they know that they've signed this deal. and they're not going to do anything about it.
Finally safe to bring up these Star Wars Lego sets. We heard something about some Star Wars sets.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that, or?
I know some of it. They were gonna reimburse him for everything, and then I think they did, and he's still upset about everything, which I get.
They reimbursed him for everything?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any of his stuff on the shelves.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have any of it.
But just like every other cult member out there, these employees have been told a lie and are now willing to pretty much die to defend this lie. But good thing now, she's been brainwashed even harder by our cult, and our cult is now going to give her the freedom to finally be able to think logically about this situation. So we think they've been lying to you. So these were all the sets in the store, and they're all metadata timestamped.
Wait, we do have these ones.
Yeah, those are all his.
No, some of them I think we do still have.
Yeah, I know you guys do. You showed me one of them when I asked.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait.
So this kind of brings up one of the first issues with
I
the
know
system
you
and
guys
with
do.
the
You showed me
franchisees
one of them
and
when I
being able to
asked.
hide behind it. So basically what
I
they've done
do.
is they had a previous owner from the franchise sign this deal. He then left, and then a
Hit
new
it with a fat
franchisee owner
ease.
comes in. And there's on video saying that they're supposed to,
Fucking
take
retarded,
over
bro.
this contract and do everything that the contract says.
If you're
because
gonna
the
do
American contracts
crime,
are
be
legally
smart
binding.
about it.
In the
Don't
security
be
camera
dumb
footage,
as
he
hell.
tells
But
the
you know,
previous
be
owner
smart
that
and just
he's
don't
gonna
do
be the one
crime.
taking over the contract now.
I think it's funny that he's fucking
I guess this is
Brandon
some sort of
Best.
just contract loophole he's trying to use to steal the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection.
But of course, that doesn't happen, and the corporation, Bricks and Minifigs, can hide behind, oh, it was this old guy, it's his problem now, so you have to talk to him. So basically, they're using these franchises to stop Ben from investigating everything, figuring out what's going on. It's kind of crazy. So he's tried a couple times to get Bricks and Minifigs just to acknowledge it and do anything to make it right. They won't do it. They keep calling him crazy. They keep calling the police on him. So he's kind of left with no choice but to sue them. And, you know, luckily you can't just sue someone for any reason. So you submit a case to the state, it has to get approved. But wouldn't you know, in order to sue someone, you also have to physically serve them their papers, the court papers. But Ben's been trespassed, so what's he going to do? Luckily, he has friends who can do this for him. And then also, Ben used his gigabrain to get this Karen employee to sign a document. Remember I was saying, as soon as you sign something legally binding, she signed a document unknowingly, because she didn't read it, that it does not allow him to be trespassed. And also, anytime the cops get called on him, she owes him money.
Right here,
Which
I
we
made a
know
contract
doesn't
with the
hold any
manual
weight.
that says, I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed in all of these legal words for any circumstance whatsoever and for literally any reason. They cannot trespass me. And it's effective for the next 10 years. But this only really works as a get out of jail free card if I can get Amanda to sign it. But how the heck am I going to do that?
Hi, sorry, I got a delivery. Can I get a signature?
For some reason, Amanda just started signing our contract without even reading it.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
In America, we have a duty-free contracts law, which states that you have to read a contract before you sign it. And if you forget to read it or you just choose not to read it, it's your fault and you still have to do everything the contract says.
It's really honestly poetry in motion watching this happen. But the guy who's now in charge of the store is an expert in hiding from the law and mitigating lawsuits. That's literally one of his job descriptions. So they keep closing the store. They keep avoiding him. They close early. They figured out, oh, he's going to come serve us. All right, everybody go home. We're closed for the day. Running away from everything. But because Ben's suing Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon, not like a specific person, one thing they can do to hide still is just permanently close down the store. And it's no longer there. Or at least it's physically there. You know, they had a whole ceremony, closing down ceremony for them because Bricks and Minifigs never notified anybody. They never put down on their Google page or anything that they're closed, so they started getting massive negative reviews, specifically just for them closing, not even for what Ben had mentioned. So now they're hiding from this first lawsuit, which Ben won fair and square. So after publishing part 1 on YouTube, Ben gives Bricks and Minifigs so many chances to just do the right thing, return the Legos, we have the contract, everybody knows, but you just won't agree to it, you won't admit it. So they even are talking on the phone, do you want to do this the easy way or the hard way? They pick the hard way, because as a corporation, unfortunately, in the United States, if you're doing any sort of civil matter, any sort of civil lawsuit, whoever has more money usually is who's going to win. And it's a corporation against a little guy. This corporation's got a lot more money than this little guy. So they're just thinking, dude, we're going to win. We're going to win. This is how the system works. We have more money. We can get better lawyers. Or another thing that happens a lot of time is a settlement. So they'll just give you basically hush money and say, you're not allowed to talk about this. You're not allowed to sue us ever again. Bye-bye. And it's usually, 50 grand, 100 grand, something like that. And to a little guy, that's a lot of money. So they almost always take this amount of money, this sum of money. And then that just makes the company impervious to the law, essentially. They don't ever get any sort of negative repercussions for breaking the law or infringing on people's rights. They just give this guy some money, it's over. That's it. You've seen this yourself. There's like TikTok lawsuits, all these other lawsuits. They just turn into settlements so that the companies never actually have to face any legal repercussions. They just pay out some money, and then you go and sign up to get some of that money, and then 4 months later, your PayPal gets credited 97 cents. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works, unfortunately. And also, after publishing part 1, the Bricks and Minifigs officially responded to the video with a little corporate document saying, this is all lies. This is just a cabal of YouTubers who are trying to take us down and defame us. All the PR bullcrap that always gets said whenever something like this happens. However, we even got to see a leaked email from Bricks and Minifigs. And it was basically going over a script for every franchise owner to give to their employees, more brainwashing, basically. So if somebody comes in and asks about this, you say this. If they ask you about where are these Legos, you say, sorry, that is from another store. This has nothing to do with us. I am just a humble franchisee, whatever. And it's kind of laughable. It would be funny if it wasn't somebody getting absolutely screwed over for hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Otherwise, it'd be hilarious reading this corporate text document, because it's like, what are you doing? And one day ago, as the time of recording this video, we have finally been able to see part 2, which now basically is covering police corruption. And I'm talking about deep corruption. I've seen corruption before. I live in Jordan now. There's a little bit of corruption here. Corruption's everywhere. But like the corruption here is like, I need to go get a marriage certificate. So I go to the judge. He gives me a deadline. It's 15 days, we'll have it done for you. So you just call up one of your friends, because my family's pretty big. Just call up a friend. Hey, this guy told me 15 days. Oh, really? So then he hangs up. He calls the judge, tells the judge, you're stupid. Make it faster. That's my boy. Right? Now the judge calls you back. Hey, actually, we'll have it done by end of business. That's the kind of corruption that I'm used to seeing, right? It still shouldn't work like that, but no one's really getting infringed on. No one's getting put in jail. The police department isn't targeting a specific person. So the level of corruption which you'll see in part 2, which I really want you to go watch, is absurd, because I can only mention so much of it. It's impossible for me to relay all the information. I just want to get this in your head. I want you to be aware of this whole situation, because it is not only the corrupt police, it is also the Mormon church, right? Crazy, right? A crazy thing to say, but yes, like legitimately, the Mormon church is involved in this. So the store is in Salem, Oregon, but these guys live in Utah, and the Bricks and Minifigs Corporation headquarters is in Utah. Very famously Mormon area, you know what I'm saying? And the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs even went to BYU, the Mormon college, right? So Ben starts his lawsuit against Josh, the current owner of Bricks and Minifigs. And this is the same guy who in part 1 was threatening him on the phone, cursing him out, lying, even saying that Ben is the one stealing the Legos. He sounds like a little kid on the phone. It's kind of absurd that this guy is in any sort of position in any job. Like, he literally sounds like a child.
The shelves were empty.
So I decided to remind him of all of these examples where he claims they do have Brian's Legos in the store still. And this was his response.
You, I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
Give a damn of your fucking opinion. It's wrong. And if you want to test your fucking opinion, let's go to court. Who enforces the law?
The court? So
Exactly.
So you're saying that
It's just a
so you're saying
difference of opinion.
so basically what you're saying is I'm wrong, but you can sue me for it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the long and the short of it.
So you know you're wrong. So you know that you stole the Legos then.
Let's go to court then.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, is that what you want?
Yeah.
You really want that?
I mean, I don't. I would like to just get the Legos back, but if that's what you want, I mean, it seems like this is what you want. I'm giving you every out that I can, but.
Let's just not go down. Look.
Dang.
Let's don't go down that route. It doesn't really matter because.
I just want to get the Legos
The
back.
pleading of a
Brian's Legos,
sniveling
give 'em back.
rat.
It's pretty easy. It's kind of funny that this entire video, Josh has just been begging me to sue him. But the second I agree to it, his attitude completely changes. It's almost like Josh doesn't want me to sue him, and the only reason he's saying that is because he knows that by saying it, he can get away with his crimes.
Well, like I said, you can't just out of nowhere sue someone, technically. So one thing you have to do before you can fully sue someone is you have to demonstrate that you have tried to resolve this issue outside of the court. So that's exactly what Ben does at the very start of the video. He goes to find Josh. Luckily, Josh is outside. He's just walking around, but he's on the phone immediately. So then, they're going to wait a second, not be too rude, not break up this phone call. And while they're there, just waiting, the police show up. And you can already guess what they're going to do. He's trespassed right off rip. And so this is exactly what that employee who got put in part of Ben's little cult that he made was saying. She said, so they're going to be trying to arrest this guy for whatever they can. And you'll see that as we move on. Because immediately after this, they leave, they run up to a stop sign, they stop, they make a right turn, but the police behind them are like, actually, no, you did not stop. So we're going to conduct an illegal traffic stop, kind of here just to scare you a little bit. And then they address Ben by name, and then this guy thinks he's the main character in some sort of video game, how's Utah? You know what I'm saying? Like he got some sort of quip that he just says whenever he pulls someone over or something. So basically they've made it impossible to talk to Josh, so they go to the previous owner, the one who actually signed this consignment deal, Brandon. And he actually answers the door. And not only answers the door, he comes outside. Except he literally just walks out with a blank look on his face.
The fugue
and just
state.
Stares. Doesn't say a single word. And they even move farther away from the house. And he's still just... like, what is he doing? And of course, the police come. You're trespassed. You know what I'm saying? However, this time, getting trespassed was enough of evidence that, he tried to resolve this outside of the court. So now he can actually sue Brandon. So boom, he starts his lawsuit against Brandon, and it gets accepted. But they're still trying to get this lawsuit against Josh, and this is where we get revealed that these guys are devout Mormons. All three owners. The two owners of the franchise, previous, current, well, I guess they're both previous since it's closed now. And then even the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs himself. And so if they're Mormon, if they're really devout Mormons, then there's going to be some sort of eternal damnation for being such an awful human being. And I'll just let Ben explain it a little bit.
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon, which was actually extremely surprising to me because if Josh and Brandon are truly Mormons, they believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're going to go to hell. Or I guess in Mormonism they call it the outer darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh probably actually believe that this is going to be eternity for them. I mean, Josh even swore to me on his Mormon God in the last video that he would give us the Legos back.
On his Mormon God.
I promise you on everything.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage. My problem right now seems to be that Josh is never...
So after figuring this out, they find the exact church that these guys go to, and then find a young Mormon man, and have him try to go talk to Josh to fulfill this requirement of settling outside of the court, or at least trying. But of course, this Mormon man walks up to the door, doesn't even get to talk to Josh before the police show up. Again, just for this random guy. Doesn't even look like Ben. How could he know it's from Ben? But immediately, police show up, tell him, hey, no, you're not allowed to talk to this guy. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? He hasn't been trespassed, he's just not allowed to talk to him. It's very weird. So now we really get to see how Josh is hiding behind the whole American Fork Police Department. It's actually absurd. And this is where you really start to see the corruption in the video. Because remember, it was revealed to us they're going to try to do everything they can to get this guy arrested.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait. I thought the cops called on you?
Yeah, all I did was...
Oh my god. You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
How do we get them arrested?
And it's like the police are in their back pocket. And it's probably because, as Brian mentioned, these guys have probably donated a bunch of money to the Mormon church. The cops are all Mormon, whatever, at least the deputies, the sheriffs, however it works. So randomly, one day, again, to try and get these guys arrested, someone calls in and reports that Ben and his partner, whoever he's with, have some heroin with them. You know, some drugs. Some very hard drugs. So the police find them. They conduct like a 3-hour search of their car. Ben and his friend are being extremely helpful. They're trying to do everything they can to, you know, be cooperative. And then they find nothing, of course. And so now it's just everybody's time wasted. You know, I would feel bad for the cops' time being wasted if they weren't such corrupt pieces of crap. So luckily through all of this has fulfilled the requirement of, you know, trying to dispute this outside of the court. So now Ben can sue Josh. However, he's still trespassed. So what he does is he creates a sign, you know, just to try and get Josh's attention and try and get him to take it down, places it on some public ground, hires an official process server so that she can go serve him, not Ben, and hopes that Josh will come outside, try to remove the sign, and then that's when the process server can come in. But wouldn't you know, as he's just sitting in the car in a completely legal area, doing nothing illegal, he gets the cops called on him, not once, not twice, not 3 times, and on the 3rd time, they actually take this court paper from Ben. He says, hey, you want me to serve this for you? Sure. Goes and serves it. And of course, all the body cam footage is redacted, so we have no idea what actually was going on. And then he comes back with the papers and says he doesn't want it. What do you mean he doesn't want it? That's not how the law works.
What the fuck do you mean he doesn't want them? That's not how any of this works.
Fake lawsuit. But again, Ben's not doing
He
anything
said
wrong,
no,
so he
thank
just
you.
lets him go, and then
Like,
the cop leaves. And then a
Big dog,
4th
what?
time, another cop shows up. But this 4th time, they arrest him. One of the cops even takes the court papers, goes back to his car, calls up somebody, try and verify that it's real, and it's real. They tell him it's a real lawsuit, but he can't handle the truth, so he just goes and arrests Ben for no reason. It doesn't even tell him. I don't even think he got read his Miranda rights, to be honest with you, which is another thing. So after not being able to serve anybody, everybody being protected by the police except for the innocent party, Ben, he just decides, you know what, let's set up a GoFundMe and we'll just get Brian his money like this, because a GoFundMe is a legitimate way you can raise money for someone who's in need of money. It's a legitimate thing, nothing's illegal about it. But not in Utah. They play differently in Utah, or whatever they say. So the first thing they do, they're going to start making some promotional videos for this. They make another poster, they make another sign, they hang it up on some fence, and wouldn't you know, the police show up. Ben's not there, might I add, but the police show up asking, you know, what are you guys doing? They're just exercising their First Amendment right, which is something that is, you know, very, very heavily protected, you know, something that everybody loves in America, their First Amendment. And one of the cops there is actually like, you know what, they're not really doing anything wrong. But another one, I don't know, he's been paid off, he's gotten too many rub and tugs from these guys.
Oh, he's getting the sucky 9,000,
takes it,
bro.
and then arrests them.
So,
stolen property, illegal arrest, again. But corrupt police, no one's going to get in trouble for that. Only the innocent. And this whole time, like I mentioned a little bit, all of this police footage is being redacted. All of the body cam footage is being redacted.
No, let's be real. The cops are all getting Josh and Ben, letting them just bang out Eiffel Towers.
And Ben even confronts the police department about this. He calls up, and there's a lady on the phone saying that, oh, actually, everything is pursuant to Utah code. And he's like, oh, no, but you guys deleted this part, but you didn't delete that part. I just synced up the clips. And, you know, you guys deleted something that shouldn't be deleted. They're like, nope, that didn't happen. It's just gaslighting him. Some random, you know, redactor person on the phone.
Some woman whose job never needed to exist anyways.
Pursuant to state code. So
I wouldn't do that, Ben.
Trying to do that little promotional video has been arrested, and they're trying to pry out information some way, somehow, some type of confession, so that they can arrest Ben again, so that he can't pursue this investigation. And there's nothing they can get. The only thing is this GoFundMe. And so they are trying to get everybody to say, yes, Ben made the GoFundMe, Ben made the GoFundMe. So they end up raiding Ben's house. They get Ben, and then they start interrogating him as well. And Ben doesn't think that a GoFundMe is illegal, so he just straight up says, yeah, it was my idea for the GoFundMe. And then that's when the cop's like, haha, I got him. Takes a break, leaves, comes back, and then says, so actually, the GoFundMe is what's illegal. And then when he's asked why, the cop just says, that's something you can ask
He
an
just
attorney
makes up a
about
bunch
in
of
a criminal
bullshit.
case. What do you mean by that? So after this, they put him in jail with no bond. They take away his bond, so he's supposed to be facing a month in jail for creating a GoFundMe. You know what I'm saying? I can't imagine why. Can't imagine. Other than just corruption. However, this time a judge reviewed this case, was like, you know what, here's some bail, $2,500, get out of here. So after he gets out, he's chilling somewhere, and then apparently the police have shown up yet again to his house with another warrant, this time with absolutely no bail. Officially, it's been reviewed by a judge, no bail for this one. So this warrant, of course, is unfounded, just like everything else. But Ben wasn't at his house when they showed up, so they couldn't take him at that moment. So he did the only sensible thing, and he left America. So now he's in Mexico, hiding from the police in Utah, these corrupt police that are trying to arrest him for nothing, and he's going to continue on the fight there. Apparently, part 3 has already been made. We're just waiting on it. It's on his Patreon. So once that drops, you know, we'll know what's going on
ad
more.
break.
But it's just unbelievable, the amount of corruption. Like, just watching the video, I felt so compelled just to make something, just to, like I said, notify maybe the 10 people who might see this video and weren't aware of the whole situation. So if that's you, if you don't know the situation, I highly recommend you go watch part 1 and part 2. They're pretty long, but it's some incredible content, and just getting to see this level of corruption, blatant corruption, blatant, you know, infringement of rights is just absurd. And it's happening in real time, IRL, right now as we speak. It's absurdity. And if you do go watch those videos from him, make sure you leave him a like, leave him a comment, subscribe on his video so that he gets his videos staying in the algorithm so that the publicity never dies down. A lot of other people are making videos about this. I needed to say something because it really filled me with rage watching this happen. That these Legos are what's going to be getting this guy arrested. Now he's running from the law in a foreign country. You know, Edward Snowdening a little bit, as they say. So thank you all for watching. I'll see you on the next one. A peace. Oh, also the GoFundMe.
So it kind of seems like the general consensus is pretty sound. Systemic rot permeating for most, if not all, levels of the situation. I doubt there's going to be any new development. So I think we're going to wrap this up here. This has actually been a really interesting little iceberg to delve and ponder the varying facets of. Anybody who stopped in and liked what you like content, feel free to follow or something. Drop a sub on YouTube. I don't know, but spread said information. This corrupt bullshit, weaponization of the legal system against normal people, bullshit needs to stop. So yeah, use your voices, people. Talk about the stuff. Don't let people just brush their shame under the rug and go on with life. I mean, obviously, like, you let them like live, you know what I mean, but like, you know, don't just let them brush their crimes under the rug and then pretend like nothing happened. Like, crime, theft, corrupt police, corruption, like, slathered all through, bro. Accountability. Bring back accountability. On that note, I hope everyone had a good time and has a wonderful day.